GM, everybody. How are we all feeling today? Yes! TON community has come a long way since gateway number 1. Here we are, gateway number 2, and we're 4 times the size in terms of crowd. Over 2,000 developers, community members are going to be here today and tomorrow, listening to all the amazing things that has happened and been achieved by you guys this year. I am incredibly excited to be here with you presenting what has been a fantastic year. What has happened this year? Well, Toncoin, almost 100 million holders of Toncoin in 1 year. Yeah. That's crazy, right, compared to where we were last year. We have seen over 20 million on-chain wallets using the blockchain. Incredible achievement. What's got us here? What has brought us to this level of reach, this craziness? Well, the first thing I'd say is Notcoin. Any Notcoin holders here? When I say probably, you say probably. Probably. Yes. That's it. Notcoin started off an amazing realization in the crypto space of what could possibly happen when you introduce viral mechanics to blockchain. When you introduce, in a Telegram mini app that opens in 1 tap, doesn't require an extra app to download, and is available to the entire world. It grew to 35 million users. Absolutely insane numbers. And what else contributed? The Open League also kicked off the DeFi run. We had, in March, we had about 200,000 TVL. Now it's over 300 million, 347 million, I believe. The incredible rise of Telegram mini apps has set a new standard. It's a new frontier for crypto, a new application standard, which is better than Web 2. It's better than the apps that exist today, because you don't need to download anything. It opens in 1 single tap. So we're going to hear from some of the legends of the ecosystem today. Some of the best builders, some of the best community members, some of the core team on all the projects that are helping contribute to TON's growth. Now, I want to introduce a close friend of mine. He's someone you all know, the president of TON Foundation, Steve Yun.
Good morning, TON community. I am so proud of what we have achieved in the past 1 year. Just look around you. We had so many challenges and very unexpected events, but we were stress tested, both technically and also as a community. However, we just look around you, how many people are here. So today I would like to talk about 3 different directions where I see TON moving forward in the next year. So first of all, since we announced a partnership with Telegram, the tap-to-earn phenomenon took over the crypto industry by storm. Hundreds of millions of users started interacting with TON-based mini apps. We also launched the Open League. This picture here was taken in March when our team gathered to design the first community-driven incentive program in TON. This resulted in 240 projects participating, generating over 5 million monthly active on-chain users. Since we launched our ambitious USDt incentive program, I am happy to announce that we have achieved 1 billion USDt in circulation on TON today. And we have achieved this as a community in just over 5 months. First, the mini applications on Telegram still continues to retain a massive user base. About 17% of entire Telegram user base today is engaged with using TON-based mini applications. Notcoin, Dogs, Catizen, and Hamster issued their tokens, achieving a combined peak market cap of $3.8 billion and $60 billion of trading volume within the first 30 days of its initial listing. So what's next for this tap to earn? What if we turned these massive social applications into a place where people not only consume by playing, but convert the platform into a tool to empower every user to become a meme coin artist? What if we gave them extremely easy to use tools to launch their meme coin, and under that meme coin, there is a representation of an amazing idea that they have, under which sub-communities can be formed? What if we turned pump.fun into pump.tap? How about tap to earn to tap to pump? Hamster could potentially become a hamster wheel, where hundreds of millions of hamsters will be buying will be purchasing a next meme coin that aims to be the next hamster. At the same time, these hamsters will be creating their own meme coins on this platform. So you can imagine hundreds of millions of hamsters running around in this wheel until they achieve their idea and is fixated on creating their own community. I believe that in the next 1 year, we could potentially see millions of new ideas and new meme coins being launched through these platforms. Second, the median transfer of TON USDT is $15 to $100, which suggests that, as a matter of fact, TON has retail users using USDT to transfer values on-chain. The amount transferred is about $6 billion per month. Just imagine that 6 months ago, we had 0. Now we have 6 billion. 6 months ago, we had 0 transactions. Today, we have close to 4 million transactions on-chain. In the next 1 year, I believe we will challenge the entire layer 1 space to bring these stablecoin users on TON, powered by, first, our amazing innovation on-chain, gasless transaction. Second, amazing ease of access using the wallet in Telegram. We also saw a rise of completely different set of applications launched on Telegram mini app. This ride-sharing application achieved 7,000 rides booked during the Token 2049 in Singapore within 1 week. And they accepted only Notcoin as a payment. So next can be beyond ride-sharing, such as booking travel tickets, booking for hotels. Many other services and products can be offered on Telegram mini app platform, accepting TON-based payments as means of payment. This can be a source of mass market demand of stablecoin payments on TON. Third, as the meme coin market, the artist market, and stablecoin market continue to grow, TON DeFi will grow and mature to service this amazing market. Despite all the challenges we have with building on asynchronous, scalable, and sharded blockchain, our TON, we have seen significant growth in TON DeFi, both in terms of TVL, also trading volume. What's more amazing is that we are starting to see DeFi founders who are able to leverage the unique architecture of TON blockchain, sharding their entire architecture. In the past year, it took a very long time for founders to build the primitive and basic smart contracts on TON. We are starting to see much more talented people and also advisors to come and collectively create complex DeFi applications in just about a month. With the introduction of more valuable DeFi assets, such as TG Bitcoin, which you will hear about, and other interesting stablecoins on TON, I believe DeFi will mature and be able to create more interesting products based on these unique collaterals. Today, we have about 100 million non-custodial wallets that are connected to TON-specific mini apps. And the next 2 days, we are trying to figure out how we can effectively transform these users into TON-based users. So, we only live once. Let us not limit ourselves. Let creativity guide our actions in the next 1 year. Build, transform, create, and innovate, and dominate this market together. Welcome to Gateway.
Thank you, Steve. Amazing achievements, crazy success with USDT. Well, now we're going to hear from the next person who helped build the USDT integration into Telegram and TON. We're going to hear from the president of TOP, Andrew Rogozov.
Hey, good to see everyone. So, what a wonderful day. Good morning, everyone. So I'm very excited to be here today and witness the growth of our community. And this year, obviously, we've grown far beyond of where we were just last year. And I'm the founder of TOP. We are the major ecosystem builder in TON. And today I want to speak about TON journey in Telegram. So I believe not many people actually know that Mini App's journey started with the first integration of wallets inside Telegram. And that was actually a very simple use case that we experimented with. And the main idea was to show the community that mini apps might be used in a very simple way, like, for example, sending Notcoin to each other. And it led the foundation to the development of mini apps in Telegram. Later, in September 2023, we witnessed a huge milestone. Telegram announced the TON integration on the platform. So there was also complemented by the launch of the TON Space, the self-custody wallet inside Telegram, as well as TON Connect that enabled applications and mini apps to get connected with the wallets, including Ton Space right inside Telegram application without going outside of the messenger. And it attracted a lot of attention. It brought a lot of attention from the Web3 crowd. And since then, I believe that was the major milestone, and the ecosystem started to thrive. Later, in just 2 months, on the previous gateway, Notcoin pioneered and kicked off the trend of tap-to-earn mini apps. And actually, in just a matter of like 4 months, Notcoin hit the new record of 40 million monthly active users. And it became pretty much obvious to everyone that it's just not an experiment, but it's a whole new market that is emerging. In April 2024, this year, that was the first big appearance of Pavel Durov, the founder of Telegram, on stage here in Dubai, where the big announcements were made, including Telegram Stars, which was designed to accept payments inside mini apps. And that actually was a big move. Telegram became the first social platform in the world that allowed third-party developers to monetize the apps. And more importantly is that these mini apps developers, they were starting receiving their rewards and revenues in Toncoin. And it's allowed them to distribute later this value, like instead of, like, for example, selling this Toncoin, but distribute this Toncoin within their audience and engage them even more. As well as like ad revenues started like sharing with the channel holders, which also engaged them in Ton ecosystem. So another big announcement that we made was the USDt launch on Ton. And since then, it became the largest, the fastest growing blockchain for Tether expansion over the past years. So Notcoin paved the way for hundreds of applications, and I think there are no one in this audience who have never played one of these games, right? So, and many more games are coming, and we see that it's probably, you might think that probably is just a hype, but we see a lot of Web2 developers that are experimenting a lot in Web3 and bring a lot of new valuable use cases for the Ton ecosystem nowadays. So it brings us to this graph where we see that we are on track to achieve our mission to bring 30% of the audience, to engage 30% of Telegram audience in Ton ecosystem. And this particular graph shows just how many users we were able to onboard because of all of these launches in Ton Space. So basically, all of these 100 million users already have the wallets activated, which is amazing. But it was a hard way. So this growth journey faced us with truly challenging obstacles. So first of all, because of all of this activations like dogs, Notcoin, Hamster, which brought us like enormous amount of users, we experienced some significant downtime. As well as our support was flooded with tickets from our users. We faced with this challenge, and for example, like on peak day, our daily active users reached like more than 9 million, which were like, this audience were concentrated around the launch event. So actually, it's not just 9 million users throughout the day, but it's a very, very peak moment. And it was challenging, as well as like from the beginning of this year, we resolved 1.2 million tickets in our support. That was insane. So, but challenges were accepted, and we overtook them and smoothly managed the previous launch of X-Empire project, and with a much improved uptime, as well as our support was rapidly expanded over the past, I mean, the team was rapidly expanded over the past month, and we were able to, now we almost like, we respond to most of the tickets in less just 10 minutes. So, that was very challenging, and of course we prioritize scaling and infrastructure, all the improvements of the infrastructure. But we need to prioritize STON Space as this major self-custody wallet in our ecosystem to benefit the builders. And let me take you through the upcoming updates. So first of all, the navigation. We want to simplify access to the STON Space. STON Space is still in beta, and it works in opt-in mode. We want to make it opt-out so that every single user will be able to open the wallet, open STON Space, and start using the self-custody. So, the good thing about this is that you can select STON Space, and it will be used, and it will be pre-selected as default across all the sessions. The next big thing is paying all the fees with stars. You might have probably used the battery inside TonKeeper, and that was innovative technology designed by the team, and it enabled millions of users to start using crypto without buying the native assets with Toncoin. And later we introduced W5 standards that allowed gasless transactions, like for example you send USDt and you pay gas fees in USDt. But for Telegram users, it's pretty much native to use internal currency, which is stars, right? So that's going to help to activate a lot more users in the upcoming future. So stars will enable users to pay fees easily, like, and seamlessly. The next big thing, I think, is a good news for many developers of different protocols in our ecosystem. We want to open main features of the STON Space to allow, first of all, like users to get access to different protocols, not only just a limited set of protocols that exist right now, but also to, like in case of the DEX, for example, aggregation, that it will enable users to use different types of liquidity providers, more competitive pricing, and users will definitely benefit from that. OmniStone, CoffeeSwap, DDust, and other protocols will be implemented. And of course, like staking, there are various liquid staking protocols. Some of them not only provide staking for Toncoin, but also provide them with some additional rewards, and users should benefit from that, right? So this is what we want to give them. STON Space Earn. As the ecosystem becomes more mature, there are more and more different types of incentives that people want to interact with, right? So to get access to. So apart from staking, we want to promote the upcoming token launches, the existing token launches, and different DeFi incentives that are being provided by the protocols that are being under development. Like, for example, providing, I don't know, like providing crypto to some protocols like borrow lending protocols, or protocols like Athena that are coming to TON. So that's very important to allow users to start using their crypto so that the crypto will work as the ecosystem becomes more mature. The next one, I think this is pretty much unique for Telegram, meaning that there's so many channels, bots and mini apps, groups, where like all of these places might be used to distribute to distribute tokens. And we want to make it on-chain. So we are building the platform that will enable developers or content creators to distribute tokens and engage the users in various ways right inside Telegram. And from the user perspective, they will just collect this, will be able to collect this tokens with just, 2 clicks of a button. And the last but not the least, something that many developers have been waiting for, and we've been also waiting for the ecosystem to become more developed. So now I think we're ready to start, as we bring more and more users to Ton Space, we want them to experience the wider ecosystem of Ton. So dApps catalog will be launched right inside of the Ton Space. And you might think that this is, this particular feature is pretty much common for all the wallets, but you have to keep in mind then that we are dealing with the non-crypto experienced users, right? So we need to curate the catalog and bring them the not just the list of all applications that exist in Ton, but with the apps, the use cases that will make their experience more rich. So that's the list of the updates that are coming within the next few months. We're getting Ton Space out of beta by the end of 2024. And that's about Ton Space, the self-custody wallet inside Telegram. So let's zoom out a bit and get back to the bigger vision of the Ton and Telegram ecosystem. The way how we see this is that we see this as a virtuous circle of value that is being circulating in the ecosystem, meaning that in Web 2, people just pay and exchange their time to get rewarded with getting some fun or like getting some value, but they never benefit from this, from using this projects, right? Or like platforms. In case of Ton and Telegram, the whole ecosystem is designed to engage the audience with the applications or content creators in the ecosystem to get access to the value that they provide, but at the same time benefit from their success. That's why all of these features like ads sharing or stars or giveaways, these all platforms are these all features are designed to use Toncoin under the hood, and so that this Toncoin as a native asset of the entire ecosystem will be redistributed back to the almost 1 billion users. That's what makes Telegram and Ton one of its kind. There are no other platforms like that. And I'm really excited about so many applications coming to Ton nowadays, understanding the potential of this platform and building for the next generation of use cases. And of course, you might ask, and you might say that, hey, this is just a hype, but all the innovations, they start with just a hype, right? And then we're getting closer to the moment in time when we need to find out how to create valuable services and experience for our users. And of course, we need to understand what exactly should be built inside of Telegram. Many of builders asking the same question, what should be the next big thing? And there's no clear answer because we're building a new platform, right? But you need to understand how you can benefit from all that kind of interactions, especially on the intersection between different fields like social or gaming and creator economy. So we believe that there's going to be a lot more application hitting the market within these areas in the nearest future. Before I leave the stage, I want to share one more thing. So, for obvious reason, Pavel couldn't come to this conference, but Telegram would not be Telegram if they not prepare the update for all the builders, which I believe you will be all excited about. So this is the QR code of Pavel's channel. You can scan it. The update will be shared later today, or probably it is already shared. And scan this QR code, subscribe to the channel, and stay tuned for the updates on Mini Apps platform coming from Telegram team. Incredible Telegram team. That's it. Thank you so much, and have a great gateway.
Let's go, let's go, let's go. Wow, quite some updates from Ton Space. This is what building on Telegram is all about. Building for a user base, which is totally new to crypto. Building features, building products, building a strategy that works to onboard them from totally new user all the way into a fully fledged crypto user. That bit in the middle, we need your help, Ton community, with that bit in the middle. Everyone needs to contribute there. The onboarding is not easy. As we've seen with the rise of Tap to Earn, as we've seen with the millions of users that have not necessarily become massive blockchain users. The key is in the middle. How do we get them to take that step? And I will say, in my opinion, financial apps are great, but it's very difficult to get a user who doesn't make investment decisions every day, who doesn't make a financial transaction every day, to go all the way from playing a game to DeFi application. That bit in the middle is exactly what Wallet is building, Wallet and Ton Space. You see it with those new features. Telegram stars to pay for gas fees. That is an incredible innovation. You don't even need crypto to start using Ton blockchain anymore. Incredible. So, what's up next? We've got Anthony, the Director of Ecosystem Development. He's going to tell you the next vision for Ton and dive deep into the stats. How have we performed this year? So, let's give it a big hand for Anthony Tsivarev. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Hi everyone. Woo! Oh my God, I'm so proud to be here with you. And in my presentation, I will talk about ecosystem growth and what happened with Ton in the last 12 months. But I believe that just the fact that we have so many people today with us and this large-scale conference clearly demonstrates that Ton is experiencing explosive growth right now. Because, just for example, 2 years ago, we had a small meetup in Dubai, just 50 people, and now over 1,500 people here with us today. Oh my God. But okay, let's start. First of all, I want to remind you our vision of a free mass adoption. We have 3 core principles: simple onboarding flow for newcomers in the Web3 space, seamless user experience, and user-friendly interfaces for DApps users, and of course, popular use cases for regular audience. We presented this vision also 2 years ago during the first meetup. And what do we have right now? We have integrated wallet in Telegram, a core component of user onboarding flow. We also have well-developed Telegram Mini Apps platform with built-in social and viral mechanics. And of course, we have plenty of interesting and popular use cases right now with access to 950 million users of Telegram. I believe that all of you, all Ton community, did a great job to make it happen. So I will talk about major milestones, right? And I want to use a starting point, announcement of strategic partnership with Telegram, because it was a historical moment not only for Ton, it also was a historical moment for whole Web3 industry, because Telegram opened a door for Web3 builders and opened a door to the user base. I will not go deeper into details because I believe that Andrew and later Pyle will talk a lot about it in his channel, but let's go. The next major point, the next major milestone that happened with our ecosystem, it was the launch of the Open League. We believe that this open KPI-based competition was a crucial point in history of our ecosystem because we provided fair access to ecosystem funds for products based on their contribution to network adoption. And actually, since the start, over 220 products participated in the seasons of the Open League, and we have distributed over $40 million for products and users. And as a result, up to 80% of on-chain activity generated by participants at peak. And also after that, we conducted several huge hackathons with record prizes. And I believe that over 5,000 developers around the world participated in our hackathons and are building really big and new applications for our ecosystem. The next big step is launch of USDt on Ton. Right now, Ton is the fastest growing chain in USDt adoption. And it happened just in 6 and 7 months. As you can see, we outcompete other chains, and now we are in top 4 among other blockchains according to net circulation. But what is the most important? That Tether and USDt on Ton completed final piece of DeFi puzzle on Ton because we had core primitives, but they didn't work fully due to lack of proper stablecoin. And thanks to Tether, thanks to USDt, we make it happen. And this launch opened a new chapter for DeFi history in our ecosystem. As a result, we injected liquidity to Ton, and many new projects are coming right now. And today we will have a dedicated section to DeFi, and we'll talk a lot about it. Also, of course, Notcoin. Notcoin is listening. I really like this team, and I really like this project, because they developed really cool playbook how products on Telegram should communicate with community. And also, it's a really good proof that good team, Ton, and Telegram can make difference in Web3. During Notcoin listing, they achieved really great results, 35 million monthly active users. They become one of the most traded cryptocurrencies in the world. But also, thanks to Notcoin, Ton was integrated with some tier 1 exchanges, infrastructure, payment providers. But what is the most important, that Notcoin opened a door for next wave of popular applications on Ton. As you can see, we have several products, dogs, Gamee, hamster, and as a result, it affected one of the key metrics for us, on-chain accounts. As you can see, we have surpassed 113 million accounts, and it's still growing. But another perspective on this chart and on this growth, it's a number of Ton holders in our ecosystem. Just in 1 year, this number has grown 30 times. And we believe that it also leads to growth of number of wallets in our ecosystem. Right now, we have about 11 million users, active wallets, and it's just the beginning. And according to our internal data, and also according to blockchain data, we have right now over 100 million monthly active off-chain and on-chain wallets on Ton. I think today we can 100% confidential say that mass adoption of Web3 has become reality thanks to TON. But anyway, we have a lot of things to do and a lot of challenges to fix. And what do we have? What is the main result of this year? Really busy year, right? First of all, GameFi and TON is a driving force of the whole Web3 industry and has set a new trend of mobile-first social games on Telegram. And entertainment itself, social apps attract a lot of new regular users. But you remember this gap, right? Between on-chain wallets and total number of wallets. So 100 millions and 11 millions. So it's quite big, right? And it means that we all have some homework to do to provide new solutions, to provide new products, to onboard this audience properly into Web3. Also, gold rush from top-tier apps has attracted a large number of bots, Sybils, but I think that we need to unite our efforts to support products and cut this activity and make it helpful also for users. And of course, DeFi and TON has completed the development of the basic primitives, right? But we still in the early stage, and we are waiting to next products to unlock enormous potential of TON ecosystem. At the end, I would like to highlight the most important verticals, according to my opinion, and what will be next big things on TON. Of course, GameFi. GameFi is a well-developed sector even right now, but later I think games will be more and more about fun. There will be new hyper-casual, casual, and even mid-core games. We'll talk about it later during dedicated session 2, GameFi. The same thing with entertainment and social. It will be the main key driver of ecosystem growth. But what's the most interesting is DeFi. DeFi, I believe, will go into two different directions. First of all, it will be DeFi for core users, DeFi users. It will be about infrastructure, it will be about liquidity, but another direction, it will be about regular users. Because we need to provide simplified DeFi products to onboard regular users, Web2 users, into Web3 space. And of course, I think everyone see what happens right now with Bitcoin. Bitcoin now is quite well adopted in traditional finance. And any month, more and more new users are coming. And I believe that TON, Telegram, can make a bridge between Bitcoin and users. And Bitcoin finance on TON is really next big thing for our ecosystem. We also will talk about it later, one more dedicated session about Bitcoin. But at the end, I want to say, this is a historical moment. I think we changed the whole Web3 industry. We onboarded a lot of new users into Web3 space. And now, we need to join our efforts to achieve 500 million users. And we can make it happen. So join us, and let's build the future together. Thank you.
Thank you, Anthony. Some incredible updates this year. Again, I keep saying it because it's just so good. So happy to be here, part of TON, part of this community. But it's not just the growth that's important. It's not just users and blockchain transactions. There is something behind all of that, something incredibly important. The actual blockchain itself, the technology that it's built on, we would be nowhere without it. And there is a couple people, well, there's several people here today that are responsible for upholding that technology, maintaining it, keeping it going, dealing with the challenges as they come up. What's happening on TON is unprecedented. Never before seen numbers coming on chain. So how do you deal with that? Well, our next speaker will be diving deep into exactly the challenges we've faced this year and what we will be tackling moving forward. It's Kirill Emelyanenko, one of the core developers of Ton blockchain. Please give him a big hand. This guy's the guy.
Hello. Last time we met was a year ago, and that time we talked a lot about mass adoption and scalability. So we at Core expected that we will spend around 1/3 of our resources to increasing through output, and 2/3 of our time we will working on basic infrastructure, protocols, and so on. However, the reality exceeded all our expectations, and to meet scalability demand from our ecosystem, we necessarily went all in into increasing through output. Still, to my pride, me and my team were able to develop other areas as well. Let me shortly recap how massive user base, mostly from Telegram, joined the Ton. Right after the previous gateway, the inscription frenzy hit Ton, where in just a couple of days, about 10% of all historical transactions were generated. And well, Ton coped with this load, but not without issues. Fortunately, we learned a lot from there. And then when next big event, Notcoin minting, mini app with 20 million of monthly active users went on chain, we were ready for that. Standing on the shoulders of this giant came the next one, the dogs, with 50 million of monthly active users. And by the way, they now have more than 6 million of on-chain users, a much higher number than any of their competitors on other blockchains. And they gained this in 2 weeks, not 2 years. Then came the autumn, when in short period of time, a lot of projects went on chain. I can mention Hamster with 100 million of monthly active users, but not only them. There were Cats, Catizens, Rabbit BTC, XMPI, and more. And with combined aggregated user base of a few hundreds millions of monthly active users. Not only mini apps, this year we also got our Tier 1 stablecoin on Ton, and it went huge. We have the highest adoption rate amongst all competitors. We reached 1 billion just in cap, 1 billion cap just in 5 months. And today we have 2 million of active USDt users, and roughly speaking, about 10% of all activity in the network is related to stablecoin transfers. Even more, we continue to be main spot for Telegram on-chain activity. I mean, ads revenue, stars, nickname trading. We have booming meme coins and GameFi industries. We have carried out a 6 seasons of Open League, and also conducted a few hackathons that successfully transform hackers into developers and owners of active services on Ton. And to keep up with all this growth, we need to constantly improve all layers of Ton ecosystem, from base blockchain level to last mile, like DApp interfaces. But before we can improve something, we need to measure it and set goals, so we know where we are and where we are going. Since after Notcoin launching, sharding became an everyday reality, and some processes that previously were asynchronous now become, which previously were instantaneous, now have shown their asynchronous nature. We decided to use operation latencies as our key metric, which we will measure and improve to not lose the user experience on the road to 500 million of users of Ton. To have perfectly user experience, we need a few perfectly aligned stacked layers. First, we need reliable and fast message delivery. So basically, user know when he press the send button, the message will be processed. We need stable block rate. That means that regardless of on what happens on the network, the speed of transaction is predictable. We need protocols to optimize their architecture to the architecture of the TON. We need fast indexes, so user immediately get information on what was registered happened in blockchain. And finally, we need optimistic UX, where wallets and dApps show actions which are not yet fully finished, but will be finished anyway, are already shown as finished and allow users to start the next interaction. Today, we have two full and two halves of these points. In particular, delivery rate of messages is above 99.5%, and median time to block is around 3 seconds, which is somewhere like 6 times better than it was in the beginning of the year. We have stable block rate even under 100 TPS load. We have quite fast indexes, about 12-second average latency, but it can be made like 4 times slower, and we are going to do that. And finally, the major wallets and dApps like Dexes started to introduce optimistic patterns, but of course there are a lot of work to do in this direction. How we achieve all of this? It didn't happen overnight and required a lot of work. Somewhere we need to find unoptimized places, somewhere we need to bring architecture of TON to a new level. We worked on this steadily, released 5 major updates with multiple features which allow Node to be fast, reliable, and stable. But Node code alone is not enough. It is important how you run this, on which hardware, and which tools do you use for monitoring. It is not a secret that this year was quite tough for validators, because increased user base of TON increased also requirements for memory, CPU, network bandwidth, and so on. And we are very grateful to our validators which responded to this challenge and improved their hardware accordingly. We, from our side, tried to make validators' duty more lighter by releasing MyTON control tool, which is now have backups, alerts, works with all kinds of nominator staking contracts right out of the box, have modular architecture. This year we also activated slashing, but despite this, more and more TON coins are participating in securing network. Now our network is secured by more than $3 billion of value, and all of that without compromising decentralization. In fact, we became more decentralized than we were a year ago. Another layer which needs to be constantly evolving to meet the requirements from the ecosystem is the API layer. Here in TON, we have a few very advanced closed source API providers like TON API and DTON. But if we want to keep ourselves as truly censorship resistant and permissionless network, we need to have open source, fast, reliable, and developer-friendly API layer. That is why we continue to develop TON Center, which now has version v3, which is much more performant, has traces, actions, soon will support pending transactions. And all of that on top of one-click scripts to deploy your own endpoint if you need it. And if you don't want to deploy your own endpoint yet, you always can use our extended plans that can meet requirements of all developers. Last but not least, area of improvement of blockchain performance as a whole is introduction of new technology. Here, this year, we introduced quite a lot of them. Some were like for smart contract libraries, which were already in the architecture, but they are not used before because there was no tools for that. Other technologies like mintless jetons or precompiled smart contracts required rethinking of approaches from other blockchains. Finally, we have something like high-load wallets and wallet V5, which basically is combination of all bright ideas born in the head of people in our ecosystem and combined into one mega-optimized monsters. But there is one step which cannot be done from our side and which need to be done by you, by developers. To understand why it is needed, let's zoom out. We can consider Bitcoin as first decentralized world ledger. Then came Ethereum as first decentralized world computer. That computer can execute small programs and consequently one by one. And now we have TON, which is basically is world decentralized multi-threaded server. Its server can execute arbitrarily long programs and do all of this in parallel. But if you will write the program for your modern, let's say, Xeon or Threadripper server the same way you are developing program for, let's say, Casio calculator, it will work. But it will work painfully slow because you will lose all the parallel execution power. TON not only allows you to use this power, but also allows to control the parallel execution. And sharding optimization paradigm is a unique feature of the TON, not available in other blockchains, which allows developers to give their users not only almost unlimited through output for their protocols, but also to decrease latencies for operations and to provide to developers the best tools and best documentation of how to shard optimize their protocols. We are working with leading services and protocols in our ecosystem. And you can check result of our work already today on docs.ton.org, where we have a documentation for sharding optimization. Check it and start to improve user experience of your users already today. Let's talk a little about stability. This year, upon rapid growth, we had a few times some accessibility issues. Fortunately, we learned a lot of them, and each time we made the blockchain better. So the last huge event, I mean a minting on 100 million monthly active user application on the TON, basically every centralized service around this minting went off-chain, offline, because of too much load. Everything except on blockchain, which continued smooth operation. Maybe you know that one week ago, X-Empire went on chain on TON, but if you don't know what is X-Empire, you never notice anything because TON blockchain didn't show any issues during this huge event. Also this year, we improved multi-crate production substantially, especially under heavy load. We decreased number of slow blocks, and now node operators can enjoy months of consecutive work of their nodes without any maintenance, which is a huge step forward in comparison to what we have just a year ago. When TON started, basically we had too few people and too many tasks, and in attempt to make them right away, all teams in the ecosystem, on people in the ecosystem, worked in a very tight collaboration. Basically, we were a single team where Toncore was first and last resort for competence, for how to do all of the things. Fortunately, Ton grew up from this baby cradle, and now we have multiple independent teams. For us, for core, that means that we have unique and joyful opportunity to focus on node development and kernel development, while leaving other tasks like wallet development, like centralized exchange support, bridging, general network integrity, and so on, to other competent and talented people. Toncore, as a team which supported Ton technologies from 2020, and that basically kickstarted our open source community, now become an independent team, which is registered in Dubai as Toncore Technology LLC. Toncore continue to develop node and kernel technologies with support from Swiss Foundation, Swiss Stone Foundation, in the form of the grants. This is our commitment to the decentralization and transparency that opens possibility for other teams to find their place in our ecosystem, maybe in the inner parts of that, like developing alternative implementation of the node. So what are our plans? Well, tomorrow we have a whole section from Toncore, where we'll tell you our plans. But let me briefly mention the key points from there. We expect that Ton growth will continue, so we continue to focus on increasing the through output, and the main step in that direction is releasing the accelerator update. It will allow us to further decrease the cross-chain latency and start to build collateral networks, which in turn will make validator duty much lighter. And once it will be achieved, we are planning to make slashing tighter, so we will further improve the stability on the network. Thank you for your attention. Bye.
So at the foundation, we think about how to build a resilient and decentralized network and community that can never be shut down. So today, I would like to propose one governance model. So the DNA of Ton community has always been community-driven. From the very beginning, this test network that was launched was being maintained by validators from the community. Since Telegram was forced to abandon the development of Ton blockchain, developers from the community, like Kirill and Toya, led bravely the development of Ton blockchain, implementing the idea that was originally conceived by Telegram. Thanks to the uniqueness of our distribution, which was fair launch and a distribution through mining for 2 years, it was able to attract more and more community members, like myself and others, to join this movement. In the past 1 year, we have seen some challenges that all layer 1 blockchains go through. First, concentration of capital. We noticed that a lot of human, social, political, and financial capital accumulate around the foundation, which made it difficult for independent projects to be successful without the official support from the foundation. As a result, many projects waste time building a relationship with the foundation, not building their product. And as an ecosystem as a whole, we end up with less and less competitive products to offer compared to other blockchains. Third, since the foundation is unchallengeable, and there is no competition towards the functions that foundation serves, foundation is susceptible for being inefficient. So a sound layer 1 governance should democratize access to capital, allowing projects to receive funding and other resources based on their contribution to the network. Second, we should incentivize competition where the projects do not feel that they cannot succeed because they don't know the foundation. There are two approaches of thinking about this. One is the corporate model, the other is community model. The corporate model suggests that the foundation invests all resources into making one project successful in that type. Before the maturity of the community, this in fact is the only choice because there is no community to work with. Second, this results in efficient output. But once the community matures and there are very respected and widely respected community members in the community, this corporate approach is susceptible to do the exact opposite of what it aimed to do. It may be susceptible to stifling competition, creating single point of failure, and creating bottleneck. The community model, which we are now evolving to, suggests that we invite the community members together to build through a clear and transparent process. Before maturity, this model may not work because the performance and the coordination of the community members may be low quality. However, in the past 1 year, we believe that our community has matured enough that we must update our governance model. We are introducing Society DAO. This is our strategy to scale the growth of TON blockchain and a unique governance model that no others have taken. And this is our ambitious social experiment to build our TON community into a 5 million active community members contributing to advancing the TON network together. So I invite you to participate in building and advancing TON network together. It is my pleasure to introduce to you co-founder of TON Society, Jack Booth.
Hello, team. Now I finally have a presentation to give you. So, introducing Society DAO. Society DAO is going to be the new way we govern the blockchain. How do we bring more teams in to help achieve the ecosystem goals? This is what the Society DAO is here to achieve. With blockchain technology, decentralization is quite clear, right? You have more validators, you have more decentralization. With building a decentralized community capable of collective action, it's less clear. Actually, more teams do not necessarily mean more decentralization. So, how do we do that? Well, as we grow, decentralizing everything is going to become core to the TON mission. It's going to be alongside network adoption in importance. We don't want to build an ecosystem which is a walled garden where no team can participate in contributing to what drives TON development and growth. So we're starting a new phase, decentralization, and it will run concurrently with our network adoption goal moving forward. So we're thinking about this in quite an interesting way. We want to define decentralization. So it's a spectrum, we believe. It's not an endpoint. decentralization happens over time. And we migrate there by being transparent, first of all. So being transparent, it means talking about what we're doing very publicly so everyone can get involved. If we're clear in Ton's history, we're clear in Ton's goals, we're clear how the community can help and contribute to achieving those goals, we build out loud, we improve the community input. Then we increase competition. Competition creates decentralization. The more competition you have in the ecosystem, the more teams are ready to keep the resources for themselves, ready to grow. What am I trying to say here? Increasing competition makes the ecosystem more resilient, because when you have a player that isn't performing necessarily, it means they can swap out by another player. If you have a marketing team that isn't performing for the ecosystem, isn't doing the right thing, you can swap them out for a better marketing team. If you have a Telegram apps developer that's contributing to the Ton ecosystem goals, you can swap them out if they don't work well. Competition creates that resilience where it's anti-fragile. If you cut off one head, 3 more appear, right? Then we hand over decisions. So it's going to happen slowly. It's definitely a process here. Handing over the decision-making of the capital, the social capital that Ton Foundation and Ton Society have built to more proven members over time. So this is it, the Society DAO. How the Society DAO will work is we will have the Open Network Foundation. They will provide grants to Society DAO. Society DAO provides goals, key results, what they expect to achieve every 6 months, published publicly, and is made up of these founding members. Ton Core, the core development of the blockchain. Ton Studio, controlling the developer experience. Ton Society, we run the community operations, the channels, the events, we engage the community. And Wallet and Telegram, who's responsible for payment adoption. So, Open Network Foundation provides the grants, Society DAO provides the plans and executes on the plans. Over time, this will grow to include many teams, many community teams, marketers, app builders, tech guys, stablecoins, DeFi teams, meme teams, community teams, digital identity teams. All of these teams will be able to join the founding members, become part of Society DAO, and contribute to achieving the ecosystem goals. This is how we achieve decentralization. So the Ton ecosystem goals creates a transparent route to becoming a core contributor of Ton. We have public goals created every 6 months. We have strategies from the teams within Ton Society DAO. And we have a community review period where the community can review the plans, and Ton Society working groups will collectively approve the plans. And if approved, they get grants from Ton Foundation. So how do we then become transparent? Well, here's the goals, guys. The Ton ecosystem goals for 2025, position Ton as the gateway to real-world cryptocurrency uses. This is goal number 1. Why? Because in order to onboard the mass audience, as I said, they don't do financial transactions every single day. They want to use real things. They want to use their crypto for things that they need in every single day life. So positioning Ton as the gateway to real-world crypto uses not only tells people that that's the type of applications we want on Ton, but it also tells people, if you're Bitcoin, for instance, right? the real utility has been proven with Bitcoin. It's a store of value. So we want to bring all real-world use cases to TON, the ones that are proven. And we're doing that with TG Bitcoin, TON Teleport. Then second, establish TON as the most stable and scalable blockchain. We've had our issues this year with the blockchain. We've developed, it's got better, it's improving. We will continue down this route. It continues to be a core goal for what we want. Then grow the developer and user community in super app markets. Those markets are the most important because they understand what we're trying to achieve. We're trying to build the Web3 super app, where every service, entertainment, shopping is all in one application powered by TON blockchain. So as part of the process of being in Society DAO, teams will propose a specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, time-bound goal that the community can review and understand what they're working on. And those will be reported on every single month. We're also introducing the principle of competition. Low competition equals low choice, high centralization. You don't have any choice what you can do, who you can operate with, who you can partner up with. That leads to a poor user outcome. Good competition creates choices and creates decentralization, which leads to a good user experience. So as a core principle, when choosing what projects to support, Society DAO will always allocate resources to the project that increases the competition in the ecosystem. And we'll begin to maintain a public record of everything that's going on with Society DAO. TON Foundation will maintain the Toncoin history as it happens, and Society DAO will publicly release their goals, initiatives, roadmaps, and be reporting on them every single month. So next steps. So Society DAO will prepare the plans for publication and working group review. Then the Society DAO working groups will review those community proposals in December, and Society DAO should begin delivering against those goals, reporting on the progress of the community. So that's it, guys. We're starting a new path, a new way to decentralize TON. It involves all of you guys here today. You can all get involved. It's going to involve the founding members first, but as we realize the proven teams, the teams that are really helping the ecosystem to grow, they will be invited into Society DAO, and Society DAO will continue to grow over time. So, how are we feeling about Society DAO? Excited? Great. Well, we have a panel from the Society DAO founding team members now. So if we can bring on the chairs, and we'll get started with that panel. So founding members, TON Society, Wallet and Telegram, the Open Network Foundation, TON Core, and TON Studio. So we're going to hear a little bit more about what each team's role is, why these particular ecosystem goals are important, and how the community is going to get more involved over time. Then we're going to go to lunch. So I hope everyone's hungry. We've got a nice spread outside. Now let's invite the team members on. Welcome, guys. Big hand for the TON Society DAO, guys.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome into the Gateway, and it's a big pleasure being here tonight. I actually wanted firstly to introduce everybody. We have here Jack, we have Steve, we have Halil, Ruslan, and Kirill. Please welcome them with a big round of applause. With that said, my name is Victor, and I'm a global community lead at STON Society. And let's start with a brief intro, what roles each one of you play, and why those roles are important to TON. Let's start with you, Jack.
Sure. So TON Society, our vision is to become a media company for the ecosystem. We're not a marketing agency, we're a media company. We tell the stories of the ecosystem as they happen. We report on what's going on, the success, the exciting new initiatives, the new use cases. So as part of that, we run all of the community channels, the official ones, and we also run all of the events. We have event hubs in 10 places around the world, and we're expanding to 5 more over the next few months. We run over 300 TON Society events this year. It's a crazy number, almost one per day. So that's what we do. We run the community operations and engage the community with our activities.
The foundation is responsible for including all community members to contribute together.
So TOP, as wallet and TON Space, is responsible for onboarding tens and hundreds of millions of users from Telegram into the TON ecosystem, and in that way acting as a gateway. And we hope to increase the real-world adoption of TON, as well as payment use cases.
So TON Studio, we focus on providing practical solution to developers. We're about developer experience and improving them in the TON ecosystem.
Yeah, and I'm one of the leaders of TON Core. We have used to develop all technologies in TON previously, and now we are more focused on kernel and node development, while leaving our stuff to guys on this panel, and yeah, that's it.
All right. Well, thank you guys for joining us on the panel today. I want to appreciate you. And the next thing I wanted to talk a little bit about is the goals for TON that just been announced. So first of all, Jack, why do you think are they so important to the ecosystem?
Well, the main one, positioning TON as the gateway to real-world crypto use cases. This is what's going to bring people on chain. This is what's incredibly important for the whole entire crypto space. It's real-world use cases, right? If you don't make a financial transaction every single day, then how do you think that you're going to get someone to participate in your DeFi protocol, right? The audience we have on Telegram is unique. It's not a negative that we have this audience. It's a positive. It's an opportunity to be taken advantage of. And if you build real use cases that are valuable for crypto in the spaces that most people spend their time online, gaming, shopping, consuming, entertainment, right? These are the 3 things probably that people spend 80% of their time online doing. So that's why that goal is so important, because if we can really create an ecosystem of real-world use cases, then we can start to onboard masses, right? The grandmas, the mums, the dads, right? Doesn't everyone want their dad on chain? What about you, Steve? What do you think? Why are the goals important?
I think the goals are basically guidelines. So as a community, this is a list of tasks that we need to achieve in order for TON blockchain and TVM to be the best smart contract platform in the world. And these guidelines will allow community members to come up with specific proposals, how they can achieve them more efficiently. And the more efficient you are, if you indeed demonstrate your efficiency, you may be the biggest beneficiary of incentive program. So instead of the foundation appointing 1 or 2 projects to receive all the incentive funding, now you will have a clear way to use these resources if you can spend them more competitively.
I think, Jack, I like the point that you made, and were similar in this, where you need to be able to present on society as simply as you can so that everyone can understand it. And it's also our goal to make sure that with all the value and wealth generation that's been happening in the past 6 months, that people have an easy way to both on and off ramp from the TON ecosystem. So unless we have those things, then what is the point of all the activity that's been going on in the past 6 months?
So TON blockchain is not typical. I think the ecosystem is designed for everyday digital experience. And I think it's important to put all our efforts in one direction together and go forward with plans that with ensuring that TON Foundation supports us on this way.
Yeah, and regarding our goals, well, if we zoom out, our base goal as TON.co is basically provide such good layer that all other guys will can set their goals without checking how TON blockchain will respond to it, because it will just support and maintain it. So guys can set the goals to achieve 1 million, 100 million of users without thinking whether blockchain as technology will work under this condition, because it will just work.
Let's go. And thank you guys for the perspective. Another thing I wanted actually to speak with you about is the blockchain scalability and the stability. And what actually you think that we should improve, and how do we plan to do so?
Well, I guess it's mostly for me. Well, our key step, as I said in my presentation, is to activate accelerator update. Basically, for now, TON have scalable architecture, but it is not fully enabled yet. For now, all nodes still check all transactions in the network, and it is not truly scalable. But we are very close to the next step. We expect it to be released this year, where we separate nodes that create blocks and that validate blocks. In turn, it will allow to create nodes that just check and process transactions only for part of the network, and thus they can be scalable. For instance, you have 10 nodes, you can split the network to 10 parts and so on. And from other side, validators will check even smaller part of blockchain called master chain, while they will have all needed information to fully validate all transactions in the network, even if they don't check and watch for that. And this update will allow us not only to improve through output, but also improve the latencies. Because now one of our problems, which will become much less pronounced this year, but still it exists, is the slow operations, high latencies. So swaps may take a few tenths of seconds, even maybe minutes. And we hope that after we will transit to accelerator update, we will substantially improve this behavior and will get to almost instantaneous operation, and it will severely improve user experience.
I can actually say that there's been a lot of improvement made already, and the time that Hamster Combat launched quite recently, and they had more than 100 million eligible wallets for the airdrop, the blockchain remained operational, the ecosystem handled it well, and it's absolutely phenomenal that it's even possible in the first place at that scale. And then another thing I actually wanted to speak with you guys is about the super apps. Very often we start to hear that people comparing Telegram to a super app such as WeChat. And why do you think the super apps are so important and going into the future?
I'll start here, but then maybe Halil, if you want to chime in on this one as well, I think you've got a great perspective. But I think the regions and markets where super apps have already been present, you know, with WeChat, with Kakao Pay, Line, VK in Russia, all of these regions, they understand what a super app can be. because they've used super apps, right? They know the convenience of it. They know the power of it. They know, then they've seen the growth of it. So it makes sense for us to focus our attention and resources and everything to these regions, not in the regions that don't necessarily understand what a super app looks like or have ever used one. So that's why I think that goal is important, to be focused in that place with the regions where people just get it, right? Like we had the event in Hong Kong, I remember the Web3 Fest in Hong Kong, and people just understood immediately. The feedback from that event was incredible. It was probably one of the greatest events that we did this year in terms of success, and how just everyone felt so excited about Ton because they hadn't heard that we were building something like that in that region. And all of a sudden now everyone in Hong Kong is talking about Ton. So that's the type of unlock mentally that we need to have with people in these regions. And I'd love to get your perspective, Kirill, maybe, and Steve as well.
I agree with you there, but I think it's still important that other markets that might not have been traditionally known to have super apps, such as Africa and Latin America, they still have very good exposure to this through all of the different apps that have been launching in the past 6 months. So with all the quests and missions that the Tap2 and games have, this has kind of educated everyone who's used these apps that there is a kind of super app ecosystem that has been developed within Telegram. So I think that's actually really important that we get this penetrated to every single market and not just Southeast Asia. I also think that even though now we have theoretically the whole super app ecosystem, there's definitely a lot more to do on very specific apps that might not currently exist. I think that Tether has been a very great example thus far of something other than a game and DeFi apps that are now mini apps and part of the super app ecosystem. Something else that we have been working on in Indonesia is a on-ramp that has its own mini app, actually. So any decentralized wallet that has its own mini app and is part of the super app ecosystem actually will have its address pasted into this mini app on-ramp and will be able to actually just buy some Notcoin or USDt without leaving the Telegram application. So I think these kind of things, like the on-ramp, like Tether, are going to be the next big things to further our thesis on super apps.
Very interesting perspective, guys. And I wanted to ask you, what do you think, like in 1 year from now, speaking of the Telegram becoming a real super app, how many Telegram mini apps going to be existing, plus minus, a wild guess?
How many? 100 million. No, I don't. It's hard. It's so hard to tell. But there's thousands of projects launching now on Ton every single month. You know, there's tooling being built to convert WeChat mini apps into Telegram mini apps, right? These are the kinds of step changes in infrastructure that are happening now that give you, take you from 1,000 projects launching to 20,000, 50,000 projects launching every single month. So it's very hard to tell how it's going to grow, but the ecosystem is about to become a lot more competitive. Right now, it's still a blue ocean. If you can launch within the next few months, you're going to be, you're going to do quite well. But yeah, the next year looks extremely bright and very, very exciting.
I think the main point of the super app is to create like an operating system where you will have no reason to leave this interface. So in the next few years, if we successfully build a comprehensive ecosystem, people will have no reason to go anywhere else than Ton itself. And I think right now we have about 30 Telegram mini apps, Ton mini apps, with over 5 million monthly active users. And if we can get to 100 ton mini apps by next year, having more than 10 million monthly active users, I think we will begin to see that operating system realized.
How many do we now have in the Telegram App Center? Like 400 applications, roughly? And that's been over a year. So let's say if the growth accelerates a bit more, we can get to 1,500 by this time next year.
Wow.
So I think it's more important to have more mini apps on Ton that really helps our users to achieve their goals in ecosystem. So we can have like 1 million, 10 million mini apps, but it doesn't make sense. So it's better to have 1,000 but high quality projects. I think it's crucial for us because it's not very hard to create your first mini app. It's very easy, but it's harder to achieve your audience and get succeed in it.
The next thing I actually wanted to ask you, since we're on the topic of a lot of Telegram mini apps going to be created and entering the ecosystem and a lot of builders pivoting into building on Ton, what support do we provide from each body of the society DAO?
Yep, good question. So each one of our teams provides a different type of support. And really what's happening is almost like an unbundling of a typical foundation. A foundation would typically do everything, like Steve spoke about the corporate model, top down, where they do strategy, marketing, developer experience, tech support, everything. That doesn't work in an ecosystem that's growing at the rate that we are. And so we need to unbundle those resources and create competition in those services. And so Ton Society, we represent the media arm of Ton, right? We represent the engagement strategies for Ton community. How do we grow it? How do we keep people engaged? How do we turn normal people, passive community members, into active contributors on Ton? And so that's where we're focused. And so our real offering to the community is, if you have a story to tell, and a story is so subjective, but imagine you're writing a news article. Is your story newsworthy? That's what you need to think. And if you do have a newsworthy story, you can come to Ton Society. You can message me. On Twitter, my DMs are always open. If you come and find me, I'll give you my Telegram. You can message me anytime. If you have a great story to tell, we want to tell it from Ton Society. We have daily Twitter spaces. We have weekly live streams. We have a podcast. We have all of the Ton community channels. We have blog series, Ton Innovators, Future Giants, Culture Kings. All of these initiatives are platforms that Ton community projects can get involved with. But it's up to you to decide how you want to get involved with them. And it's up to you to pitch us to get involved, right? And so that's the offering we provide to the community, is the channels, the reach, but we need to be very careful with what we post, because as everyone knows, you post anything that someone disagrees with and you create a load of stress for everyone in the ecosystem, right? So that's why we're moving more towards this media company model. If you have a story, if you are being successful, then come to us and we will help you tell it. And propose what you want to do.
So Society DAO is like a celebration of the community. If you think from the foundation's perspective, we could privatize all resources and put it in my own pocket. But we choose not to do that and to make it available for community to benefit from the capital that we are accumulating. So I think the only limit is our own ambition and creativity. If you are able to create a proposal that can bring the maximum benefit for the advancement of Ton network, we will provide this funding to you. So this is our strategy to scale and support not only 1 or 2 projects, but as we said, maybe 1,000 projects, each achieving certain KPI that they are specialized in. So please participate. And it took a lot of energy, friction, and persuasion, and emotional conversations for us to arrive at Society DAO. And I truly believe this is what will make TON community unique, that this community will be unstoppable, and nobody will be able to shut this community down. So this requires you to be ambitious. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. I think the 2 most important things from our side, the first is definitely TON space. We've done so many improvements in the past year on the design side, on the user experience side, as to make it as easy as possible for all the mini apps that are launching to use, for their users to use TON space as a place to actually hold their assets. So now we've made so many improvements that TON Connect now works completely seamlessly between TON space and the mini apps. So for any new users entering from crypto or not from crypto, they actually don't see any lag or any loading screens. It's completely an instant process, and thus it's very intuitive. The second important thing that we've been doing is definitely on USDt TON adoption. So TOP has been working with more than 100 partners now to get TON and USDt on TON integrated into local platforms, into local exchanges, on-ramps, and this is something that everyone should be taking advantage of, whichever geography that you're in. And actually, at 1 o'clock, we'll have a series of major announcements and major talks from Tether, from TON apps, from TOP, as well as from the Visa and Holders team, who will be talking about more as to the USDt TON adoption has happened, as well as real-world use cases. So stay tuned for that.
So let's start from our mission. So our mission is simple yet ambitious. It's to empower developers by providing them with the tools that make building on TON and with the Telegram ecosystem as seamless as possible. So at TON Studio, we believe that the future of decentralized applications and blockchain hinges on accessibility. That's why we focus on providing practical solutions, from programming language like Tuct is to developer-centric resources and documentation that reduce the learning curve. So we support technical support, smart contracts, tooling for them, mini apps, and that's it.
Yeah. Well, basically, we are working in tight collaboration with TON Studio, but we are helping projects from more fundamental side. I mean that if some app or protocol need new technology, probably first we starting to help them, and then we create initial documentation from that, which is accessible for everybody, and then TON Studio make from that practical solution, which is easy to use by everybody. But anyway, we are working in tandem, where we help on base level, on fundamental level, and then TON Studio make from that, I would say, a receipt for that can be used by anybody. Yeah.
Right.
What's interesting, I like what you, Jack, said also about projects and people should create stories that are interesting to tell. And then in regards, for example, getting coverage at the breaking news on my page, it is just as simple as creating a breaking news. Yeah, and you're very right in that. But then for people that don't know how they can access the support that you guys provide, what would you suggest? Like you've mentioned to send you a DM if they want to on X. Steve and the rest of you guys, I would love to hear also how people can access the support from your side. Steve? You.
So in terms of the TON Foundation support, so the TON Foundation support will now go through Society DAO. So in order to get that support, you're going to need to become part of Society DAO. what that will require you to do is set some key results, the actual result of what you expect to achieve in the next 6 months, create a strategy, detailed strategy on how you're going to achieve that, and propose that as a plan. Now, this will not be an open process at first. This will be a closed process by invitation only, because we want to bring all of the proven, successful, reputable teams within society, within TON community, into Society DAO as the initial members. It will become more and more community-driven and opened over time, but yeah, so that's the way that the foundation is going to provide support to projects, is through Society DAO. By becoming a member, you will then get access to that support. So that's it.
Thank you, Jack. Guys, anyone wants to add anything also about how exactly people could add support from your side? So because from top, from studio?
So I can say we're already in touch with more than 100 projects right now. So just feel free to reach out.
Should they just send you a DM? Should they just send you a DM on X?
Yeah, that's it.
Okay. What about you?
So what we've been doing with TON Space and USDt, this is all open and available to everyone. So there is a list of projects that will be later on in the keynote, and anyone can take advantage of that. We've also got a booth at the front, so please come and approach us at the booth.
Let's go. You want to add something as well?
Well, our first stage to get access to us is STON Studio, because if project will find issue which is not has no yet ready to go solution, STON Studio will came to us, and we all together will help protocol or project to achieve their goals.
Incredible. Steve, anything from your side to add as well?
So I think from the community side, I think we have to really try to create synergy together and talk more and connect more and trust each other more than before. Create a vision around how we can achieve adoption, and then present this to Society DAO. Then you will get this support. And from the Society DAO members, I believe the most valuable thing that we have built over the past years is trust. We have people who are now well respected. We also understand our community much better. So the decision-making process to trust and give this funding to certain projects will be much more shortened. So please reach out, take advantage of this celebration that we have created.
All right, thank you guys for an incredible panel. Guys, could you give them a big round of applause? And that's gonna be it for today from us. Let's get it. Let's put crypto in every pocket, and I'm gonna pass the mic over to Jack.
All right, thank you guys. So that is Inal coming on next. I want to introduce Inal Kardan, who's the managing partner at TON Ventures.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me, guys? How are you doing today? Do you like presentations so far? Really? You don't like presentations? Looks like you don't like. Give me like some noise, please, if you like presentations. Yes, awesome. To continue the vibes of decentralization, I'm going to be your host for the next hour or so. And I'll try to keep it as engaging and fun as possible, as games should be, right? Because obviously we're going to talk about games. And yeah, I'm Inal, partner at TON Ventures, former GameFi lead of TON Foundation, so I know something about games. And first I want to talk how GameFi actually is changing the game. And yeah, first I actually want to ask people in the booth area if you actually hear me The next hour is going to be fun, so please come to the main stage. We'll try to talk, not like in a boring way, but we'll try to talk about like games in a fun way. But yeah, probably my 10 minutes going to be the most boring. But I want to start with a small story. This is a slide from November 2023. I was speaking at a conference called Gamescom Asia in Singapore. And I was showing these numbers there. I was saying, hey, look, there is a Facebook, there is a WeChat, there is VK. All of them have substantial number of users using mini apps there. For Facebook, for example, it was about 12% of monthly active users playing games there. For VK, about 10, and for WeChat, about 30. For Telegram, a year ago, in November 2023, it was just about 1% of users playing games on Telegram. And my point at the conference, when I was talking to developers, was that, hey, look, guys, looks like there is a huge opportunity here. Telegram should be at least same as Facebook, right? Like 12% of people should play games, at least 12% of monthly active users of Telegram. Or if we are lucky, 30% of users will play games on Telegram, same as WeChat. Again, reminding, this is a slide from November 2023. And then, Notcoin happened. Notcoin was announced at the Gateway last year, but yeah, it was launched this year, January 1st. And these are peak numbers of some applications. Notcoin, obviously, they pioneered the whole direction of these like mini apps on Telegram. But then we saw other examples as well. So thanks to Notcoin and to their playbooks. Catizen with 20 million monthly active users at peak, Dogs 52 million, Hamster with 204 million monthly active users at peak. And in July this year, Telegram, in one of their articles in their blog, they said more than 500 million out of Telegram's 950 million users interact with mini apps in July 2024. And according to our numbers, some of it are estimations based on data that we have. Users on Telegram had more than 100 billion unique sessions in mini apps. Can you imagine this number? How big is this number? I'll try to give you an intuition how big is this number. If you multiply the number of unique sessions to the average session length, it's going to be more than 1 billion hours spent on mini apps on Telegram, or 200,000 years. Again, probably this is a bit hard to imagine, right? Some of you can think that this is a picture of typical tap-to-earn player, but it is not. It is actually how people looked 200,000 people years ago. So just to give you an intuition, how much time is this? 200,000 years spent on Telegram in just 1 year, under 1 year, in just like actually 10 months. And the number of users playing games on Telegram grew from 1% compared to the monthly active users to 52 in 8 months. And I'm happy to admit that I was so wrong, because I was expecting 12%. I was expecting maximum 30%. But now, I mean, in July, it was 52. So yeah, okay, we have 500 million users playing using mini apps in July 2024. How they are converted into ton users. Here are some numbers. About 50 million out of 500 received airdrops in 2024. About 30.4 million actually started using blockchain. If we count current number of active wallets on Ton, this is about half of the whole number. So half of the whole active users, financially active users on Ton are brought by games on Telegram. But interestingly, 5.8 million used the open link applications. It means that they not just received airdrop, sold them, and immediately left. It means that they actually look for other applications in the ecosystem. They try other applications in the ecosystem. And they're eager to play more on Telegram. Yes, games definitely drive value to the ecosystem. The average airdrop across 4 major tap-to-earn applications, Notcoin, Catizen, Dogs, and Hamster, was $29 per user. But if we count for all of the users, this is more than $1.5 billion distributed to users in the ecosystem. And definitely, they want to use this money. So there are still a lot of opportunities what you can offer to all of these people. Actually, games were driving not only mini apps, not only Telegram, but different businesses on Telegram as well. For example, the ads market. And I love the story of Adsgram because this was a grantee team back in, I believe, February this year. And now it's a team with more than 50 employees and sponsoring the gateway in less than 6 months. And Adsgram had 1.7 billion impressions and 105 million clicks. In my opinion, these numbers are impressive. And this is just in 6 months. And 105 unique Telegram users seen ads thanks to Adsgram. And obviously millions of dollars of turnover. Another good example of how games affect the Telegram and Ton ecosystem are tasks in games. Estimation of budgets spent for tasks is over $70 million, also in just 10 months. And over 300 million users completed at least one task in all the tap-to-earn applications. But the most common question that I get now is, what's next? What's going to happen with the GameFi next? This is very important, right? First, I want to share this graph. This is Gartner's hype cycle. Probably you have seen this before, right? And obviously, Notcoin was like the trigger. So they were innovators in our ecosystem. The peak of inflated expectations, probably, it was when the Hamster launched, right? And now we are somewhere near the slope of enlightenment. And we still have some job to do to get to the plateau of productivity. This is nothing actually new. This is Gartner's hype cycle. And every hype goes through this cycle. Why do I think that we are near the slope of enlightenment? I want to show this number. Actually, the number there, $52 million, is a bit outdated already. I mean, our designers, they were unable to update it as fast as we need because the number is growing really fast. This is the number of Telegram stars revenue of games. I mean, $60 million of stars were sold to users on Telegram. And this is on the right, you can see the number of withdrawals by mini app developers. And it is constantly growing, as you can see it. So what I'm saying here is probably tap to earn is not that big as it was back in July. But still, games are growing in different forms and different formats. And definitely, they will continue to grow. But what's next exactly? Like what types of games, what types of things should we expect on Telegram? Obviously, mid-core games, because they offer better engagement. Monetization model is a bit different there because they're more about ads and in-app purchases through Telegram stars. But also, they can have more on-chain mechanics. And in 2025, I expect that we will have 5 times higher average revenue per user across all the games on Telegram. Definitely, there are more social games to come on Telegram. Because not only tap to earn, right? We will see other social games. Maybe some of them just going to be ported from other messengers and social apps. Maybe they're going to be completely new for Telegram. But still, here we should expect games with tens of millions of users. And in 2025, I just want to make a bet that more than 10 social games with more than 10 million monthly active users gonna appear on Telegram. And what is very interesting for me as well is gamified DeFi, because memes and games around it can definitely be interesting. And I believe that these type of applications that we start seeing now, they will increase the number of users of Ton DeFi 5 times in 2024. You can say that these numbers are a bit bold. They're a bit too optimistic. But I want to wish myself one thing. I want to be Ron again, as I was Ron at Gamescom Asia back in Singapore. Because I expected just 12, maybe 30% of users of Telegram using mini apps, but it was 52. And I want to be Ron again. And next year at Gateway, I hope that I'm going to say, guys, I am the most Ron person in the Ton ecosystem. Thank you very much. Now, I want to, actually, let's make it a bit fun, right? During the next hour, I'm going to be your host. And I actually want you to cheer everyone who's going to this stage as a rock star. Especially the next person who's going to come to this stage is a true rock star of the whole ecosystem. Because this is going to be the success story of the year. Try to guess, what is that? It's going to be about Notcoin. So please welcome Sasha Plotvinov, founder of Open Builders.
Hey everyone. Happy to see so many people here. Yeah, I hope that this time with Notcoin it will be a bit different, because last time we had zero clue about how exactly things will go out. And basically, 1 year ago when we presented Notcoin here on Gateway, we even have some doubts like, should we include QR code with demo, with beta or not? Yeah, and it turns out that for the last year, Notcoin became a phenomenon, and obviously, you know the story. I just thought, staying behind the stage, that basically, looking into the whole year, it probably affected almost everyone in this audience somehow. This launch and everything that have been changed in the ecosystem after that. I'm really thankful for everyone that basically helped us, participated in many ways, building stuff right now. It's like, I mean, the last year was really, really, really impressive. But don't want to spend more time on the past. So basically what we're doing right now, we are building things as usual. So current stage is the building stage. So in my opinion, after token launch, again, Notcoin is a community token. It doesn't have a particular project or something like that. It's more like a group of people that somehow feel connected around the phenomenon. And from my opinion, there are two main goals that we have as a builders right now. First one is to build more things that are delivering value for the ecosystem. And the second thing is basically to build the community itself. So during the last few months, we've participated in many things. You know that there's a thing we call Not Games. We actually help some games to be launched. We also have many, how to say that, friends, partners who somehow make Notcoiners more happier. Like, for example, with dogs, we've dropped, I don't remember exactly, let's call it 3 million USD to our holders. And in every single game or every single project you see here, they somehow delivered value to the Notcoin and Notcoin community. But the thing is, it's not that structured right now, right? So what we want to do is basically to finally shape this into the form of the mini app and deliver the update that basically will help Notcoin community to navigate through all this stuff. The next thing is basically, it will be more or less gamified, obviously. And we also want newcomers that are coming to Ton, coming to Notcoin because they hear about these things. We want them to play in different games. We want them to grab some achievements within Notcoin. We want them to level up. We want them to kind of boost their profile and eventually, become the core part of the community. And you know that we had squads in Notcoin. We never wanted to drop it off. So right now, in every single game we launch as a publisher, NotPixel, Lost Dogs, and so on. So basically, we integrate squads as well. So it means that when you're playing the games, basically you have your team or community or your, I don't know, maybe you follow influencer or something else. And you basically, what we're going to do is just finally create a home for this, because right now it's just everywhere, but not a single place. This is what we plan to deliver pretty much in November for the Notcoin itself application. But things are going beyond. And actually, what we do right now is working on different stuff with different teams. This particular app is going to become a Telegram earn application when you're tired of tapping stuff and just want to get some portion of tokens in promising projects. You hold Notcoin, you receive tokens. You can think about this like a decentralized launch pool, something like that. Then trade. I think I introduced that in April. It was more like an idea. Right now, it's much more kind of developed thing. So basically, what we want to do is just simplify user experience for trading, make it more text-like, still on-chain, and allowing them to create orders, work with tokens on text level. One more thing. In collaboration with Docs, we're building a thing that's called stickers. So that's something special because you remember the vision that Pavel shared on the token 24/9, right? So the idea is basically to transform stickers in the form of tokenized assets. From our perspective, we have some, ideas of how to do that, and this thing is almost ready. We even argued if we need to release it today for the beta. Not today, maybe in the next couple of weeks. But the good thing is, Docs actually, great example. They have a bunch of characters, bunch of things there. Basically, I don't think that we ever seen that kind of tokenized stickers in any other app. So that would be kind of tremendous for us. Thank you. One more thing that is beyond Notcoin, but still important, is that in Ton ecosystem, there are many, many cases that requires you to use blockchain, obviously. So, for example, when you want to create NFT collection, send it to 100,000 people, when you want to distribute tokens, when you want people to participate in some kind of on-chain activity, or even off-chain, going to, let's say, private community while you're holding something, right? So all these things are usually developed by different projects for a particular case, and unfortunately, there is no really good solutions available for everyone for free. What we wanted to do is to make, the base layer of the tools on the ecosystem open sourced, free, and we are not doing this ourselves. We are going to basically provide grants for builders. We will start with basic things that we need, and we will open source it. We will make it free. So let's see how it will work out. And also, we work with we'll be having contests in Notcoin. Basically, right now, we're inviting game builders into the contest that is lasting till, I don't know exactly the number, but let's say for the next week or so. Most of the projects that we're working with coming from community. So this is the shortcut way to be launched on Notcoin. So as you can see, many, many things that are interconnected somehow contributed to Notcoin. We will continue doing this. Again, Notcoin is more like a community than just a single product. So it's many, many things connected. And it's not about the current community or just current community, only current community, because it's this thing that I just realized recently, like how much time it takes to become a crypto person. I mean, when you really understand how blockchain works, when you really understand how non-custodial stuff works, DeFi, when you understand how memes works, you know, at least on the level that you can at least on the level when you can trust it enough to put your money on chain. In my case, I think it took several years actually, from the moment when I first time touched crypto to the moment when I trusted it enough to basically, you know, use it every day for my life cases. So all the people that came to crypto through Telegram, for Notcoin, for all the apps that appeared recently, all the people, they came like literally several months ago. So despite the fact that TON ecosystem changed significantly during this year, growing from 1 million to 100 million wallets and so on, in my opinion, it's still, we don't see the real impact yet. So the real impact will be in the next or year after year, depends on how smart we are, how quickly we can deliver things, and we just expect that more and more people will trust crypto, and more you know, bigger and bigger communities will become. We work for that actually. And we work on the local communities right now as well, because again, it's a huge number of millions of people. It's just some abstraction, right? So it's statistics. So you cannot truly work with them. But when you create local communities, those that you can have conversation, or those who are active and loyal enough to build things or do some stuff, then it finally starting work. One more thing is that the community it's not just a group of people, right? So it's a group of people with kind of magic. And in real life, it's usually, you can see it when you go with your friends to the trip, you become better friends, or worse, it depends. But still, it's created dynamics. Then when you study, or when you know, following some trend, or when you playing some stuff, or when you going to our McDonald's party yesterday, and this kind of things that bonding people, that was quite fun, actually. So we did the same thing we tried to do our best, basically, to do the same thing in Notcoin, create more experiences, more emotional connection, more stuff with that creates some bonding with people. And same things we support and love in builders and teams and products that we're working with. So with Lost Dogs, when community decided where to go, and every day, it was amazing. With NotPixels right now, online, in life, you can open it and see like thousands, hundreds of thousands of people painting the same canvas, trying to compete with each other and so on. This is just, I mean, this is amazing stuff. We want to continue to do this amazing stuff. And since community created from emotions, from the experience, from things that you share with others on the single topic, the extreme of this is basically art. So this, when you listen together something, or when you see the paintings. So we have something special today. I want to invite Ellen Shadlin to talk about art and games.
Welcome to my world. I'm Alena Shmalko, multimedia artist, exploring the boundaries between digital and virtual and my reality. So I'm participating in international exhibition with a painting, sculpture, video art, and digital works. So it's all equally important in my profession. For 10 years, I'm building my art world in a digital space, creating a universe of ideas together with my audience. And when you're looking at artwork, you're not just receiving the information, you're experiencing special connection between creation and viewer. As you can see, my imagination has many ways to manifest itself. And now I'm ready to give it at home, where you can all be part of it. My story begins with a child finding its tiny soul sprout, growing into a huge tree of new universe. So, because child just believe, And somehow it's made everyone believe it possible. Trees start to grow. As it reached impossible height, birds were born, ones who knew no fear. Kakaranoki, my next big project. Kakaranoki is Japanese name, means soul of tree, and I'm entered the gaming industry, where it's not just a game, it's a space where all my history and meaning of artworks will live. As you're climbing higher in this magical tree, you can find birds, souls, stones came alive. And today, my world become ours. And it's time to bring tree to life. Thank you for your believing.
Yeah, thank you guys. Would love to talk with you and build things. Thanks, Alan. We will experiment and see how it works, but I think it just puts games on the next level. Thank you. Cheers.
Hello, hello. Thank you, Sasha. Thanks for amazing presentation. I actually want to ask you again, guys. Can we show how much appreciation we have to the Open Builders team for everything that they have built? Can we do it? Thank you, guys. Thank you very much. And now we are going to have an amazing, I hope this is going to be an amazing panel about games and GameFi, the current state of tap to earn, and not only tap to earn on Telegram. So we are going to have people from different teams like Gamee, Blum, Yescoin, Dogs, and D-Labs. And yeah, let's give them a round of applause. Can we have them on the stage, please? Looks like we will not have them. Yeah, sorry. Finally. Yeah. Looks like we're going to sit in a different way, but anyways, let me sit here. Just sit under your name. Just sit as it is now. Sorry, no chairs.
Okay. I just stand.
I'm just kidding. Come here. Come here. I'll stand here. We need one more chair, please. Thank you.
This game is called
Finally.
musical chairs, no? This one.
Amazing. Yeah. Thank you guys for making this panel. Let's try to make it as engaging as possible, as everything related to games should be. We have very different angles and perspectives on this panel today. We actually have James from D-Labs. They actually build mid-core games. We have Andreev from Dogs. Essentially, I don't know even how to describe, more like a meme coin or GameFi or tap to earn or play to earn, whatever project. We have Gleb from Blum, which is kind of mix of game and exchange as well. We have Bajena, who is from Gamee, building games on Telegram for over 8 years now. And we have actually Jordan from the Yescoin team. And these are like people from really different sides of GameFi on Telegram. And I want to ask all of you guys, like in a couple sentences, could you please describe what's the state of tap to earn and in general GameFi on Ton and Telegram right now? Can we start with you, Jordan, please?
Sure, thanks, Inal. To put it simple, I will put it as at the iPhone moment compared to the mobile internet stage. If you look at some numbers, they are
around like thousands of dApps, actually more than 400 of them already GameFi project, game project, and I'll say almost like 90% of the use cases right now in Telegram, mini app is still gaming. Yeah, we see you just now you made a very good presentation, from all the stage from play to earn, tap to earn, middle core game, social game, GameFi, DeFi, lots of things we can expect. So yeah, iPhone moment. That's for me.
I would say on the macro level, Telegram is growing because of the innovation, because of the product, because of the importance of privacy and everything around it, and Web3 and crypto comes with it. So on the macro trend, the stage of tap to earn, like we're in the middle of a big push of growth. On the micro level, though, something that comes in fashion as well, these are trends that have shorter span, almost like seasonal, and they swap. And every time you're in the middle of a small trend, you see headlines like everybody's crazy about it. And we just had one micro trend that was called tap to earn. But if you look really at the essence, what made this macro trend so crazy was easy to participate and also a little bit speculative. Which project is going to be the best tap to earn, and like which one is going to go which direction. So in this way, this type of game has ended. So there will be another season of a different game which may have the same rules, easy to participate, maybe a little bit speculative nature. But we're still part of the bigger macro trend of Telegram as a playground where this is possible because of the product, the tools, and everything around it, the context, the users are there. So the long wave, we're on it. We're on a long wave. There are like smaller fashion trends that have one has just ended, I would say.
Thank you.
I think that tap to earn actually it was just the first step in terms of onboarding new masses of users to crypto. And actually like Notcoin, Dogs, and other tap to earn projects, they showed that it can be really easy to get into crypto, right? And actually, this is the mass adoption that we were talking about for years. Because, for example, my friends with whom I was raised as a kid, in the school, they were not into crypto, right? But they started to tap, like hamster and some other tap-to-earn games, right? So but we also should understand that that's just the first step, right? Most likely users, they will have demand on more sophisticated products, right? So that's why I think that there will be definitely more, gaming projects in Telegram, right, and on Ton, and there will be more like DeFi and other like more complicated, infrastructure projects. That's why, for example, we are building like trading infrastructure within Telegram because we understand that, this is like overall the future of Ton and Telegram, right? And tap to earn, it was like a very important step, but yeah, probably it's, I would say, more or less over these days.
So in your opinion, tap to earn was just an acquisition channel for something else. It is not sustainable at all. Did I get it right? It's just an acquisition channel. Like the whole tap to earn thing is just an acquisition.
It's actually, one of the best acquisition tools these days.
So, but do actually users know that they're just acquired to something different, or do they think that tap to earn is like a whole narrative like itself, in your opinion?
I actually think it's a product by itself. It can result to be an acquisition channel for something else, but the activity itself, the tap to earn, is a product, the same way as token can be a product. And there is a narrative and there is a community around it. So I think tap to earn is a product that got into fashion.
Okay, makes sense. So yeah, Andrei, word to you.
I think that tap to earn industry in Telegram is just starting a journey. It will evolve, it will change, because a lot of users are new to all crypto mini games, whatever, and users will understand what they want. Projects will try to understand it before other projects, and the whole ecosystem will change and evolve in something.
Got it.
I think it's time for mid-core games. I don't mean the tap-to-earn and casual games, hyper-casual games will fade in the Telegram platform, but I have seen the Kakao Chat app and WeChat and Line, they all start with a very simple hyper-casual and casual games, and they gradually evolve into real gamers games, sophisticated games, or mid-core games. So what I see in the future, the Telegram as a game distribution platform is just the beginning. So next year, we're going to see huge emerge of mid-core games, sophisticated games. So D-Lab's going to launch 4 mid-core games on Telegram, which with a strong global IP and already proven game loop and gameplay. That's what I see in the future of Telegram.
But we talk about mid-core games for like months already. Why none of you guys has already developed a mid-core game? What's the problem here? Is there's not enough motivation? Like, I mean, hyper-casual games still work really well, or what's the problem in your opinion?
I think in our case, looking at the audience and how they engage with content on Telegram, we have seen a strength at a lot of people at light engagement at scale. So the jump to mid-core games is a big one. It's completely even different profile of audience. So if you're looking at 10 million, 20 million, 50 million, these are not mid-core gamers most likely. So you would be looking at a funnel, and maybe there is a step in between. So maybe something like hybrid casual games, or in our cases, we're looking into social casino category, which is still like easy to participate, light to engage, but goes more into mechanics, reward, social. So there is a step in between in my point of view. So some games or some companies might jump into mid-core, but they will look at different layers of monetization, and they will not look at acquiring 30 million users to start with, because the funnel and the engagement of users is just different.
Got it. My next question is probably going to Blum and Yescoin, because many people already say that this tap-to-earn hype has gone. But you guys still didn't have your token generation events, you still didn't have your tokens. So is it a kind of problem for you guys? Do you see any challenges or obstacles here? Or maybe you're happy that this hype is definitely going down right now?
I don't think there is kind of problem here, right? So I would say that for us, from the day one, we understood we have very clear vision what we build and what we are doing, right? Because let's be honest, the majority of tap-to-earn projects, they just launch this very simple, mechanic, right? And then later on, they just launch token, and most likely the project is over, right? I think that a lot of projects, unfortunately, they don't have very clear long-term vision, right? For us, from the day one, we started to build trading infrastructure, right? So that's our final goal, right? So that's why we understand that tap-to-earn, it's just some part of what we are doing, right? It's just helping our users, to have more, I would say, engaging and in funny way of farming points, right? And get some airdrops that we were doing also more than actually more than 5 projects that we did airdrop already, right? So yeah, so that's why I feel there are so many talks about launching tokens for those mini apps within Telegram, but our goal, and I think that's not only from Blum's side, but from the whole TON blockchain ecosystem, our goal should be to make users use these mini apps because those mini apps deliver some value to users, not just like because they will be token or something like that.
So I would say you just raised quite a lot of questions. I think it's pretty much related to each other. Why we didn't build up the mid-core game, and how is the future of the tap to earn, and what is from the I will separate the TG part. All right, so I'll try to answer the first one. The tap to earn is a hypo casual game. It's gonna be the end of the game, right? I will say. We have to look at things into this kind of first principle. We never touch, why there is a tap to earn, because there are many. I think it's a natural, selection, and it's a very natural evolution. And because of the infrastructure, back to like 6 months ago compared to even now today, totally different, right? When we look at Axie Infinity, the build on Ronnie is, I think it's, in terms of blockchain itself, performance, capacity, it's out of top 100. Right now, TON, they just showed the, TON core team just showed the numbers, right? Top 6, even surpassed, Solana. So totally different world already. And yes, I will say I agree that tap to earn serve as a very good channel for the user acquisition. But I think the builder itself didn't actually build this with this kind of motivation. Say, how I'm gonna build a tap to earn even from hamster Notcoin, right? To use for the user acquisition. It's just naturally match the user profile. And it's a very good PMF, product market fit. So, and I will say every builder, will have a long-term vision. There is a TGE builder and there is a long-term builder. For Yescoin, I advise them on a daily basis. I think they play a very long-term game. TGE is going to be a very a small part of the whole long journey of the building, and they have a very long-term play. Membership-based business model, on-chain, off-chain, online, offline. There are lots of things we can play. Okay. So I'll stop there.
Yeah. While you are guys on the stage, and I caught you here, and the whole TON ecosystem is listening, when TGEs, guys?
It's all about one word, timing.
Okay.
Yes.
Not soon. I got it. Thanks for mentioning actually play to earn. I have a very weird question now. We have like about 2 minutes. Can you guys convince me that tap to earn is not going to die the same way as play to earn actually died? Because it blew up like 4 years ago, right? The whole play to earn narrative. And where is play to earn now? Like as a narrative in general. It's nowhere, right? Do you have any arguments to convince me that tap to earn is not going the same way? 2 minutes. Yeah, I'm listening.
I'll start right first.
Go ahead.
Number one, infrastructure. totally timing. Okay. I'll always put timing as a first priority for any builder. So totally different timing. The environment, the market sentiment is totally different. Infrastructure, totally different. As I mentioned, right? Ronnie versus TON, totally different. A monster already. And what is more, actually, step and plant earn specifically referring to like Axie Infinity, right? They are just a small. I will not say start with a small studio, but right now tap to earn is the whole TON ecosystem. I think if we want to do peer-to-peer comparison, totally different things already. Thank you.
I'd say if we accept the idea that tap to earn is a product in a way, it's a type of a game, it's not going to die. Especially if you look at Play Store, App Store, there are tapping games that make absolutely zero reward, incentive, nothing. It's just a behavior people engage into. So the tapping, the simple to participate type of games, even idle games, are super popular. How it was packaged at the peak of interest in tap to earn, maybe it will be packaged in a different way. But the easy to participate kind of tapping, swiping, simple engagement with some level of competition or speculative element, it's about to stay. So that is definitely an area where people can build new products and innovate around it, because that's an existing behavior we as humans engage with. even without a reward.
I cannot say that I'm fully convinced, but okay, guys, we don't have more time.
Not convinced.
Yeah, don't have enough time.
Guys,
so
you have to chip in.
I hope you'll convince your communities, guys, that this is going to last like quite long. So yeah, I actually have a question for Bojana. Or Gleb, you want to say something?
It's okay.
Okay. As we can see right now, you've been building games for like quite a long time, right? But when you actually added mechanics close to tap to earn or do something to earn, you've seen like a huge growth. Now, after TGE, it's slowly going down. So what's your vision? Like, what should be done to actually overcome this? I don't want to call it a crisis, but like a trend which is going down. What should be done, in your opinion?
I think it's kind of natural when you have a concentrated attention, it always peaks. And then it goes somehow to a level that you hope to be sustainable. So when I look at our long-term data, we have data of people playing for 8 years since 2016. And there have always been peaks of attention. So you would look at our chart of DAUs starting from 2016, now tap to earn, and you would see peaks, and then you would see the audience coming back to a level that's higher than before, which has repeated over time many times. So usually the peaks were with the growth of Telegram, when there was something happening around the world that made people go and download Telegram. It was usually oppressive regimes blocking other messaging apps. People would come to Telegram in large masses. We would see peaks. Some other peaks were driven by virality. So big groups sharing our games, and it always comes back to some kind of sustainable level, and it's on the product to make people stay or come back for more. So this summer peak of tap to earn, if you look at the data, is in a similar level. Yes, after the peak, the audience goes down, but it's higher than it was before, which is what matters. Now it's on the product team to do something with the audience, to offer something engaging, and of course capture the next wave, because you want to capture the next peak as well, right? So it's a constant watching of the horizon, but also product-led growth. It's not only chasing the trends, but having the product ready so you can actually offer something for people to come back, monetize, reinvest. Just the hard work.
Got it. Thank you. Question to Andreev. Actually, calling dogs like a tap turn is a bit incorrect. This is more like a meme coin, and a very interesting way to launch a meme coin, right? But do you see, like, I mean, nobody expects a utility from meme coin usually, right? So maybe you don't have the same problem as other like tap to earn projects have. But do you see any challenges right now for you in the Telegram ecosystem, in TON, I mean, in general?
So yeah, we were not exactly tap to earn. We did some tapping, but no one earned anything. We burned something, which was fun. I would say the challenging thing is to stay interesting to the community. Engage community, do something fun, do something, I don't know, crazy maybe, sometimes good. And yeah, by the way, join our treasure hunt, which we're doing now. Huge engagement from the community. I think for many projects, there is, after TGE and after this like huge rise, the main thing is to think from the user perspective and try to understand what am I offering. It shouldn't be necessarily the utility, but how we build the community, how we engage the community. We came from the community, we are part of the community, we just need to help them engage and communicate.
Got it. And question to James, like you recently announced that you have started building mid-core games, that started shipping them to Telegram with TON integration. So why TON, why Telegram? Can you like briefly tell us what's the reasoning behind it?
That's a really good question. When we look at the 8 years of Web3 gaming history, since the CryptoKitty 2017, thousands of Web3 games being developed and launched, and more than $6 billion invested in Web3 gaming. And what's the status right now? We have, what's the adoption? It's less than 10 million. So 20 million maximum out of 3.3 billion global gamers. But Telegram have 950 million users. This is a beautiful distribution platform for the Web3 gaming. I think it's a turning point of Web3 gaming history because we've been failed, the mass adoption, all the narratives, no user mass adoption, just less than 1%. But Telegram is not only a distribution platform, but also engagement platform. It's a Google Play plus WhatsApp. I mean, that's even better. So this is the place the revolution of Web3 gaming is coming. Because I've been seeing Kakao, WeChat, and Line chat app, how they adopt mass into the gaming. So that's why I came into the Telegram and started the all AAA games. And what I see is there must be more than 1/3 of gamers in Telegram, which means more than 300 million gamers here, and all different spectrums. They like a Tap to Earn, hyper casual, they like a casual, and they like a mid-core. Mid-core is easy to start, hard to master. And hardcore games, I'm pretty doubtful because it's H5. You cannot have FPS or Call of Duty kind of things on Telegram. But I think RPG or survival IOs, all these sophisticated games will be the future of Telegram. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. And my last question, I will ask you to answer not more than literally 5 words. Like, what are the expectations of 2025 in terms of tap to earn? 5 words. Yeah, you can start with you. Yeah, Mike, please.
I'll list 2 actually. Be helpful and be engagement.
I would like to see more collaboration between ecosystem, as I think that our company is on couple, Ethereum, Polygon, Ton. These are isolated containers almost. So more collab, the space is not big enough for us to stay in one.
I would say definitely more evolution. So we already see more and more traditional Web3 companies coming into Ton blockchain and Telegram ecosystem.
Thanks.
I think that companies from Web2 world coming to Web3 world through Telegram and Ton.
I want to see more collaboration with Tap to Earn, meme coin with the mid-core games.
Yeah, makes sense.
You.
Thank you very much. Thank you to our amazing panelists. I hope it was at least interesting, even if it's not very fun. And yeah, you can find all of our speakers here, panelists, at the conference, and you can ask them your maybe sometimes weird but interesting questions. So thank you guys. Thank you very much. And now, to continue our conversation about games and actually how games are generally shaping the Telegram and Ton ecosystem, I want to actually invite to this stage Tim Wong, who is the chairman of Catizen Foundation, and he's going to talk about Ton. He's going to talk about, obviously, games and how to revolutionize GameFi with very nice gaming experiences from platforms like WeChat. So yeah, please give a round of applause to Tim.
Hi, everyone. Tim from Catizen here. Happy and honored today to speak on behalf of the whole Catizen team. I'm going to take 10 to 15 minutes to bring you through what we did with Catizen, the transformation that we had made for Catizen from a single game product to an app platform, an app center, and also what's our future plan for the token for building a Catizen ecosystem. And also, before I finish off today's presentation, I'm going to give you a few thoughts about why we think Ton is the future of Web3 gaming. So let's get started. Catizen, as many of you will well know, was a simple play-to-earn game published and launched in March earlier this year. Between its launch and our TG last month, we have amassed over 40 million users on TG and Tong. But that's not the end of the story. We have successfully since then transformed the single game Catizen to an app platform, currently featuring not just games, but also trading applications. Our in-game goal is to build one of the biggest Web3 consumer-grade application centers on TG and Tong. So there are a few key elements of success in play here. The application, i.e. the content, the user growth, the cash flow, the revenue, and also on the center of it, all the Cati token that we have. So what do we do about excelling in application? Our team comes from a really strong Web2 background, have all the connections and experience in Web2 contents. So we are hardly ever short of high quality applications to bring on board to our app center. And the pace and the frequency of bringing new applications to our new app center, we intend to bring 2 to 3 popular major titles into our ecosystem per quarter. So we'll be looking at 8 to 10 popular titles, trying to duplicate the Catizen success that we had, and certain portion of that project will go through to TGE. So essentially, the whole app center will become, you can imagine, like a launch pad kind of thing. You incubate, you bring on board new applications, and then we'll create and execute certain TGE for new projects, not just in gaming sector, and also in, for example, vanilla finance, which is a trading bot. So once you have all the application supply, high quality application done in place, we would utilize all the user growth experience that we had when we worked with Catizen and empower all these new projects, which I'm going to go into a bit more details later. And when you have applications and users in place, that converts to really strong Web2 cash flow, which is what really stands us out from most of the Web3 projects. For Catizen alone, we generate over $30 million in revenue in 6 months, and we continue to see strong figures in the new projects that we rolled out. So with these 3 factors in place, and with all the methodologies to work them out, we are creating this growth flywheel where we are in the process of spinning it faster, and essentially empowering the Cati token at the end. So we will, as I said, we are going to cover consumer-grade products, including short drama, e-commerce, and also AI applications in the future. So maximizing the utility scenario for the Cati token. So how does this mini app model works out, and why is it different from other Web3 projects that you see out there? And how does it come about empowering the Cati token and also achieving ecosystem growth? So first of all, we have a great rebate and referral system where we estimate live for 2 months, and we have distributed over $300,000 in rebates to users. It works in a way that when you refer new users to our ecosystem, 10% of the IAP of the new user goes back to you in cryptocurrency and settled in real time. And we are still seeing promising daily rebate of over $5,000 per day. Mind you that these figures are only for 2 months, so we will expect over the course of next year, on a full year scale, the rebate figure is going to be well over $1 million. And here is some figures that says a lot about the bargaining power and the value capture function of the Cati token. This is what you would normally see on a centralized exchange like Binance. You have launch pool, you have the earn pool, and then you also have some job events. For the launch pool, which is ongoing as we speak, we collaborate with Circuit, a layer 2 CK rollout project, backed by some of the best capitals in the crypto world, including Binance Labs. There's a reward pool of up to $1.5 million. And then users in our ecosystem can stake their Cati or their highest level Cat to get that reward. over the course of 7 days, I think. And then the mail job is normally related to directing our users to complete certain tasks and get reward in airdrop of other project token. And the last collaboration was with Hashkey Exchange, where there's a reward pool of $2 million. Users just have to complete a KYC, open a new account, HSK, and then they get the Hashkey token in return. And for the mail earn event, it's similar to what you will see on exchanges. It's normally targeted for tokens that are already listed and they're actively trading. We had a collaboration during our TGE time with some of the major exchanges where you can stake Cati to earn exchange platform tokens, which is rarely seen because it's a new project token, and some would say that the project token like ours have no utility at all and no bargaining power. So I think all this speaks a lot about what we have done and the underlying value of the Catizen ecosystem and Cati token. We actually have a few more projects lined up for launch pool already in the future. So we are going to see dozens of launch pool going forward, at least 1 to 2 such kind of earn event next year. And we are expecting tens of millions of US dollars in terms of value capture events next year to Catizen ecosystem. And here I want to address on the next 2 projects. They are going to have their TGE in the near future. We are going to duplicate Catizen's success, as I said, in these new projects. The first project, Bombi, is a kill zombie, get Bombi kind of combat game. There's a PvE and PvP element needed. You open chests, you get new equipment, level up your characters, level up your skills. Great metrics. We have seen over 4 million users join Bombi since its launch. And also, it has generated over $3.5 million US over the course of 2 months. So we would be expecting over $10 million US in revenue before TGE. And also, the tokenomics is more going to be a meme coin kind of style. 70% of the token will be airdropped to the user at TGE with no vesting at all. The second application that I want to introduce here is Vanilla Finance, named by Binance in the latest MVP program. A really promising and unique application. It's a crypto option trading application where you can own one Bitcoin with $10. You can long or short mainstream cryptos in 10 minutes intervals, including BTH, ETH, BNB, and also Cati. Also, promising metrics, over 4 million users already since its launch. So these are to showcase that our team is really good at carrying on the Catizen success into new projects in our app center and ecosystem. And to back my statement by some actual figures, normally projects dies off after TGE. There's no utility. The TVL drops significantly. Also, the revenue drops significantly if there is any to begin with. So what we have observed after the Cati TGE is a triple in revenue generated for these 2 major projects that I just talked about, and it's hit almost $1 million US in a week. And mind you, again, these are done and achieved without much marketing and PR resources into these 2 products because we were focusing more resources on the Cati TGE event. So really promising. I think it's clear evident that our user has transferred from the Catizen, the single game, to the whole ecosystem. And we will continue to do that in the new projects. So coming back to how we empower the Cati token. So with all the capability that I have just talked about, we are able to generate great cash flow. And the Catizen Foundation will be able to share a fair portion of that revenue for buyback, burned, and destroy of the Cati token. And by projection, we will be seeing tens of millions of Cati tokens being destroyed and burned every year. So a quick wrap up on why we think it's possible. Again, on the top right, you can see we have great supply of high quality applications lined up to deploy to be published on our application center. And also with short jump and e-commerce, extremely successful, proven in Web2 world, we believe you'll achieve at least the same level of success on Telegram and Tong. So super confident about the revenue it's going to generate, the utility use case scenario for Caddy token in our ecosystem. And of course, we have the seasonal airdrop to keep users continuously engaged on a quarterly basis. And finally, before I finish off, I just want to give my thought on why we are so bullish on Tong, why we keep building on Tong. So these are two factors that everyone talks about, everyone knows. Gigantic user base, close to 1 billion probably as we speak. And it is a unified TG traffic entrance, great user experience. Two-step when you click on TG and then you go to the application center and go into your apps. Great for user retention and also sharing some of your application results. There's an inherent social element there. But there's one thing I want to mention that is rarely talked about. So on TG, you have this concentrated gaming community, and then you can bombard them and keep rolling out gaming application, new application on them. And this group of users will get educated, just like when they go through the tip to earn the hype this year. They get educated, they get mature, they get evolved, and eventually, you're going to get this diverse spectrum of user on TG that's perfect for any type of builder, not just games, any type of builder to deploy your application from. Just imagine if you have the Steam gaming population on TG, it will unlock so much more potential on the TG gaming community. So that will be all for my sharing today. Thank you all for listening. Please try and get onto our Catizen ecosystem. It's great. A lot of reward was waiting for you. Thank you. That's it.
Thank you, team. Thank you very much. It is great to know how Catizen is actually reshaping GameFi on Ton. Now, I want to invite to this stage a true innovator of the whole gaming landscape. This guy, this person actually was predicting that Telegram game is going to be really big years ago, and he was betting a lot on the Telegram as the main distribution channel. And it's an honor for me to invite to this stage Yatsui, the CEO and chairman of Animoca Brands.
Thank you. Thank you so much. All right. So I only have a brief moment to tell you a little bit about how we think about the space. And I know all of you are builders and developers in the Ton ecosystem. So hopefully some of this can help you build better with Ton. All right. So very quickly, just talking again very briefly, what is Web3 all about? It's about the web of ownership. We know that already. But when you think about what it is that you actually own, the token is a representation of what exactly? It's a representation of a network effect. Whether this is Ton as a token itself, or whether this is you launching tokens on Ton, you're building network effects that have both utility in the application use case, maybe like a game, but also specifically in the financial side. Never before until Web3 did we have a way in which we had these two systems integrate together and join in these network effects. And just to give you an idea of why these network effects are so valuable, basically in Web2, the most valuable thing for these companies, whether it's Apple, Facebook, Google, is access to their network effects. And even for games, let's say like a Fortnite or a PUBG, for instance, actually when you join that system as a player, you're joining their network effect, and that's actually where all the value sits. But in Web3, what's interesting about sort of network tokens and network economies is that they're co-joined with each other. So in Web2, for instance, if Apple was to grow even bigger, that's not good news for the rest of the ecosystem. But in Web3, when actually one token ecosystem grows, it benefits everything in the ecosystem. So for instance, in the Ton example of Ton, if Ton does well, not only does everything in the Ton ecosystem improve, but actually also broadly in Web3, other tokens will do well as well. And also when certain projects inside the Ton ecosystem, maybe it could be Hamster Combat or Catizen or whatever it is, when these tokens become more powerful, more valuable, have bigger networks, you can access them because of the permissionless nature of the blockchain. That means you can always avail yourself to these network effects, so you can take advantage of that. Right? That's one of the superpowers of Web3. Now, it's very important though, and I think we see this a lot in our portfolio, to think about what makes a network valuable, what makes essentially a token ecosystem valuable. And it is about the strength generated from each connection. So in other words, Often it starts off, you as a project generator might say, okay, I'm making a game, I'm making a product, I'm trying to deliver value to my users. That's a starting point. But at the end of the day, you want to join a network because of the value that the network itself provides, not specifically just a company. That's kind of the kickoff. So for instance, think about it for Ton. Are you joining Ton? Maybe you join Ton because you want to avail yourself to the network effects of what Telegram can offer. That would be stage one. But going forward, you probably want to access the network because of other developers, other applications, other services, other wallets. And that's actually why you join it. And with certain more mature ecosystems, say like Ethereum, you're not joining Ethereum because of Vitalik. You're joining it because there's many other DeFi protocols, many other systems in place. In other words, you're joining because of the strength of that network. So when you're thinking about developing basically your project, think about how you create these better network connections. And this you see in multiplayer games, you see this basically in social networks all over. Now, a few things to distinguish, and we see this a lot when we look at parameters and numbers, which is that viral effects are not network effects. So you can avail yourself to the access of the growth of users and grow really fast, but they do not produce a network effect. They help you get users that then can potentially be a network effect. So bringing in customers is great, but you need customers to talk to each other. You need them to build a network. So that's kind of one important factor to think about. Just users alone is not enough. How do they come together? How do they create a community, as we like to say in Web3, to build these networks? The other thing is that there are different types of network effects, right? And so obviously the classic form of network effect, that the old type of, Sarnoff's law, is basically one where it's had a hub and spoke model where, you're creating all the value and others have access to that as a classic network effect. That's not a very powerful network effect, right? But, you may already heard of Metcalfe's law. That's probably the more famous one. But of course, Reed's law is a more relevant example of actually how you build network effects within a blockchain ecosystem, because it's possible that within that network, some of the actual other token ecosystems you're building might even be bigger than the L1 or L2 that you're building on top of, as an example. But as a result, will build more value broadly in that ecosystem. In other words, for this Reed's law network effect to take place, you're hoping actually that your application will be successful, which will then grow the value of the entire network, which is basically what network effects is all about. And so empowering your users in your network to build more network effects is actually how you should be thinking about building, whether it's a protocol, a game, an application, whatsoever. Now, I want to cover this topic because right now the NFT ecosystem in Ton isn't yet that mature in comparison to things like Ethereum or Solana. But I think it's important to look at, when you think of meme coins or game tokens, actually we think of them as very much in the same category. So to us, meme coins and NFTs are actually the same thing. They just play in different spectrums. And I'll sort of give you an illustration, for all the people who have been doing NFTs back in 2020, 21, 22, they actually launched tokens from their NFT collections to broaden their audiences, right? Basically making their cultural capital more economic. But right now what you're seeing, many of the meme coin communities are doing the opposite, right? They're actually starting economic, they grow basically their memes and their basically token economies, and now they're issuing NFTs basically to distinguish their customer base based on cultural, symbolic, and social value as well. So on that note, I think I just wanted to point out that as you're thinking about deepening essentially the network effect that you have within your application, which could be a game, could be a product, could be a service, think about where it sits between the cycle of capital. So we think cultural capital is the most important type of capital that you can have in the world, because that's actually where we sink most of our money in. When you think about basically value, let's say call it if you have like 1 million tokens of one thing, what's the difference between someone who has 1 million, 2 million, or 3 million tokens of the same thing? It starts to not be as distinguished as basically having a cultural asset. In the real world, we have things like fast cars, or the kind of houses we like to live in, or maybe the fashion that we wear. That's actually cultural and symbolic capital. So right now, tokens represent very much social and economic type of capital, right? With a little bit of culture and symbolic, and NFTs are much more cultural and symbolic. And we think over time, actually, the cultural and symbolic capital will be much more valuable, which you'll see when you're launching in your game projects. Think about how you basically enhance that with the use of NFTs, also within, of course, the Ton ecosystem. Now, one of the big elements around why Web3 is so valuable and so powerful is that value is shared across the entire ecosystem. Many of you have either benefited as a user or someone who launched a project to basically get customers from that. were in the form of these things known as airdrops, right? And of course, this doesn't count numbers for 24, but over the last 3 years, not including this year, of which many of them, of course, were in the TON ecosystem, something like over close to $22 billion of so-called airdrop free money was actually delivered to users for building value in the network. And of course, with the TON ecosystem, you've seen actually lots of value being generated essentially in the form of these airdrops. But first, what is airdrops? Airdrops is actually a way in which you basically simply do the inverse of marketing. You're paying the user, instead of paying the platform, like an Apple or a Google, to gain their attention so they create value to build network effects in your service, product, or whatever, right? And so the important thing is making sure that the people who are coming into the network are actually delivering true value, which at the moment sometimes is a problem because we have things like this. And I think this is a global problem. It's not just in the TON ecosystem, which is Sybil attacks is everywhere. I mean, when you look at, for instance, the number of people that are farming tokens, things like whether it's in play to earn, the first generation, or tap to earn, this is the first phase, but you have to make sure that the players that are coming into your ecosystem are actual real players, or actual real users that actually are delivering value. And you see ways in which people are constantly farming this, and that's a bit of a problem. So how do we solve this, and how do you as a project solve this in a way, because you want to build powerful networks. If 70 or 80% of your audience is bots farming your token, then you don't have a network. You don't have a network effect, and therefore the value of your ecosystem that you're trying to build won't be as powerful. And so one way to do this, and there's multiple ways, people are doing proof of humanity and so on, is actually to build basically something around determining reputation. And this is where on-chain becomes very powerful. We're doing this with Mocha ID, but you can also figure out your own ways to do this because you can actually measure through on-chain activity what a user is doing. Very simple determination of this would be, once you receive a token, what do you do with it? Do you sell it on day one, or do you actually do something with it? Are you staking it, or are you using it? And then from that attribution, give it some kind of credibility, some reputation that then says you deserve more, or you deserve less, or maybe you deserve nothing. And that's actually what we need, because this is what the real world is like. In real life, we deal with people with reputation. I have an introduction from you or you because I know and trust you, and then I can do business with you. But if everyone is always anonymous and nobody knows anyone based on no reputation, actually you have these kind of problems with Sybil attacks. And so one way to do this, what we're doing is, through all of our portfolios, we're attesting reputation with Mocha ID. And then basically that reputation can then be used as a score to determine whether the user has a good reputation or bad reputation, which then we think will help strengthen the network effects. And I think everyone in here can think about how you create better determination, not just showing that you're human. I'll give you an example. When we did airdrops, or basically whitelists, actually what we did was we had to have people do KYC, and then it turns out that these KYC wallets were actually sold to some other people that basically started airdrop farming for like just a couple of bucks. So that's a problem that simply KYC AML will not solve, right? So again, you need a reputation layer. So I'll close with this thought. And what are we doing in Web3? Web3 gaming, Web3 platforms, TON ecosystem, it's all about building economies. And there is one thing that is always a steadfast truth in all growing economies. The higher the trust, the higher the GDP per capita. Every country that has a high level of trust has a good economy. And we need to build a higher level of trust in our ecosystems. We can't have these Sybil attacks. We need to build better reputation, better trust systems in our ecosystem so that we can have better economies and better business for all in the ecosystems that we build. Thank you very much.
What's up, what's up? We are now changing the host. And I'm happy to be here. My name is Vlad. I'm a DeFi lead at TON Foundation. Actually, I am a crypto enthusiast, and I'm personally able to calculate impermanent loss on a napkin. But this speech not about me. This speech about Tether, the USDt. And from my point of view, when I see my Telegram in the morning and see the message from the bot, another 1 billion minted from the USDt, that's really warm me. I put in all of the longs and feel better whole day. So, I would love to introduce our next speaker, Alessandro Giori.
Warm? Woo, woo. How's it going, guys? Thank you, thank you. Let me see. Oh, that's That's what it is. USDT on TON. All right, first thing I think is going to be the easy part. Like, who am I? My name is Alessandro. I'm the Senior Strategic Partnership Manager at Tether. I'm Italian. As you can hear from my accent, that's why I have a microphone, so I don't move my hands around a lot. So, Tether and TON, what's the relationship here? Like, Tether focus on the emerging markets. Probably a lot of you are following my boss, Paolo Ardoino, and he's talking a lot about emerging markets like Brazil, Argentina, Turkey. And we have 400 million users around the world. So TON is like focusing on the same subject. They are, on the way for 1 billion users. And so it's like a kind of a match made in heaven. So here's some stories. Like, we launched on April 24. In 6 months, we reached 1 billion USDt on the TON chain. What does it mean? That TON has been the fastest adopted, for Tether, in the history. Like, we've been around for 10 years. So some metrics here. So 160,000 transactions per day with 7.6 million wallets, right? And Tether, as I was saying, is focused a lot on the emerging markets. You see Latam, Africa, and Asia. I don't know if anyone here watched the Tether documentary came out like a couple of weeks ago. We are focusing, for example, on Turkey, Argentina, and Brazil. In Turkey, they have an inflation of 80%. So where people is going to protect their value, right? So you work one day, and the next day your money is worth way less. They save in USDT. So actually Tether is giving the possibility to the fishermen in Turkey, as well to the guy that sell baklava, to the guy in Argentina that actually sell meat, to save in a currency that is currently more stable than the local economy, right? TON is used in all these jurisdictions heavily. So here it is the connection. We have 100 and more platforms right now that are using the Tether TON, from big names, but as well as really local companies. If you see CoinDSC in India, CoinsPH, and so on. And this is a big announcement because for a long time people use Fireblocks, but wasn't possible to have USDT TON on Fireblocks. So I don't know if anyone is from South America. I know Fireblocks is used a lot in South America. But what does it mean? That a lot of people can use USDT on TON on Fireblocks, but it means as well that all the companies that are using Fireblocks are now entering the ecosystem that we said before. So more and more people are using USDT on TON for whatever they need, everyday needs, right? And going back to what we are doing as education, we partner with TON as a Tether because we are trying to educate people all around the world on what a stablecoin is, right, and what a blockchain is. So this is a project we've done with 9 universities in Africa. At Tether, we have a new team. It's called Expansion Manager. So we have people all around the world focusing on education. It's led by a great guy. His name is Marco Dallago. If you see him around, please shake hands. So doing a lot of work on education and, connectivity, for day-to-day really use case. Because a lot of people in these markets, they don't have a bank account. It's not because, they don't want to. It's just they are accepted by the bank. We have 3 billion people around the world that don't make enough money for actually the bank to have them as a customer. That's where USDT come in, And with TON, you have 5-second, block, you have scalability, but also you have, as I mentioned before, a lot of people that are using Telegram, right? And this is the last thing. I'm sure you heard that we announced a joint venture with Finnish Group and Green Acre to launch a DRAM stablecoin made by Tether. So I'm happy to say to you today that we are gonna do a Tether dirham stablecoin on TON, and please stay tuned, and follow us on the usual social media, and let's do it, guys. Thank you very much. Now it's gonna be Oleg.
Thank you so much. Yeah, with the USDt, that's for me impressive opportunity, because without the USDt, we cannot buy any flat in Dubai. We cannot do nothing. We cannot buy our cars. We cannot hedge in stable coins. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Maybe you can soon. Who knows?
So the next one speaker, the CEO of TON apps, Oleg Andreev, and he gonna elaborate on gasless and seamless payments. Welcome to the stage.
Thank you. Good afternoon. 3 years ago, I joined this community and co-founded TONkeeper with a single purpose: to bring economic freedom to masses using the most sophisticated decentralized technology available. And TON is incredible. It allows you to do so much, but to actually make an impact at a global scale, you need to focus on something that applies to everyone, everywhere. So today we're talking about payments. And to start, I'll show you 2 open standards on which we build. Last year, we announced Wallet Standard version 5, the new protocol for wallets that the TONkeeper team was working on. And this year, with the help of the entire community, we launched it to everyone, and it was widely adopted by all the wallets and is running live for the last half a year. The second technology is mintless. Everyone loves tokens, and mintless finally allows you to unleash your tokens to millions of users at almost zero cost and 0 clicks. That's a fundamental thing that allowed us to launch hamster tokens at a huge scale with a fraction of a cost. These 2 technologies came just in time for the explosive growth in the ecosystem. We've seen ourselves an incredible 38 million monthly active users in TONkeeper, unimaginable number for non-custodial wallets in any blockchain before this year. So how do we greet these new people? We greet them with the excellent products and experience. Number one thing that we launched is the innovative battery product. What is it? Battery is a small off-chain account to pay fees for your blockchain transactions. Why do you need it? So you receive an NFT, or you're new to TON, you want to play the game, you need TONs to pay the gas fees. The fees are low, but they're standing in the way. You have to go and buy TONs somewhere. You have to become a crypto investor suddenly. That's a tall order. So with Battery, with just one click, with a built-in payment method, you can get on board and enjoy the entire TON ecosystem with no delay. Second thing is the payments. So number one use case is the payments. And Battery is great, but we have something even better. The underlying technology for paying the fees allows us to build the gasless support. Gasless allows you to do literally nothing. You receive USDt, you send USDt, that's it. No extra clicks, nothing. The fee is paid with a fraction of the token itself. And this feature is available for the major tokens, the stable coins, and the most popular and liquid tokens. And it's seen great success. And most importantly, it's becoming a standard. Very quickly, right after TONkeeper, major wallets adopted gasless. TONSpace, my TON wallet, and you guys use it every day. So together, with gasless and Battery, we processed over 8 million transactions, covered the fees with this infrastructure. To put this into perspective for the new and weird new product idea, That's the exactly same number of transactions that the entire Bitcoin blockchain had in the first 4 years since its introduction. And we achieved the same number with the battery just in 6 months. So that's about us, but what about everyone else? Sophistication of TON technology is great because it attracts the most brilliant minds to this community. Look around you. TON community is full of engineering geniuses. And for them, we're happy to offer the best platforms and products for helping them to build even better products themselves. So number one, this year we launched an exciting new product called TonKeeper Pro. This is the product for all platforms and huge screens and for people who work with TON every day. It has incredible features, folders, multi-accounts, hierarchical accounts, and its multi-signature feature is the best and the slickest out of all the multi-signature experiences that you had in any blockchain. I urge you to try it out and join 60,000 loyal users who enjoy TonKeeper Pro every day. And we build it just for ourselves, but people agree that that's a great product. And finally, we have 4,000 developers and projects using TON API, our fundamental and the most popular platform to build on TON. TON API allows you access to the most accurate blockchain data, analytics, auxiliary services to build incredible apps with slick experience. We've seen a very turbulent explosion in the ecosystem over the last 12 months, and I'm very proud that our TON API team was able to withstand all this load and get better and better with every one of these challenges. So please join my co-founder's talk tomorrow, Oleg Emelyanenko, to walk you through all the features of TON API tomorrow afternoon. So finally, let's take a sneak peek into the future. What are the avenues that we want to go into making payments experience even better? Number one, decentralized future relies on cryptographic security, and it's still not perfected. But we're getting there. This year, we launched a cool new product called TonKeeper Signer. That's a completely offline application that gives you much better user experience than hardware wallets with a similar security guarantee. And compared to some of the popular hardware wallets, it allows you to do the air-gapped operation. So you can a separate phone, put it in a safe, and use it with breeze. Or you can put the signer on the same device, and you will be comfortable that this is a separate device that doesn't connect to the internet and just stores your keys securely. The second step is the two-factor authentication. We're doing an enormous amount of research and development work to make it happen and make it sleek for the users and not put any middleman who would compromise the security. It's going to be an on-chain solution, and we're going to release it next year to make security a breeze for millions of people. Number two, Battery right now pays for blockchain fees, but you can do so much more with it. So our plan is to make the fees on the whole DeFi ecosystem and TON much more transparent, much more convenient for users, and you will be able to do more with Battery. All the weird hidden fees will be stuck together nicely in the Battery, and your transactions will be nice and clean. You'll be able to convert assets one-to-one and pay the fees separately. And finally, with all this effort, we're moving towards the open payments network that is convenient, efficient, allows maximum throughput, and this will be the collaborative effort of a lot of companies, merchants, financial services, and infrastructure builders to put this all together for millions of people to enjoy payments every day and to live life on crypto. So thank you so much. The future will be bright and TON.
Thank you, thank you. So as for me, with the battery and the Tonekeeper Pro, we are becoming more professional. And that's a really good solution for retail users because we can onboard them. With the same time, for the professional DeFi players, that's a ground to build new strategies and to attract capital. Our next speaker, Victor Mendes, the Director of Business Development at Top, and he's gonna tell us about stablecoin adoption.
That's it. Thank you very much, Vlad. Hello, everyone. My name is Victor Mendes, Director of Business Development at Top. And today, our topic is an exciting one. We will be talking about stablecoins adoption on Ton. But first, why Top is so engaged in promoting the adoption of stablecoins? We believe that a successful ecosystem around stablecoins will resonate much beyond wallet, Tonekeeper, or specific projects, but will accrue value to our entire ecosystem. And that's why we are heavily committed in making sure that Ton becomes a very successful ecosystem for stablecoins. So I'm going to be walking you through initially about how our landscape for USDT Ton looks like, sharing some stories of success, and of course, what's next for stablecoins on Ton. To set the stage, let's take a look on the current landscape on where USDT Ton is available. 6 months ago, we started this work to make sure that everyone could access USDT on Ton. So we focus not just on exchanges listings, but also making sure that every vertical across the Web3 space would be fully supporting USDT Ton. Since then, we got more than 40 exchanges, 30 on-ramps, 20 payment service providers, dozens of wallets, and key infra providers to support USDT Ton. So that now, no less than 300 million crypto users can have access to USDT Ton. This sets a foundational layer for the growth of stablecoins on Ton. There's no question that stablecoin is a killer app within the Web3 space. Millions of users already use it, have access. But Ton wants to take it much further. We want to make sure 1 billion people will be able to access stablecoins. The deep integration with Telegram is a key component for us to achieve that goal. It's important for me to remind you that this integration with Telegram, allowing its users to send USDT between one and the other, it's unprecedented. No other Web2 application has managed to integrate stablecoins at such a deep level for such a big user base. So far, more than 4 million people on Telegram, users on Telegram, were able to experience how convenient it is to transact USDT through Telegram. It's very important for us to focus especially on local communities, simply because we believe USDT, stablecoins, it's not just a tool for trading or settlements between exchanges, but there are big real use cases beyond that. In fact, almost half of every crypto user have already used stablecoins for real world use cases that, again, not trading, not settling between exchanges. In many regions like Argentina or Nigeria, for example, USDT is broadly used as a tool for hedging or fighting hyperinflation. So that it was very important for us to make sure that USDT Ton would be available in those regions. For example, it's available through Koiwe, a prominent on-ramp service from Argentina. It's also available through Yellow Card, a major on- and off-ramp solution for the African continent. But there are different use cases, though. In countries like Thailand, where there are many migrant workers living outside, they use USDT as a primary rail for sending money back home to their loved ones. Through BitCub, the largest local exchange, local users, Thai people, are able to easily off-ramp their USDT Ton. Working with local platforms allow us not just to better understand local trends, but also to help those players, those platforms, to develop stories of success. And a great example of that is Normis. Normis is an on-ramp platform from Indonesia that managed to create their on-ramp service as a mini app on Telegram. This is very unique because now we see probably the next generation of on-ramps in the way they are building. Normis has managed to harness it, not just this Telegram mini app, but also with Ton Connect. Any user with USDT Ton is able to easily and quickly use Normis for off-ramp without switching between apps or going through like a crazy flow. They can do all that within the app they love, Telegram. A very important point to this, and I want to stress out this new generation of what Normis is, have started. I'm often asked by on-ramps what it takes to integrate with wallet in Telegram. And the answer is quite simple. It doesn't take the wallet to integrate on-ramps. It only takes those on-ramps to build on Telegram, on Ton, with Ton Connect. And they will have access to millions of users in our ecosystem. But how to make sure that everyone will be able to access stablecoins on Ton? Enter Sorted Wallet. Sorted Wallet is a crypto wallet designed for low-powered, non-smartphones. More than 1 billion people, especially across Africa and India, use those phones. And so far, they were excluded from the stablecoin and crypto ecosystem. Now, all these people have access to not just USDT on Ton, Toncoin, but also all the stablecoins to come to our ecosystem. And this is really unique because this speaks to what is Ton and Top at its most. It's really putting crypto in everyone's pocket, and we're not leaving anyone behind. Cases like Normis and Sorted Wallet are great examples of how important it is to work with local platforms. Those platforms, they usually provide much better on and off ramp solutions for the users by connecting to local payment rails. They also communicate much better with local institutions, such as traditional finance institutions or even government, helping to educate and to promote the benefits of stablecoins, so that becomes a solution and not a problem. Local platforms also are highly engaged with their communities. And they communicate much better to promote education around stablecoins. That's why we are now partnering with 30 platforms across the Global South, Latin America, Africa, Southeast Asia, to promote education around stablecoins, USDT Ton especially. We've committed ourselves to deploy over $1 million, 1 million USDT, in fact, to make sure that activities that would target 200 million users would be effectively deployed. So far, we've reached 100 integrations, a little more than that, actually. There's no question that we're going to be at 200 soon. And just like everything on Ton goes parabolic, I think we'll see many of these solutions, not just integrations of USDT Ton, but the next generation of on-ramps, on and off-ramps building on Telegram as mini apps. But why this number is important? This is important because this will create a flywheel effect. Whereby there will be more users using on-ramps with more quality, faster, cheaper, more accessibility. We should also see more stablecoins coming to Ton, right? That's just announced by Alessandro from Tether. We should see Tether's dirham coming to Ton, and hopefully many more stablecoins as well. What Top is doing is in promoting and developing those partnerships to promote adoption of stablecoins. It's not just a benefit for Top, but rather than that, it will allow any project on Ton to integrate with those Ton-based stablecoin solutions so that its users will have better accessibility, better quality on-ramps. This is a major contribution that Top is providing to the ecosystem. I am really excited about what comes next for TON, and I'm very happy to be part of this journey, paving the way for more accessibility for stablecoins. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Victor. So right now, I need this card, and you're going to understand why. So the next speaker from Visa, and they're going to announce and explain to us how to build a bridge between TON and buying a donut. So, and right now, I'm going to announce this person. It's Nikola Plečiš, Senior Director, Global Head of GMT and Product Commercialization at Visa, the crypto department.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good luck.
Thank you. So, first of all, thank you so much for the kind introduction. It's an absolute pleasure to be here today, and I spent the morning going around the conference, looking at exciting new projects and the developments in the ecosystem. And today I will give you a brief overview about what do we see as interesting things in the crypto space, how do we work with the ecosystems, what are some of the products and solutions we have for partners who are willing to work with us, and also talk a little bit about how you can use a Visa credential to not just buy a donut, but spend it in a way that you're spending your money today, buying, online shopping, buying a dinner, buying an airline ticket, and anything else that you're doing today. So when we look at blockchains, we have seen a tremendous improvement over the last 5-6 years, and I've been in the space professionally maybe 6 years and personally 10 years, and they have evolved quite significantly from just being ways of recording asset ownership on the chain to becoming this more sophisticated ledgers, which now power a number of different applications and services, which are starting to, in a way, enable some of the existing use cases that we have today in the world of payments and money movement. So how do we do this as Visa, and how do we engage with the space? So the first thing that we do is we want to make sure that all of you as users and as kind of individuals who are looking to access different types of products and services in the Web3 can do this in as seamless way as possible. So we have been working with the ecosystem over the years to ensure that when you're using your Visa credential at a Web3 merchant category, whether that's, let's say, buying an NFT from an NFT marketplace, or buying a token from a centralized exchange, or even loading your kind of self-custodial wallet, we're going to make this experience as easy and seamless as possible, because this is really the core of what we do. We are a platform which connects users and merchants and enables kind of money movement and flow of commerce, and we are supporting crypto merchants just like we are supporting any other merchant vertical that is present on our network. Then, as your users and you're onboarded into crypto, we were looking for ways to see how you can generate higher utility for your holdings. So maybe some of you are looking at crypto as investment, some of you are maybe collectors of specific NFTs, but there is a huge amount of retail users who at some point will look to use this crypto and generate higher utility by spending in the real world, buying a coffee, buying a donut, and buying anything else that you're buying with your cards today. So there are a couple of ways in which you can do this. One capability which we've enabled is for users and holders of crypto to do a payout using a fantastic Visa Direct solution and effectively send those funds to your existing Visa credentials and then start spending in the real world with those credentials. But more importantly, we are also, when we talk about the kind of blockchain and kind of crypto ecosystem, we as Visa are looking to add value to any type of money movement. And we work with companies across the payments ecosystem, and blockchain and digital space is no different. Our strategy as it comes to working in this ecosystem has always been to act as a bridge, to enable users and kind of developers and platforms who are building in these new rails and new technology and connect them to our existing network of 14,500 or so financial institutions and over 130 million plus merchant endpoints. And the best way to do that is to effectively have a Visa credential which is connected to your crypto balance. And we have been working over the years in enabling kind of users who have crypto balances either in centralized exchanges or even self-custodial wallets to connect those balances to a Visa credential and then kind of start spending in the real world wherever our credential is accepted. And today I think we have something maybe over 60 or so platforms who have been decided to work with our platform. And we are working to kind of enable kind of many more such use cases globally. And we see a huge potential in this. We see that next generation of fintechs and kind of financial services players are building today on blockchain. And as they're building today on blockchain, they are kind of using the existing, let's say, stablecoins, and they are kind of using those tokens to settle their existing obligations. And at Visa, we looked at which are the ways in which we can work more closely and natively with these companies, and how can we help them stay in the kind of environment that they're comfortable with, but still work with us. So to this end, we have launched our stablecoin settlement pilot. And through this pilot, which we started in 2021 with a limited experiment with Crypto.com settling with us on Ethereum blockchain for their kind of existing obligations, the issuing side, we have started to look for ways in which we can partner with kind of crypto native and fintech companies who are looking to grow their business and kind of create solutions which can help them accelerate that growth, expand quickly and globally in as many jurisdictions as they can, while at the same time staying comfortable and using the technology they use today. And by the way, we have extended this to the other part of our network on the acquiring side, and we have started our settlement pilot with WorldPay New in 2023 to enable them to also settle their existing obligations with them in stablecoins. But I would say what we're excited most about the work in the TON ecosystem is our project with holders.io and effectively enabling all of you as users to kind of start using your balances in the ecosystem and kind of start spending anywhere where our cards are accepted. So it's a great pleasure to introduce Yegor Avetisov, CVDO and co-founder of Holders. Yegor, please join me on the stage.
Hello, guys. Hello, guys. Nice to see you here. And yeah, thank you so much. I'm a little nervous after that, great speaker.
No need.
So, I've been spending like 14 years in bank and centralized exchanges, and I saw that I know everything about this industry, and still I'm very, very angry when I'm receiving such messages. So this is the message from my European bank I got like 2 days ago about when I tried to move funds from my own account to another. And they're asking me now, hey, can you verify your proof of address? And this is, this is quite annoying because when you put your money inside banking account or inside centralized exchange account, it's not feeling like it's yours, yeah? Now bank controllers or centralized exchange control this money. So you need to explain why you want to use it, where you want to use it, and how. So that's why we create Holders to regain control over our money. So we did it with building like special technology based on smart contract financial accounts that can be seen by bank. They can see the balance. They can see how money moves. And we can connect various of financial product like SWIFT and SEPA to these smart contract accounts. But the most important part, the most important product is, of course, non-custodial Web3 payment card. So, yeah, can you give me some cheers and applause? Okay, thank you guys. So it's very simple to use that card. You just need to download our first wallet, TON Hub, that we integrated with, make a KYC, choose TON or USDT on TON, and then issue a card and add it to Apple or Google Wallet in a matter of seconds. And by the way, this is very interesting. We see that 90% goes in TON USDT, on USDT on TON, but the biggest and the most big transaction went through TON. So this is quite strange behavior for me, but you know. And this is my card, so I can receive my card. I use it. This is exactly my card, and I use it for a couple of months. I'm paying for shopping, I'm paying for booking hotel, for airplane tickets, and even for Uber that brought me here. I also paid with that card. This is my transaction. There's a couple of them my wife shouldn't see, but anyway, this is how it works inside the wallet. And
Yegor, you haven't actually bought a donut yet.
yeah, I keep my weight, so yeah, but unsuccessful. So, and I can pay with that card, and the most important part for me, that I can have control over my funds. And this is so important to have that control with my crypto. So, the next question, how we can deliver this card to community? We had two options. The first one, to create our own wallet and try to attract people to install it and use it, but we decided to choose a little bit different way. We decided to collaborate with existing cold wallets, starting from the TON ecosystem, and I will explain why they want to integrate with us. So, as you know, a lot of companies trying to make their own crypto cards, but let me show how the process of crypto cards working. So this is very high level. So you need to get license, you need to open bank account, find issuer, pass KYB, then you need to hire support team, you need to hire compliance, legal, then you need to pass crypto approval with payment system. Hi, Nicola. and then hire IML, integrate, set IML, test, and after that you can launch. And if you think that this is all, this is not. Because you have to multiply it by 50, as you need to set up this process in every region you want to launch a card. Instead of doing that, we offer our simple SDK to our partnering wallets. So they just can integrate our web SDK inside their wallet, as STON.Hub did. And then in a couple of months, they can issue cards for their users. And this is fully non-custodial cards, so they can pay with STON and USDT on TON. Yeah. So, we're already live in European Union, so European Union residents can issue that card. By the end of the year, we are planning to launch CIS region. Then next year, we are planning to launch LATAM and Asia. So I'm happy to announce that as we live with TON.Hub, in a couple of months, TONkeeper, TONSpace, and MyTON Wallet can offer holders cards to their users. So just to summarize, we build a product that allows customers to use their crypto safely with feeling of full control over their funds. And that card will be available in their wallets. Thank you so much. This is holders. We have a very nice stand, so you can go to us and we can talk about creating cards for you. Thank you so much, guys.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, guys. So that was the part about the payments. And right now, we're going to have a break till 3 p.m. And at 3 p.m., they're going to be my keynote about the DeFi with the insights and the vision of the whole DeFi on TON. So you can enjoy the networking and lunch. You just need to go straight outside, follow the flags, and then when you're going to see the top excavator, turn right. There is the lunch area. See you in 3 p.m. It will be very important. Hello, everyone. So, we're gonna start talking about the DeFi. You all know we have our motto. This is the crypto in every pocket. But why we just need crypto in every pocket? Because, you know, we already have the wallets. We have a Telegram, we have a wallet and a Telegram. And almost all ecosystem had the crypto in every pocket. But with a Telegram and a Telegram in your phone, it means the crypto for everyone. But why not have yield in every pocket? Why not have savings in every pocket? And why not have DeFi in every pocket? And that actually was my dream 5 years ago, just to hold the phone and use all of the dApps, all of the DeFi applications. And today, we're going to do some recap of 2024, our plans for 2025, and most beautiful case that we done in last 2 months. So, this was like this. It's very good interception. USDt farming, USDt launch, the DeFi interception, the open leak, and almost $1 billion in the TVL. But then, you ask us why, like what happened? What's going on there? The answer is very simple. The ecosystem wasn't ready for so much liquidity, and the ecosystem is still under development. There is still early stages right now. And our idea to prepare our ecosystem for the 1 billion, and but let's be step by step. So I would love to talk about the 2024. Our current DeFi ecosystem. I would love to recap it from the very beginning. If you're going to DeFi Llama, if you're going to open there any chain, you can start from Ethereum, go into Tron, to Solana, to Arbitrum, to Ton. You're going to find always the same pattern. Like the first 10 protocols. What are the protocols? There's bridges, CDPs, IMMs, lendings, and liquid staking derivatives, if it's proof of stake chain. And this is the major part. This is like a DeFi heart of the ecosystem. Without those primitives, we cannot build any DeFi on top. It's not possible to do any yield. It's not possible to do any leverage yield farming options, derivative. It's not possible to build the second layer without the first one. Because, simple, without the IMM protocol, we cannot do permissionless listings. We don't have opportunity to match traders and liquidity providers. And on Ton, during the 2024, we already have the part of those protocols. So, IMM protocols, DDoS and STON.fi, liquid staking derivatives, Behemoth on stakers, HIPAA. We are waiting for bridges. We are waiting for more CDPs. We already have one lending protocol, EVA Finance, and waiting for more. And that's our top layer. You can go and search around the hackathon of Ton. You can check our grant program. All of this mentioned there. Right now, we need CDPs, bridges, and yield farming opportunities, yield farming strategies. There is just a small recap, and we already have launchpads, vaults, we already have options, GameFi, and we have farming strategies, which is very important, because usually when we speak with institutionals, they ask us, okay, that's very good, we can invest, that's perfect, but where's the farming? So how we can provide liquidity? And right now, this moment, we already have LSD staking, we already have liquidity providing, we have lending and borrowing, we have single assets staking, and we can do complex strategy on top of this. So we can do liquidity staking, then we can go with this derivative to EVA, then we can go to DDoS or STON.fi, then we can even do the looping with EVA. And what it means for us that the chain already have an offer, not only for the retail users, also for the institutionals. So as a DeFi part, we are growing, and we have this offer. Last thing, we need to make this offer as simple as possible for the retail users. And that's the answer. How we can have this statement in real life, the DeFi in every pocket. So a lot of top-to-earn applications, Notcoin, Hamster, Blum, they able to take all of this audience from Telegram to the blockchain. And we already have the part of the DeFi ecosystem. And only one thing what we need to invite, create, provide for those retail users is one-click investment opportunities. So what it means we already have the DeFi. If we can simplify DeFi to one button, we can create savings account for the retail. We can create simple lending and borrowing. We can create simple liquidity providing. And we can attract the audience from all of these top-to-earn applications. We're actually preparing for 2025, and this is a very important step for us. So we already have a few new oracles. We're going to have new bridges. That's also a part of this conference, so I wouldn't recap too much. We're going to have, and we already had a collaboration with the Curve. We're going to have new DeFi primitives, especially constant functional market makers, concentrated liquidity market makers, CDPs, collateral deposition protocols. We're going to have a new incentive program in 2025, especially for the BTC, bridge it from Bitcoin to TON on the TON teleport. We are building the infrastructure for stablecoins, and we're going to incubate institutional capital. And that's the part what we are right now cooking for you. I would love to explain one case. The people usually ask me like, okay, how are we going to build DeFi? You have the TVM, there's not a solidity, there's a different language, this is very hard. If I'm going to speak with top-tier DeFi protocols, they're going to say to me like, okay, we need this amount of money and 2 years. Who's going to know what's going to be in 2 years? How much Bitcoin going to cost in 2 years? I said like, okay, we can negotiate money, but we need it in 3 months. And usually people say to me like, it's impossible. It's impossible. So we uncovered some formula. A special thanks for Curve Finance and Mikhail Yegorov, because we got the collaboration with Curve. We created the competition. And in this competition, in the terms of the competition, I describe it like this. Okay, there's a competition for professional DeFi teams, only professional. There are going to be no answers on technical questions. If you're a professional, let's go to the competition. If you're not, go to the hackathon. We attracted 70 teams from the whole EVM. 10 of them started, and 5 teams made an stable swaps, like a native integration of Curve on TON. And we got 2 winners just recently, last week. There's already an article on the TON blog about all of this initiative. And 2 of these winners is the Crouton and Torch Finance. There's the 2 independent teams who made literally stable swaps in a couple of months. Already with the liquidity, already on chain, in the mainnet, with a great front end, with the community, and it works. It's not 2 years, it's not a year, it's not a half of the year, it's only 2 months. So those teams, they got from the foundation the audit coverage. We're going to launch the new stablecoins. This is the CFMM models, and it's very easy to launch the stablecoin on those stable swaps. We literally can list the liquidity pools with the new stables, with the new assets, was bridged from other chains. And that's the part of the infrastructure for the derivatives and for the stablecoins. Then, what's important, we invited a few VCs on our live judging session, and they committed $2.3 million as a soft commitment for those teams. So that's our initiative, to build only one niche, the CFMMs. We also have, as I said, CDPs, CLMMs, yield farming, and I would love to say, based on this experience with this initiative, 3 very important messages for you. And first message for professional DeFi teams. You're able to receive the full setup on TON. TON wants you. The second one, for the venture capital, you're usually looking for the right place and the right time. So the right place is the TON ecosystem, and the right time is now. And the final one, I guess for all of you, and for me, and for those people who are watching us, is for the TON coin holders. The 2025 is going to be year of DeFi. This is my Twitter, and as a part of the DeFi ecosystem, I want to introduce another one person. He's a very impressive and clever guy. This is the founder of a DDust, and the DDust is also the title sponsor of this conference. So please meet Nick. Let's go on the stage and let's rock.
Good afternoon. I'm Nick, the founder of DDust. I must notice it's much more than 200 people here. Thank you all for joining us today. Today, we'll redefine TON DeFi. We'll create a before and after. But before we get there, let's take a moment to look back. Let's revisit the journey of DDust. 2 years ago, I launched the first version of DDust. After months of hard work, this product, you've seen this product, and it was simple yet powerful, with simple but essential feature. It's simple feature for other networks, but in TON, DDust was the only DEX with auto-wrapping of TON. It's hard to imagine, but exactly this feature set us apart at that moment. 4 months later, another developer joined it, and we became a team of 2. Together, we launched a new version. Our work was highly evaluated by the judges of TON Foundation Hackathon. They called it game-changing. But what actually made it game-changing? Actually, 2 things. Multi-hop swaps and mesh architecture. Let's talk a bit about multi-hop swaps. Let's imagine you have 2 pairs, TON USDT and USDT BTC. You have TON, but you want BTC. Without multi-hop swaps, it's a 2-step process. You have to swap TON to USDT, and then after receiving USDT, you swap it to BTC. With multi-hop swaps, it's different. You send a single transaction to swap your TON to BTC. Behind the scenes, of course, it swaps TON to USDT and then to BTC, but absolutely automatically and much more efficiently. No hassle, no extra steps, just simple and smooth user experience. Now, let's talk about mesh architecture. most of the DEXs have a router. This router receives some assets, and after a while, it pays out other assets. This approach is commonly used by other networks. But here's the problem. In TON actually has a different design. And in TON, this setup becomes a bottleneck. If one token is traded heavily, it stalls, the router stalls until it processes all the swaps. And the worst part is that every other assets get stuck too. For example, a position in a lending protocol cannot be urgently liquidated because a DEX doesn't work. And this is a problem. Let's take a look how it works in DDoS. No any central contracts. We use Vault instead. Each vault handles a single asset, meaning it operates independently without affecting other assets. And just imagine empowering this mesh architecture with multi-hop swaps. It's low-cost, smooth transactions. It works like a magic. And that's how it works. Now let's take a look at the timeline. Well, I think it's a perfect time for the next evolution. But the bar is set high, and it should surpass it. Otherwise, it has no reasons for being. So what can be it next? Possibly weighted pools. Well, weighted pools, it's too specialized a thing to be the foundation of the next version. So it's definitely not weighted pools. Maybe stable swaps. Well, we've had them for 1.5 years. Of course, it can be improved, but it still is not enough to be the foundation of a new version. So, not an option. Also, maybe concentrated liquidity. It's a good guess, but it's a very complicated thing. So, during the last year, we got a lot of questions from different projects, each unique, each different, and we did our best to account them all. And actually, we succeeded. Now, I'm proud to introduce the next evolution. DDoS X. Truly extensible protocol. Extreme extendability. Just imagine pools you may customize for your needs. It can be postponed start for launch pads or dynamic fees on chain oracles or entirely new types of pools like weighted pools or concentrated liquidity pools or some pools for meme pads. It's not just a protocol, it's a canvas for your ideas. And how it's really possible? Well, we take a solid foundation. It's a scalable protocol. It's battle tested. And we stripped away specific implementation like constant product or stable pools. Instead, we've built in TVM, allowing pools to execute your code. And it's limitless, potential. And we will take care about the rest. We'll provide infrastructure, price feeds, smart routing API, so you can focus your ideas. Just imagine an ecosystem where you can focus on your application without spending days or weeks on adding some new DeFi features, existing features. So it's going to be the beginning of something great. And one more thing. The community was in the heart of the DDoS from the very beginning. And now we would like to give back. We would like to empower all builders. Whatever you build, it can be development tools to make ecosystem more accessible, or it can be new types of pools, or you just support fellow developers. We're here to support you. So we have some extra prizes for the hackathon, and one extraordinary prize also for hackathon for concentrated liquidity implementation on top of the DustX. And I'm excited to launch a closed beta test today. Simply scan QR code on the screen. Thank you for your attention. And one more thing. In 10 minutes, you may come to our stand and take a photo with a special guest. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Nick. So while I start, like, we need CLMM, Nick went to the stage and said, yeah, we need CLMM, and we're going to build it. The next speaker, they're going to be the discussion and the keynote about the bridges. Please meet Alex Kinoki from Layer 0.
Thank you. All right. Nice to meet you all. I am here to talk to you about how Layer 0 and TON are going to work together. So let's zoom out. Let's talk a little bit about blockchain. Let's talk a little bit about where the industry is at. Today, it's a highly fragmented place. Users in many, many different chains, including TON. Capital allocated in many different places. And the result is people are building in silos. And when we build in silos, we limit cross-chain adoption. We limit our ability to move forward as an industry and fight centralized powers together by utilizing each other's technology and capital to build a better system. That's ultimately why we're here. That's why interoperability matters. And the user suffers quite a bit as well. We've all probably tried to bring our friends and family to try blockchains, and there's multiple wallets, multiple gas tokens, so many difficult experiences that don't lead them to experiencing the benefits that we've all had, I'm sure. And for developers, this is a very costly thing. Multiple data infrastructure stacks, lots of DevOps, intricacies of security principles of different chains. It's a mess. So Layer 0 is building a unifying protocol for universal blockchain applications, and we're coming to TON. And I'll expand on that in a little bit, but to talk more about Layer 0, we've already sent over 135 million messages across 85 connected chains. This includes EVMs, this includes non-EVMs like Solana, and there's been $50 billion in value transferred. And the security principles behind Layer 0 are so strong that we actually have the largest bug bounty in the world, and we encourage anybody to help contribute to make it even stronger. So how does Layer 0 work? Well, first, Layer 0 is not a blockchain. It's a messaging protocol. It's a messaging protocol similar akin to something like TCP/IP, but for talking between blockchains. And in this diagram, what you'll see here is an omni-chain enabled application is able to communicate with a Layer 0 endpoint, which is deployed on every chain of those 85 chains that we just described. And they encode a message. And in that message, there could be OFTs, omni-chain fungible tokens, ONFTs, NFTs that work on any chain, or generic data in which you want to then execute a complex DeFi action on another chain. And at this point, it then hits the modular security stack. So the modular security stack is pretty incredible. It allows a developer to customize their security to whatever needs that they may have. Anything that can produce a novel attestation method can be used in this security stack. So this could be multi-signatures, this could be ZK proofs, this could even be an entire blockchain that's utilized to attest to the data being exactly what was intended. Now execution is separate from verification. That's a fundamental principle. And upon execution, it goes to a destination blockchain where the receiving application then receives the payload in sometimes a matter of seconds. So many projects are building on layer 0. We have 56,000 omni-chain contracts that have been developed. The market cap of all tokens that are built with layer 0 is over $40 billion. And some very popular projects like Wrapped Bitcoin, which is one of the most popular DeFi assets in all of crypto, are enabled with layer 0. Stargate, as well as Pendle and EtherFi, which have billions of dollars in TVL, also run on layer 0, as well as some of the most valuable NFT collections like Pudgy Penguins. And so they're all accruing massive value through omni-chain, through utilizing the core benefits of multiple chains. And this is why layer 0 has produced 70% of all value transferred across chains over the course of the last year. So what's happening with TON? Well, we've been hacking a lot with the core TON team. And it really has started with a core set of principles, a core set of values that actually go back, I think, to the beginning of crypto, even as early as Bitcoin. And it starts with immutability. Immutability means that something cannot be changed. And why that is so important when you're building a DeFi application or handling billions of dollars is that if something can be upgraded, the fundamental security principles of that smart contract are now vulnerable. Either from malicious actors, we all have seen rug pulls in our industry, or sometimes it's just an accident that a auditor doesn't catch and there's a very benign update a developer is making. Hundreds of millions of dollars have been lost that way as well. So the contracts that are being built together with TON are immutable. And with immutability, you then can have permissionlessness. And permissionlessness means just because the rails can't be corrupted, it means that you don't have to rely on a service provider to make your application. And this is very important because if Layer 0 Labs was to cease to exist tomorrow, any application built on this technology could continue to run. And ultimately, this creates censorship resistance. Now, I don't have to explain to this community why censorship resistance is very important, but it is incredibly important to remember that when you are building a protocol and you're building a complex DeFi application, that there are many places where if there's not censorship resistance, if somebody doesn't like a transaction, maybe it's moving a certain token value that you just don't find equitable for your personal needs, it can be corrupted. So these values and these principles led us to do 3 rapid, complete rebuilds over the course of many months with the TON team. The first version didn't meet the principles, so we rebuilt it again. The second version has many complexities in it, in which we actually had to invent a new language, Fun C++, that was built on Fun C, because the object-oriented nature of updating smart contracts is much more efficient and much safer for DApp developers than having to manually encode and decode different things across smart contracts in Fun C. And so this led us to take what took another 10 weeks to be built in 2 weeks. And we also built a testing framework that allows for your unit tests to no longer have to work in JavaScript, but also in the native language of Fun C++. And so you can do your tests in 2 seconds. So very fast developer experience, similar to something like Solidity, which has had many more years of development on it, but still with all the benefits that TON has to offer, like sharding, like smart contract accounts and complex data structures. So we're very excited about what complex DeFi applications people will be able to build omni-chain working together, Layer 0 and TON. So what's coming? Early next year, a TON endpoint connecting TON to the mesh network of 85 blockchains that leads to many hundreds of billions of dollars of opportunity. Fun C++, a new object-oriented language, critical fixes and collaborations around the compiler to make that even better, 2-second unit testing framework. OFTs, these are omni-chain fungible tokens. This means that any token that would be in TON can also be used as an asset in other blockchains, or other assets like Wrapped Bitcoin can come to TON. And Stargate support, which is a liquidity protocol that will enable this to flow very efficiently together. So we're really, really excited over the course of next year to see what this awesome community can build with Layer 0. And I would love to talk to anybody who is excited to build with us. So thank you for your time today, and have fun hacking.
That's actually was expected, but not expected. And with Layer 0, we're going to have much more integrations and much more infrastructure. And that is one of the best cases with the bridging. The next speaker actually asked me to not be polite. He just asked me to just put the video there. Put the video.
You've made a difference in people's lives.
Omniston's going to be the go-to protocol for TON-based apps and liquidity providers, and in the future for all other chains. So many projects have integrated STON.fi's SDKs, from wallets to games.
Omniston is going to bring the next wave of crypto users. Gateway, wow, Gateway. I'm amazed. Even the Gateway crowds have gone up 400%. Amazing, amazing. I've got a little confession to make. I had never used a TON mini app before last year's Gateway. Hands up, has anyone just used a TON app, mini app in the last year? Yeah, reasonable amount, maybe reasonable amount. Actually, before I start, anyone familiar with STON.fi? There we go. That's great. Anyone familiar with TON? Guys, this is the best premier TON event. Let's make some real noise for those at home. Anyone familiar with TON? So, look, we've had an amazing year, an absolutely amazing year. As you can see there, we've got users, that 950 million users. The key question is, how are we going to get these up there? How are we going to raise them up? And I'll give you a little story. I was in Singapore. Anyone at Token 49 at Singapore? Yeah. Did anyone use Tether? Nah. So this was there's a few hands. You can make noise as well. There's a few hands up. Okay. I got to the airport and people saying, you've got to just do Tether. Okay, so I typed in Tether in Telegram. It loaded up the ride-sharing app. I was out of the airport so quickly. The person next to me was having to download all the ride-sharing apps. Okay, he was so confused. I offered him a lift, and then he got to see the power of what Telegram and TON really is. Okay, we can talk about all this technical stuff, but truly, this is the way we onboard users. We make it easier. We make our lives better, and we bring joy. Look at this, right? We see there, Hamster, Notcoin, Dogs, Blum, they bring joy to people. That's why it's so great. Look, hopefully you all know about STON.fi, the cross-chain TON DEX. And as you can see here, huge numbers, okay? And the key one I want to talk about is this 1.25 million, okay? How have we achieved this? And the key thing is, we believe in utility apps, okay? I use TonKeeper, I use Wallet more than I actually use STON.fi. Why? It's a lot easier, okay? And do you know what? Here's some examples, okay? Because STON.fi is focusing on builders, okay? That's the key focus. And if any builders here, think about how can you utilize STON.fi to really improve the UX, get all of that 950 million on board using the product. So look, a few of the case studies. The wallets. Anyone use TonKeeper here? It makes some noise. Anyone use Wallet? Yeah, Wallet, yeah. Tap swap, any tap swappers? Yeah, look, they've integrated us and we've got 50, like Tom Punks was one of the first a year ago, they seem it, and we've got games, we've got bots, they all see the power of this. So look, V1 was great, but we knew there were some limitations, and we've taken on board everything. We always, and I see a lot of my team in the crowd, we always got the question, how can we add our token and then add the pool straight away? And there's always a two-step process, and that caused issues from sniping and lots of other aggravations. In V2, straight away now, you can add your pool, add the farm in one click, and this is going to save so many issues. It's going to save you guys so much. Here's a few little timelines we've got. In November, we've got stable swaps. We know, and there's going to be a little surprise coming up later of our next panel. There's going to be a lot more stable coins coming. Okay, so we've introduced stable swaps. That means you can transfer between stable coins without losing money. Got weighted CPIs, great for meme coins, smaller projects as well, where you can do the ratios on there, which means you're not going to get that death spiral. We're supporting these projects, these smaller projects. We've got weighted stable coins as well. This is for liquid staking. A couple of my extra favorite ones, okay? Custom ratio. So you guys that are integrating, you can set the ratio of the fee that you want to charge. Again, giving you a lot more power, and also single-sided liquidity. So has anyone done the Tom Foundation USDt pools at all? I know the main guy there, Halil, and these are the guys behind it. Anyone did any of the farms there, the USDt? No, you didn't do that. One person, two people, yeah. Look, the key issue, and we know, like, not everyone's a crypto pro. We've got a lot of crypto novices here, okay, coming in that 950 before, crypto novices. Single-sided liquidity. I have my Notcoin, Martin, but I don't know how to do USDt. Single-sided liquidity just means you can farm or get the liquidity with one coin. This is, again, really, we know what the issues are. This is how we can get so many more users into DeFi. So, the next level of trading on TON, okay? You probably know if you just watched the video. I present to you OmniSton, okay? Our cross-chain DEX aggregator as well. So we know TON, as Jack said this morning, TON is the gateway. TON doesn't think it's going to be the only chain. It's the entry point in, and all crypto is going to grow, and TON is the one that's going to be supporting this. Okay, look, there's insufficient liquidity currently. There's fragmented liquidity. OmniSton knows these crypto pros on Ethereum, Solana, this is giving them the opportunity to come into TON, but don't have to fully commit. Here's an example of what the RFQ would look like under OmniSton. A user would initiate an order, go in, maybe get their redo coin. They can go in, RFQ providers will submit their quotes. They'll come back, the most competitive is selected, and then the trade is executed. The key thing with OmniSton is it's any size swaps, no slippage, and no price impact. We are giving you guys the best price. I'm bloody happy because I use STON.fi, I use my TonKeeper, my wallet all the time. I love working for something that I use all the time, and I know this is going to really change, and hopefully you won't even realize, but you're getting the best price there. How does it work? As we just said, that was the RFQ, so we've got an RFQ, and that means OmniSton's going to go out to our resolvers, the aggregators, find you guys the best possible price out there. Hash time lock contracts, again, come to see us in the booth if you want a more technical breakdown, but this gives the users the opportunity to get given the quote in a selective time, and then they can cancel if they want or they accept it. This is really key because we're not bridging or wrapping assets, okay? So, if you're a builder, please come and see us. Please integrate like the 5060. And I've got to say, there's so many more that are integrating, like my ride-sharing app, like Flappy Bird. There's so many that are wanting to integrate because you see the power of what OmniSton's going to bring. Okay, more liquidity pools. So if your token, you can get more eyes on you because your token's now on all these 50, 60, 70 on the ride-sharing, the games. This is the power of what we're giving you guys. Best swap rates, easy to integrate, and obviously, why wouldn't we be focused on TON? TON is the key. We love TON. Don't we love TON? OmniSton is going to be the go-to protocol for your Tom-based apps, okay, your liquidity providers, and for all other change in the future. This is just the start. I'm going to come back next year, and I'm going to say, I told you so. Thank you for working with me. Okay, so what's the future going to look like? Okay, look, currently, we've got an AMM DEX. What's the future? RFQ DEX and AMM, giving you the best price. What's next? Liquidity providers, okay? And what we're going to do now is get the best price from all our resolvers, our liquidity providers, and our platform. We're getting as much liquidity in, bringing it in, so if you have a token on TON, you have the maximum input out there. TON blockchain, and then cross-chain. So this is where it's going to go forward on there. So, I know I shouldn't be, but I'm going to give you a couple of deadlines, or timelines, should I say. Deadlines for my developers, okay, and I've committed you to this. Okay, our TON DEX aggregator, we're going to aggregate the whole of TON. So any DEX on TON, you can get through OmniSTON. All your tokens that may be not on STON, you can get through OmniSTON, okay, because we see the power. We know not all tokens are on STON.fi. They should be, obviously, but we know they're not all there. You'll be able to get them through OmniSTON. And then we've got the cross-chain protocol. That cross-chain is starting next year, Q1. We're going to be bringing in these users because there's so much coming in. We're going to utilize all of this. So look, if you want to get started, you can scan that guide, okay? Now, I don't think I can thank you enough. I'm so grateful for all the support, all the integrations, all the people that have come up today, asked for my autograph as well. I feel a bit of a celebrity. I thank you so much, okay? This is me for my keynote. Thank you. So, I've got some great news, okay? If I could ask for my 4 favorite projects, I asked for EVA. I asked for Layer 0, okay? I asked for Athena, the Athena, okay, my mate from Athena who can do great push-ups. And I've asked for Vlad to come back and MC. And I'm actually going to sneak on the stage in the panel. So these aren't the guys, but these are the muscle, okay? Seraphim, you should be helping with your muscles as well. Look, give these guys a huge round of applause. It's going to be a special DeFi platform panel. Come on, Vlad. Are you ready to come? No, he's there we go. Seraphim, obviously Mass or Martin. Vlad from EVA, Alex from Layer 0, Vlad from TON.fi. As this chap makes his way off, give them a huge, loud TON gateway round of applause. Raise the roof. Raise it up. Raise it up.
Our star. So guys, come in, let's sit down. We have a panel discussion here. Yeah, that's right.
No, the other way. No, swap.
Right. Gonna be same?
Unless you want to be Vlad.
What's that? What's cracking?
Well, you're Vlad at the moment.
Well,
I hope
you're not as pretty as him, that's true, but... Yeah.
No, that's perfect. So,
just kidding.
Today you're going to be the moderator of our DeFi panel, but there's not a simple panel right now. So, because we right now have DEX, lending protocol, bridge, and how to call it? My God. Is this a stable coin, or this is a strategy based on a stable coin? How we can certify this word? Athena is?
We call it a synthetic dollar. I call it not a stable coin. I think that's sufficient probably, but yeah.
Okay. So, how we can start? Let's give a small intro, starting from Vlad, and there, because we already know him. And we're going to have a few questions. We uncover these questions deeply, because right now with us is the experts and the professionals. And that's it. You can start.
Hey, I'm Vlad. I'm a founder of lending protocol on TON, basically the only lending protocol on TON. I have prior experience in traditional finance, so I came here being an ex-risk officer. EVA has started something like a year and a half ago. We reached something like 35 million TVL, up to 45 million at the peak. And it's the very beginning. Actually, ecosystem is growing. We launch a new pool. We have a lot of potential to grow.
Thank you. So, yeah, Alex already had the keynote. You want to say some words? No? Okay, perfect. Seraphim.
Hello.
Word to you?
Yeah, I'm Seraphim from Athena. So Athena is actually more Ethereum-based. We're a dollar-denominated product that we launched in February, pretty much. We reached about $3.6 billion in TVL a few months ago. Now it's 2.7 billion. It's basically a dollar product that gives you APY that ranges from 5 to 12% depending on the funding rate. Yeah, we've grown quite quickly in a few months, and we're obviously looking at cross-chain, particularly TON, because you guys have a lot of users that on Ethereum you don't have. Ethereum is very well dominated by whales, institutional capital, which is great, but I feel like TON has this unique spin that we're very interested in, and yeah, I think we could probably contribute to the ecosystem in many ways, and vice versa.
Thank you, thank you. So, why this is not simple? Because each chain with not a EVM tag, with no solidity, with a different language, like we have Fancy and Tag, facing problems to, attract the professional DeFi teams. That's why we have the 2 teams right now on the panel from our ecosystem, and 2 teams, 2 representatives of the whole DeFi and crypto, like the top players there. So, from my point of view, like a DeFi lead, what we just need the cases. So, the curve was a case. The layer 0, it's a case. And the Athena, there's also a case. And what it means? It means that if we're gonna achieve this result with integrations, with onboarding of all of these protocols, they're gonna be much more easier to attract more and new one, and new one, and new one. And I guys have one question for you. The first question. So, what's especially for your product, how you see the potential of TON? So, how you understand it might be beneficial, especially for you, for your product. The only one simple question, but the different teams and the different worlds right now, but soon will be the same world.
I don't know if my mic, yeah. We just said what I just said before, getting all that onboarding in, and then, honestly, you guys, products like these is going to bring additional users, there's additional use cases coming in. That's the key thing. If we've got to simplify a lot of this stuff, and the fact that we've got these mini apps, we can do a lot of different things without actually realizing we're doing it. So we're not thinking about the tech, because we're all in such a small bubble here. What we can do is utilize what they bring, like the stable swaps or getting layer 0 to move over, or simple lending. You can make that. And obviously, we're building the tools to get that moving forward.
Agree? Go ahead, Plot.
Well, TON ecosystem is a gateway for new users from the Web 2. And actually, what we can bring to the TON ecosystem and what TON ecosystem can bring to us is something fresh. So it's users that just recently have had no idea on what DeFi is. So we can learn them, we can onboard them, we can make a new inflow of funds, of users, of utilities to this blockchain. Actually, TON blockchain brings to us new standards of DeFi, because here you are not building an application for a desktop where a complex site where you where it's really hard to figure out how to use it. Here you're building something that is oriented to a user with the standards that are actually compliant to what you can find in the Apple Store.
Thank you. Go ahead, Alex.
Yeah, I think I would summarize it in a few points. So the first is developer experience. Building cross-chain or omni-chain is very difficult and expensive, especially when EVMs and non-EVMs have to work together. So rather than having to duplicate all sorts of infrastructure and try to resolve all the security principles, you just have one unified developer experience that you can work from. So that saves a lot of time and money. Also, I think the fundamental ways in which we're integrating with Fund C++ allows for more complex dApps and smart contracts to be made. So I think you'll be able to really expand upon some of the initial DeFi applications that are in the TON ecosystem. And lastly, I think all of this comes together to create new economic value. So whether that's making TON assets collateral on other chains and other ecosystems, so having those communities get more value out of the things that they've built, or that's vice versa, bringing major assets like wrapped Bitcoin over to TON in order to help facilitate more liquidity for DeFi to survive. So I think bringing that all together, we're really excited to see what will be built.
Thank you. That's awesome. Seraphim.
Yeah, I think what's interesting about TON, when you look at TON from a Ethereum-centric perspective that we have, I think Ethereum is sort of like the Goldman Sachs trading desk. And the way I see TON is more like Robin Hood. So if you look at Ethereum ecosystems, I've mentioned you have lots of whales and institutional funds that trade to get yield and opportunities and such. And we have benefited greatly from it. We became the 4th largest dollar asset within a year. But that mostly has been driven really by degen, whale, institutional capital. And what TON has, what Ethereum does, is like a Robin Hood-like experience where you have retail, actual retail, seeking out opportunities in DeFi. And we haven't seen that anywhere else, which is why we think that's the biggest value out of TON, just abstracting away all this DeFi kind of ecosystem of yields and opportunities into something simple. And when I look at the wallet of Telegram, I see probably the most sophisticated retail product in crypto that actually succeeded in onboarding people. It hasn't happened yet in Ethereum and Layer 2 space, in my opinion. So.
Agreed. Thank you. So the next one is a kind of the question and the small brainstorm. I'm going to give the example. So I would love to know from each of you guys how you can imagine the 2025 year of TON. Like, what are going to be there? I don't know, any idea, just only one, or the whole vision, what's going to be with TON in 2025? If the only one term, if with market, going to be everything all right, like, at least like right now. And the other part of this, like this is the question, and the other part, which problem we can face, which we need to resolve in 2025? And the example from my side, so how I see 2025, with all of these integrations, with the bridges, with infrastructure, with the new partners, with the new DeFi primitives, I see the TON a more open ecosystem which connected to other chains, ecosystem which connected by their tokens to other taxes. I see the open market, I see the volume, I see the native yield opportunities, not artificial, the native ones. And the problem from my side, that's the education of the users. We have dozens of those users. We have, as I said on my keynote, Notcoin, Hamster, they already know how to use the wallet, but there is a problem. They don't know what is the DeFi. And this is very hard to explain for people, like this is the liquidity providing, or this is the bridges, or this is the lending and borrowing. And from my side, I see the problem of education and onboarding all of these people into the complex DeFi. And the idea how we can resolve it is only by simplifying this user experience, making for them just a small button. Because like one of the greatest financial tools from the decades is lending and borrowing. Our grandmother, grandfather, grand, they used lending and borrowing. And if we provide to them in a Telegram, like embedded application, ability to do the savings, yields, and lending and borrowing just with the one button, it might solve this problem. That's from my opinion. So,
I think we're at a very complicated actually phase where we've got a huge amount of users that don't know about crypto but are in crypto now because of, as we saw, those 300 million from Blum and Notcoin. So they kind of have an idea but don't. And then we've got very complicated users. Okay, I think we've still not got to the point of the complicated users, those real crypto dungeons or those crypto advanced people doing stuff, you know, like obviously your lending protocol and the other things. We need more of that, and then people can do additional stuff. I'm always said, like, oh, how can we add Ether, and like, how can we do additional? I'm always asked about layer zero. Honestly, like every third or fourth conversation is like, layer zero, what can we do? Stuff like that we need to bring in, but also with these 300 odd new million users, okay, how can we really simplify this project? How can we make them do it? Why should a user start farming? You know, like you've got your Bloom token or your Notcoin, like how can we get them to realize, oh look, I'm providing liquidity or lending it out? You know, like a simple stuff. I go to the bank, you know, like I'm lending them money when I deposit. Like how can we sort of explain this to the users? Vlad, actually, I've got to, why is crypto always complicate the terminology? It's never simple, like NFTs and liquidity provider. You know, like why do you think that is?
That's very good question. You know why? Because it's complicated because we're giving you your responsibility of your assets and savings. If we wouldn't give it to you, you're going to be without the freedom. Yeah. You know, you exchange the complexity to freedom and responsibility.
It's quite scary when it's mentioned in that terms. And again, I think we're breaking it down and simplifying it. Just the way like we've onboarded all these users, and these numbers now are huge. Whereas, you know, 4 years ago, like 1 million people onboarded, that seemed a lot.
No, right now it's much more better. I totally agree. I totally agree.
Yeah. So I said it's just working moving forward. You know, like there's going to be more advanced lending. That's why I'm handing over to you. More advanced lending, getting users. Just make it one click, or let's not do like 5. I still get worried myself that I'm not, and I've been in crypto for so long. Have I signed the right contract? Is this the right thing? Make it idiot-proof, honestly. And we're still not at that level where it's so obvious what we're doing. There we go.
Well, actually, yesterday I realized that future of lending on TON is bright as never before. And there are several reasons for it. So first of all, with every new DeFi application, use cases of EVA increased by multiple. So there will be added several new use cases of EVA. With every utility token, with every new stable asset, we will be getting more and more yield strategies that actually makes that DeFi more versatile and more interesting on TON. What actually waiting of 2025 is new liquidity sources, and as far as I know, it's already mentioned that there will be a Bitcoin on TON, which actually brings here a really big market of liquidity providers. I'm waiting for new stable assets from, not only stable, from other chains. I won't be pointing finger. But together with it, it actually brings new challenges. The free-floating total supply of TON actually requires to grow use cases of this TON to keep a quite fast pace. And we should releasing new and new utilities, new protocol, and never stop our development, never slow down.
I totally agree. That's how ecosystem usually grows. Never slow down. Alex.
Yeah, I think for 2025, what I see as very exciting in the TON ecosystem is financialization of all these amazing games and communities that you all have built. I think that the captive audience is there. You have an amazing super app framework through Telegram. You start putting that together and games could be the means in which super D apps built on decentralized principles come to life. The only thing that's missing is really easy to access liquidity to ultimately create those services for people. You have great developers and designers who make these fun, simple experiences. I think once given that liquidity, you'll see, I hope, 50, 100 million people actually achieving what crypto was supposed to do. So I'm super excited to be here and potentially work with some of you folks on how to get the infrastructure you need to make that real. There's so many things I could expand on the technical side, but I want to leave enough time for my friend over here.
Yeah, I think 2025 is going to be marked by big DeFi on TON, and the reason is twofold. So I think crypto prices will probably go up and drag TON with it, and as TON increases in price, a lot of these big TON whales and funds, we want to do things with their TON. Secondly, we know there's going to be like unlocks on TON, and that TON is going to seek home somewhere. So a lot of these TON holders will actually try to do something with that, with their assets. And what typically happens on Ethereum or Bitcoin is that like large Bitcoin holders basically want to keep their upside in Bitcoin while earning yield, because like they don't want to work. They want to get free yield and just chill on their yachts and not actually go to work. So that's why lots of capital in Athena, I think $1 billion at least, is basically well-capitalized Bitcoiners that borrow USDT, they put that into Athena, they get the yield spread, which is like 5% or something. So I suspect TON will be similar. Lots of TON will flow into Eva and other protocols to generate yield. And as long as TON is competitive in terms of borrowing, in terms of the infrastructure it provides, DeFi on TON is going to grow. So that's my big prediction, that DeFi on TON is going to become much bigger than it is today.
Thank you so much, guys. That's amazing. I hope the next year gonna be a TON like a gateway for a yield for the users. I hope the next year will be the more greater and give us the access for interoperability for all of these applications. We can build infrastructure on top of this. We can easily onboard users. We're also facing a lot of issues. We're gonna do the developer kits. We're gonna implement and give the ability for the developers to just copy smart contracts. We have a new programming language, and that's a part of our roadmap. So thank you so much for this session. And I need to present another speaker. So
let's get off.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
So we just mentioned the Bitcoin on TON. And that's actually, that's a part of each ecosystem to have a Bitcoin. Because Bitcoin is a digital gold. That's your savings. It's usually when you ask people how you start your crypto path, they say like, I bought Bitcoin. And one of the major ideas and a part of our journey is to bring Bitcoin on TON. And about the future of the BTC on TON, how it's going to be breached, why it's going to be secure, Roman Kurtavoy, the infrastructure lead of the TON Foundation, going to give us his keynote.
Hi, everyone. So I'm Roman, infrastructure lead at TON Foundation, and a person who is thinking about the future of Bitcoin on TON. And before we begin, I want to ask you one question. Do you remember your first day in crypto? How it felt like in your first day? My experience started in 2021. I would say aha moment in crypto started in 2021. When a friend of mine came to me and said, I made 10K out of $100. Immediately I started doing research, trying to understand, okay, what is crypto? Is it casino, another get-rich-quick scheme? Why people believe it? What's technology behind it? And while the emotions of the first day can be different, probably the first thing you see during your crypto journey is a Bitcoin. Someone say it's a digital gold. Some people say it's a scam. But time shows us that Bitcoin with us for a long time. Even right now, like yesterday, a week ago, we saw how Bitcoin price went up, and many of your friends said, oh wow, the crypto alive again. Like, you feel the coming bull market with Bitcoin prices. So we see that Bitcoin is a key growth driver for the whole crypto industry. But what if we try not only to buy and sell Bitcoin, what people usually do, but to apply it as an asset? And I'm not the first person who asks this question. Actually, WBTC, the first successful attempt, it has 10 billion market capitalization, more than 145 Bitcoins minted on the Ethereum network. And the main question is why? Why people would bring Bitcoin asset to another network for what? For yield. And how they make this yield. And I would say that more than 40% of WBTC are stored in lending. Just think about this number. 40% of WBTC are stored in lending protocol. People borrow stablecoins or loan Bitcoin, but the main reason is to apply the power of liquidity. So we have the most powerful asset united with power of DeFi to make more yield. But imagine, what if we can connect this pair with power of distribution? Imagine what is possible to reach if you unite the most powerful asset in crypto with yield coming from DeFi and power of distribution thanks to TON and Telegram partnership. Just think about these opportunities, about the future you, me, everyone can build. Probably you're here because you won't build this future, or at least join it. So how can we reshape the future applying these three powers? And the answer for it is TGBTC. That's how TGBTC was born. Yes, you already can buy Bitcoin in wallet, but to discover the power of liquidity and to apply it, you should withdraw it on-chain in your TON space. That's how you can make even more yield from your Bitcoin. Yes, we have lending protocols, but to apply the full power of lending, you should provide really powerful liquidity to it, and Bitcoin the obvious answer for that. Yes, you can trade it, but again, only after you borrowed stablecoins backed by Bitcoins. You will trade TGBTC with USDT, with STON, or another meme coin. Maybe your meme coin can be next. For those of you who has huge enough risk appetite, guys from Storm Trade prepared a leverage trading backed by your Bitcoin, again, as a collateral. Or you can stake your TGBTC and get even more yield on trader losses. But what if we can think about unusual use cases? What if we can think about Bitcoin mining on Ton? Thanks to guys from Go Mining, it will be possible to actually rent a GPU, pay for energy, mine Bitcoin, and withdraw them directly in Ton. But how to truly discover the power of distribution? How Ton participate in it? And in Ton, we try to make TGBTC truly accessible. It will be 10 times cheaper than a regular Jeton. Basically, it will be as cheap as sending Ton coin. I just want to show this graph to you. So this is a regular Jeton price. This is a USDT price. Like you send USDT, you pay such sum. Really good job. And here is a TGBTC. But what to build? What we will see? What is a BTC-Fi coming to us? What can be a BTC-Fi coming to Ton? The most obvious answer, Vlad already said about it. CDB. Synthetic assets backed by TGBTC. The most obvious, pro and market cap, probably you know about DAI. More than 5 billion in market capitalization, made by MakerDAO. Just build that with TGBTC. Thanks to a partnership with Curve and protocols coming, there will be stable swaps, multi-pools. Just imagine 5 different Bitcoins united in one pool to reduce trading fees even more. How many money can you make in Ton DeFi? That's the future we are building right now. Definitely protocol about yield farming, anything related to making automated yield. But I want to focus your attention on the latest category, probably the most important one. It's a Bitcoin staking. During the last 3 months, Bitcoin staking gathered more than 2 billion in assets in TVL. You can check it in DeFi Llama. More than 2 billion in 3 months. You can become a founder of next 10 billion DeFi Llama category. So, to wrap up, there will be an asset, TGBTC. It will unite the power of liquidity from Bitcoin. It will unite the power of yield with Ton DeFi and power of distribution by Ton and Telegram partnership. It will be supported widely in Ton ecosystem from day one. And it will be 10 times cheaper than a regular Jeton. This way, TGBTC can become an essential tool to bring the mass adoption, to build the first day experience for coming millions of users. Thank you very much. But one more thing, probably the most important one. It's about security. I especially skipped everything related to security because we have a separate keynote focused solely on security and technology behind the TGBTC. I want to invite Roman Guyen, who is the Chief Technical Officer of Air Squad Blockchain Labs and CTO of Ton Teleport, a technology behind the TGBTC token. Welcome, Roman.
Thank you very much. So, hi. We live in an era where blockchain technologies dramatically changed our world. And it all began with these words. What's needed is an electronic payment system based on cryptographic proof instead of trust, allowing any two willing parties to transact directly with each other without need for a trusted third party. These words by Satoshi Nakamoto sparked a revolution that unites all of us here today, forever changing our understanding of finance and trust. And he gave us not just an idea, not just a technology, but an idea upon which a new world is being built. And today, I'd like to present to you a solution that was inspired by original Bitcoin principles. Ladies and gentlemen, Ton Teleport BTC. So this is a system that mints TGBTC on Ton in a decentralized manner, executing every step through smart contracts and decentralized algorithms. No intermediaries, no additional points of failure, only decentralization, precise calculation, and pure math. So now, let's move to the main point of how does it work. We will start with the pegging scenario. I mean, when you can lock your BTC to get TGBTC on Ton. From user's perspective, it's really easy. So you send your BTC to a specific address, wait a while, and receive TGBTC on Ton. From the first side, it looks like a classic bridge, but with one key difference. Inside Ton, a little bit of magic happens. The star of the show is a light client. It's a set of smart contracts, written in fancy for sure, that synchronize Bitcoin state inside Ton. Let's say it acts as a Bitcoin blocks storage. So anyone can send Bitcoin blocks to light clients without need to trust in sender, because light client verify all necessary Bitcoin data autonomously. And even if an attacker takes out invalid block from his pocket and sends it to light client will immediately reject any incorrect data because it will not pass on chain checks. Once a block is confirmed, you as a user can now send your Bitcoin transaction directly to Teleport contracts. Teleport will check if your transaction included an already known confirmed block, and then start to parse this transaction just byte by byte, receiving all necessary information like sender, receiver, and so on. And if everything matches, I mean, if you really send your Bitcoin to a specific address, it will mint TGBTC for you. So unlike classic bridges with, some all-seeing eye saying, hey, Ton, something happened on Bitcoin side. Please, mint token for us. Ton Teleport BTC works independently and takes all the data directly from the Bitcoin data, ensuring that no external party can interfere with or alter the process. And you know what? Who would have thought that fancy would be used to build almost a full-fledged Bitcoin node? I mean, but without wire protocol for sure. But there is a light client, data serialization and deserialization, transaction construction, script handlings, and even more UTXO tracking. So in all of it in front of us. Impressive, isn't it? So now let's move to the next point, to the next scenario of peg out. It's where you can burn your TGBTC to receive your Bitcoins back. From user perspective, it's straightforward. You just specify the receiver address, burn TGBTC, wait for confirmations, and receive your BTC back. Simple, right? But here's the things gonna be a little bit more complicated. And to be honest, everything saying before but isn't that important usually. So let's dig deeper. I'd like to say that it works as smooth as a peg-in. There are like clients on Bitcoin, and we can verify everything on chain, and blah, blah, blah. But unfortunately, it's impossible to build a like client on Bitcoin right now. So we need the keys to control BTC unlocking. And here's where, drum roll, TON master chain validators come into play. Yes, those very participants, that's unsung heroes, let's say, who have locked their TONs to participate in blockchain consensus and secure whole network. And as you, being TON users, already know, they're decentralized and they are working for the benefit of entire network. And we was challenged by TON Foundation and TON Core team to use validators' capabilities, but without them dive directly to Bitcoin to verify something or send something or something like that, and to make sure that the entire TON network security is not jeopardized. And it's a big challenge for any of same solution, any bridges, every packs. But by design, TON validators doesn't really need to go to Bitcoin. You know why? Because, as I said, all data is already verified directly on TON. So TON validators, the only one thing they do is they waiting for burn event, sign already prepared transaction, and send it back to Teleport. And here, I'd like to add a little bit about technical side of the project. So TON Teleport BTC uses modern cryptographic technologies like DKG and Frost. So DKG helps us to create an aggregated key so no one can sign something alone. And the Frost helps us to aggregate their signature, dramatically saving on the Bitcoin side costs. And it's also worth noting that, as you know, TON validators regularly change, and each set create their own unique key and take control as responsibilities for your unlocking. It helps us to solve the permanent custodian problem. And I know what maybe someone would like to ask me. So like, haha, there are custodians. Oh, what's trustless about this? And I said, yeah, sure. But let's think about it a little bit more, yeah? For example, when you use Uniswap on Ethereum, is it really trustless and permissionless? And someone might say, like, yes, we interact only with smart contracts and no one comes to sign something for us. But what will happen if validators decide to collude and stop processing your transactions, or even worse, start processing fake transactions? So the fact is, even if you are working with the most secure smart contract system in the world, the most decentralized, you always have to trust certain layer, the blockchain consensus. This is necessary compromise to make any decentralized system to function. It also works for Bitcoin consensus. I mean, for proof of work. You can say hello to quantum computers, who will outmine someone, anyone, scary thing, right? So that's why TON Teleport BTC remains trustless and permissionless, even if relying on custodians in form of TON master chain validators, because TON Teleport BTC doesn't add any additional layer of trust, only smart contracts and blockchain consensus. So I think we now understand how it works, and let's move to the most exciting part, to the announcements. System is already on testnet. Here's the link. Please join us, mint TGBTC, help us with testing. And now we are focusing on security, because building permissionless system without healthy amounts of paranoia is a little bit reckless. For those who love competitions, we will announce soon bug bounty contests, like inspectors, checkers, and so on. So please follow our channel, and let's be in touch. So, and before I end, I'd like to do 3 things. First of all, I'd like to say thanks to Roman. You're the greatest person. Yeah, he already told us about how BTC will transform the whole TON ecosystem. Second thing, I'd like to say thanks to the guys who are watching us online, especially our team. You are the best guys. I love you. And the last thing, I'd like to add a little bit thoughts in topic in general. TON Teleport BTC is not just a spaceship for the sake of spaceships. It's an opportunity for us to connect the most reliable cryptocurrency asset in the world with the most promising blockchain platform. We believe that TGBTC will drive DeFi growth on TON and symbolize a shift towards a future where intermediaries become the thing of the past and decentralization become the foundation. So thank you very much. It was a pleasure for me to present you TON Teleport today. And let's finish with the words of classic. The best way to predict future is to create it.
It works? Yeah, this time it works. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Roman. And I want to invite panelists from different Bitcoin ecosystems. Kyle from Stacks, Zuki from FBTC, and could you? Calvin from Hex Trust. Yeah. And I will be a moderator today around conversation about Bitcoin and future, like about building Bitcoin, about why it's necessary, and future we want to build together. First question I have is, what we saw TGBTC, its future in a near term we see. What about your Bitcoins? What was challenges during growth of your Bitcoin?
Yeah, let me introduce about myself and also about FBTC first. FBTC is a one-to-one packed wrapped Bitcoin in Omni-chain. We first launched on Ethereum mainnet on mid-July, and only after 3 months we already reached $400 million in terms of circulating supply across all chains. We now already live on Ethereum mainnet, Mantle, BNB chain, Arbitrum. We look to onboard Tone very soon, and we hope to reach a higher milestone on Tone, likely in a faster pace. Also, what's different about FBTC and other wrapped asset is that, first of all, we are supported by Mantle and Antalpha, who is famous for wide experience in building a DeFi ecosystem on chain, and also Antalpha is famous for backed or connected to a wide range of Bitcoin miners and whales. With this trust, we also have this interesting mechanism called FBTC, which enables a lot wide yield options for holders or users of FBTC. So to address the question, I think the key challenges for Bitcoin right now is that we still lack many long-term native and also significant yield for Bitcoin holders. But Bitcoin is quite different from other asset in that people or holder value is security much more than other on-chain asset. And when we talk about Bitcoin yield, when we talk about Bitcoin Fi, this is the question, or this is the key point we need to address first. So FBTC, we have the security council of reputable parties who run the TSS node for mint, burn, and bridge, and all the qualified users who mint FBTC will either go through KYC or through the decentralized version, decentralized channels. So for challenges, like I said, although FBTC has this wide range of yield options already, like Babylon staking, providing liquidity in DEXs across all chains and serving as collateral in perp DEXs or lending protocols, or as an accepted asset in a lot of depositor campaigns of the new projects. But however, we still see that we still expect the upcoming more real yield for BTC asset. So we also see Tone is really retail friendly. There's a lot of innovative projects building on Tone. We hope that on Tone we may see a lot of new upcoming yield options for Bitcoin holders.
And just to add on to what Zuki said around one of the challenges being BTC yield, we also have a few additional issues as a whole when it comes to BTC assets or tokenized Bitcoin, because right now we went from wrapped Bitcoin, WBTC, and RBTC, and a few others, to now a landscape with your announcement today of over 22 different assets that are all competing for a very similar pie of liquidity. And so for one additional challenge we have is time. We have only seen the majority of these new assets launched in the last 10 months. This year, 2024, has been a prominent year for building on Bitcoin, but also welcoming in the third era of Bitcoin's evolution, and that's the utility era, where Bitcoin finally starts to have utility. It can be brought into a secondary layer and then into applications to earn a yield or to be active in some capacity. Two, you've got a regulatory environment and also some compliance conversations that still need to be held. And then third, you also have technical. A lot of what we're able to talk about today just technically wasn't there. The Bitcoin ecosystem wasn't as expansive as it is today. Just as a simple data point, in December of 2023, the entire TVL for the Bitcoin ecosystem, so smart contracts, applications, was just around $300 million US. Fast forward to today, data out of yesterday, we are looking at over $4 billion. So we've seen an explosive growth over 7x at this point in just 12 months. So a lot of these assets are new, the technology is new, we're just getting there. And then lastly, we also have a big challenge that we're all working together to solve, which is taking things from trust minimize to trustless. And that is a big effort the entire ecosystem is working together on. For us on Stacks, right now our asset is SBTC, which will be coming live here in the coming weeks. But whether it's FBTC or ZBTC from Zeus or TBTC from Threshold and many others, we're all facing these very similar challenges. And the last but not least is users. There's a lot of education that has to be done to bring users into using our assets, and also a big mind shift change of taking BTC. Once was a store of value, something you held on to, it just sat there, went up and down in price, but you didn't touch it. Now all of a sudden you can start doing something with it. You can earn a yield, you can borrow, lend, or interact with it in some way in an application. And those are all exciting new challenges that we're working together to all figure out how will be not only the best route, but also the most improved user experience to have in that process.
Amazing.
Great, thanks. From my perspective, some of the challenges that you addressed are absolutely crucial. The focus from a Hex Trust perspective has always been serving large, regulated institutional clients. So if you think about all the things that we just mentioned, all the layer 2 side chains that's popping up, how many of you can actually do the due diligence on every single one of them, right? Most of the protocols and user right now are being used at the retail level. So our position in Hex Trust is, okay, how can we bring some of the largest institutional clients to bring into the space, right, to invest in Bitcoin, but also all the utility that's still not being unlocked at this point in time. So as a background, Hex Trust, we were founded back in 2018, focusing exclusively on institutional grade digital asset custody and prime platform. We're one of the leaders in Asia Pacific and in the Middle East. We hold the VARA license here for custody, broker-dealer, and asset management. So the idea here, what institutions want and need before they come to this nascent industry is to ensure that they're working with a regulated counterparty that's trusted, that's reputable, that's licensed, but they better ensure that, at the highest level of compliance, insurance coverage, all the kind of the traditional hurdles that they face in the traditional world. And for us at Hex Trust, because we have the fundamental layer, we're supporting 25 different blockchains and counting. We're integrating with good Stacks over here and a few other names that Zuki has mentioned. So the idea is leveraging our reputation and our expertise in this space, and then we're enabling institutional access into BTC-Fi. And part of the reason, obviously, why we're here today is because, for us, we've already supported the custody of TON, Jeton standard, TON staking, and even enabled DeFi access via TON Connect. And I'll say lastly for this one is because of all the infrastructure experience that we have, we're actually incubating a Bitcoin liquid staking token in order to focus on bringing the next BlackRock or the equivalents of the world into this ecosystem.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your extensive experience in this field. The next question I would ask, while the TON teleports will secure TGBTC, how will you secure your solution, like FBTC, SBTC? How will you make it truly trustless as it becomes the obvious need for the next wave of BTC-5?
I think for us, there's no rocket science. We're a very simple, elegant solution because we are a wrapped Bitcoin. The mint burn and cross-chain part of the FBTC is controlled by the Security Council, backed by reputable parties. And also, we always ensure that the underlying Bitcoin in our custody is always equal to the number of FBTC on chain. And that we have our all transparency. We have our proof of reserve listed on our dashboard listed on our website. And also on DEXs, we have packed pool that is always packed by Bitcoin prices. So whether in terms of trading or whether in terms of like Oracle, in terms of liquidation, we always ensure the FBTC is packed to Bitcoin asset. We also have this interesting locked FBTC function, which enables when a yield partner wants to use native Bitcoin, we're able to transfer the underlying Bitcoin asset in a co-custodied way of the Bitcoin that user choose to trust them with, but still, so that users still have some control over their native Bitcoin, but actually the protocol are able to use the full value of the Bitcoin that user choose to trust them with. So these are the security mechanism, and also this is the I think the idea behind FBTC about how we see we do care and we do protect the security of users' Bitcoin.
And we have a similar but slightly different approach, being more of a native asset in respects to this Stacks ecosystem. We do have the 1-1 representation and backed as well. We also have introduced a signer network that approves and validates each transaction. We've got over 20 major large institutions throughout the entire crypto industry who have signed on as early signers to approve those transactions. We've got a unique mechanism in that process that keeps it as decentralized as possible with a majority lead to ensure that the transactions are in fact valid as well, and then that the asset is truly backed by the BTC that it says it is on the main chain before it goes into a minting process and then out to the application layer as well.
Amazing.
From our perspective, again, our approach is obviously a little bit different than, say, Teleport, which is completely permissionless, and that's really okay, right? We definitely, appreciate your right for self-custody or custody. It's a choice. Our approach is quite complementary to the permission and decentralized nature. What we want to do is to bring large institutional clients. They are used to dealing with licensed entities such as ourselves. And one day when more and more capital come in, they will really learn to appreciate the technology that's being decentralized and so forth. So it's quite complementary to what we do with one ultimate purpose, and that's obviously to bring Bitcoin and TON to the next level.
Actually, about coming capital, like what you see the future for BTC-Fi in 10 years? Just three ideas.
I think this is only the beginning for BTC-Fi. With the force halving, the yield for Bitcoin mining is kind of decreasing. So we see a increasing need for holders of Bitcoin to earn yield on chain or in alternative ways. So I think in 10 years, first of all, Ethereum has paved a way for asset on DeFi and how it's going to earn yield on DeFi. And also we see in 10 years, Bitcoin will also evolve its own way for yield strategies or yield options, whether it's related to RWA, whether it's related to like leverage mining or even maybe AI related. So that's something we are really look forward to. So for FBTC, we'll just be a very stable, transparent asset and be the gateway asset for all on-chain Bitcoin yield for our users.
From a 10-year perspective, I'm not sure. I think that's a little far out for how fast this industry moves. And part of the reason I say that is, Stacks was one of the original Bitcoin layers dating all the way back to 2017. We were the first to bring smart contracts and programmability to Bitcoin and help to drive this entire world that we're here talking about on stage. And why that's important is that when it comes to BTC-Fi, we saw the beginnings of this back in 2021. I was lucky enough to be funding a lot of those companies in their early days, in the early DEXs, the early liquid stacking, the early concepts of this. Fast forward 3 years, we go from one layer to over 80 different layers that are building. We go from a few assets, WBTC, RBTC, to 22 plus different assets. We are seeing this whole area mature at an incredible pace, thanks to the lessons learned and the foundations that were built before 2023 And before Ordinals launched and brought back this exciting culture of building on Bitcoin, before the ETFs that brought in the institutional adoption, we have seen this before and we're seeing it push forward again. Again, 4x in 10 months in a market size, we haven't seen that before. Right now, if we look at the two ecosystems between Bitcoin and Ethereum and keep the ratio between TVL and market cap, that's about 16.8% Ethereum's TVL to its market cap today. Apply that to Bitcoin, you have over a $240 billion opportunity to be building and executing the applications and the assets that we're talking about here today. When I look at a year from now, 2 years from now, thanks to the introduction of TGBTC, but also the effort that FBTC and ourselves are putting on together, I hope to see that the number of active wallets today that hold more than $1 of BTC, which currently sits just under 47 million, I want to see that double. I hope in a year from now, we're on this stage talking about there's 100 million plus active million wallets with more than $1 of BTC, and that we've seen that ecosystem not 4x, but maybe 5 or even 6x from where we are here today, going from $4 billion up to $20 billion in TVL. That's what I want to see in 1 year from now.
Crazy. Yeah. Look, we're so early right now, right? I mean, you think about the TVL on Bitcoin, it's really 1%, give or take, right? Ethereum is about 15% with TVL. Ton, we saw the number earlier, maybe 6-7%, give or take. So needless to say, this is such a nascent and we're just at the beginning of the next revolution. Now, what's going to take 10 years from now? Well, even 5 or 10 years from now, we're not going to call this BTC-Fi. It's just Bitcoin, right? I think one day, I mean, we see it already. Bitcoin is just, it's an investable asset class. It's part of an asset that everybody can invest in. So there's no kind of special consideration for Bitcoin or maybe even crypto in general. It's just an asset class that's already been legitimized by, it's evident by all the Bitcoin ETs out there. So when people are now from the traditional world are finally in BTC, they're now going to think about, okay, what's next? Staking, liquid staking, borrow lending, restaking. I mean, we're just getting started. And I think one of the biggest challenge and tailwind potentially is having regulatory clarity to give some guidance and perimeters to allow big capital to come into the space in a more clear and more secure manner.
And I'll also add just a mindset shift as well. That individuals who hold BTC, they hold FBTC, SBTC, TGBT, that they just want to do something with it. That it's not something that they fear, it's not something that's unknown, it just is a part of their day-to-day process. And I think we're going to see that happen in the next couple of years.
Definitely. Yeah, thank you very much for such a fascinating stories about the future we can build together with all the Bitcoin assets. Multi-billion X's, that sounds crazy. And yeah, I would finish on this note. And I want to thank you very much, every speaker from FBTC, from SBTC, and institutional perspective. So, yeah, thank you very much. Yep.
Yep. So to the panelists, that was a great panel. BTC Teleport is a really important initiative for the Tong community, so it's great to hear more thoughts about it. And why is BTC so important and such a natural fit? It really is aligned with the ethos of Ton and Telegram and security and privacy and things like that. Let's see. So I'm Ian W., and I'm a partner at Ton Ventures. You could think of Ton Ventures as your API into the Ton ecosystem. And today, I'm going to talk about Ton innovation drivers in 2025, some things that we have that we can be looking forward to in 2025. And I'm going to start by very briefly going over some of the innovation drivers that we had in 2024. So of course, in April 2024, we completed the triangle and brought the stablecoin economy into the TON Telegram ecosystem. And what do I mean by the triangle? So on one side, we had Telegram's social graph. On the other side, we had TON's architecture and value transfer layer. And then finally, we had Tether, or USDt, as a stablecoin medium of transfer. So we became a huge and very important payments ecosystem. And you heard Steve announce earlier that we hit 1 billion tethers in circulation, which shows the growing maturity of Tether in the ecosystem. A lot of love for my Notcoin guys. Notcoin, within 30 hours of launch, had onboarded 1 million people to the TON blockchain in a mass onboarding kind of event. Following that, 11.5 million people claimed Notcoin. But most importantly, it started the era of hyper-casual gaming on TON and Telegram. And it gave way to awesome innovations by the guys over at Blum, guys at Catizen and TapSwap and Hamster and these folks. So they brought the era of hyper-casual to TON and Telegram. And then Telegram Stars added another tool in a growing toolkit of how to monetize if you're a creator or you're a developer. You know, what is the best way to get talent into your ecosystem or strong development talent into your ecosystem? It's to let folks build businesses. It's to let folks make money. And Telegram Stars was a way that people can do in-app purchases compliantly. So that was a huge moment for us. Now, Telegram Stars, the last awesome piece of this, is when you off-ramp Telegram Stars as a creator or a developer, you off-ramp into TON. So essentially, TON always underpins the creator economy in Telegram. But enough about 2024. What awesome stuff do we have to look forward to in 2025? Well, number one, I think we're going to start to see the era of mid-core gaming come to TON. We'll transfer kind of from hyper-casual focus to mid-core. Now, what is mid-core gaming? This is also known as progressive games, games with strategy, games with level, games that have a high retention rate. You saw the founder of DE Labs earlier today, which is a best-in-class studio that had the #1 game in Cacao for many years running, announced that they were fully focused on TON and Telegram and bringing mid-core gaming with their first title to come in February of next year. But what do you need for mid-core gaming to flourish? You need to increase your distribution quality. So in 2024, we really nailed the strategies of using Telegram ads, referral strategies. I would say about 90% of the traffic in like Catizen and Blum folks actually came from these referral strategies. And partnership and quests, leveraging one community's traffic to drive traffic to another community. We really nailed these customer acquisition or CA strategies. But in 2025, we have other strategies to look forward to, emerging strategies. One of those is Telegram mini app incentivize advertisements. So Inal, my partner at TON Ventures, talked earlier today about AdsGram and OpenAD and TADS, and he talked about AdsGram having or creating 105 million click-throughs into the Telegram mini app ecosystem in something like 6 months. And then you got folks like Synquest. And Synquest is saying, well, we can even help target that a little bit better by collecting some sentiment data and some high-level survey data from folks as well. Reverse platform traffic. I love this. So other big techs have huge distribution footprints. TikTok and Instagram and YouTube. And you see folks like Rules QuestBot, which is a micro-video platform, distributing their videos on these other platforms like Instagram, TikTok, Twitter, creating a huge distribution footprint and then using that to drive traffic back into Telegram, into their Telegram mini app to build their community. So we'll see more of that as we go in 2025. Product placements. As Telegram mini apps are going into the lifestyle area, there's more opportunities to actually do product placements. I'll get to that on the next slide. And then Telegram App Center. I love these guys. I love this application. I think they had something like 5 million monthlies in September, led to something like 30 to 35 million app starts. If you haven't checked it out, taps_bot, there is nothing better in the world than free distribution for your app. And that's what Telegram App Center is doing. So with all these customer acquisition and monetization tools, we'll be supporting ARPUs higher than those hyper-casual revenue per users that will allow us to have an awesome mid-core gaming economy in 2025. AI. I could not talk about next year without talking about AI. So much innovation going on. A lot of people talking about GOAT. And there's virtuals, and then virtuals created Luna, and now your Twitter feed is dominated by these AI agents and things like that. But how are these, or how is AI being used within the Telegram and TON ecosystem? And the answer is very functionally. So if you actually look at Fiton Bot, and I encourage you guys to check it out, they will actually give you an exercise and then use their models to check if you're doing it, to check if you went, for example, low enough. I swear, by the way, I did finish all 20 of those squats to get to the next level. And then what does AI run on? AI needs models. They need information for AI scientists to train their models. So Synquest Bot is getting sentiment information, is getting survey information that AI scientists can actually use now to train their models. And Grably Telegram Bot also fills a really interesting niche in this space, that there are some very hard to get data sets. For example, data about a dog coughing, for example, something like this. And they are leveraging Telegram social graph and TON's incentives and data attestation structure to actually find these videos or find this material that we can use to train these applications. So I have no doubt that 2025 will be the year of AI agents proliferating in the TON and Telegram ecosystem. And then finally, lifestyle and creator applications coming to the prominence. So let's talk about WeChat and WeChat launch of mini apps in 2017. And what dominated WeChat mini apps in 2017? It was largely games, jump game, things like this, and e-commerce, or not e-commerce, corporate accounts, like a McDonald's account, something like this. Fast forward to 2024, and what applications dominate in WeChat? Well, it's actually a lot of lifestyle applications, e-commerce applications, things like this. So you'll see actually a shift in the type of things that consumer likes. And we see that coming into the TON ecosystem with Give Me Cashback Bot, buy on app that allow communities to curate deals, get cash back to their communities, great Web 2 business models that can leverage TON and Telegram Rails. And then Memetics Bot, which actually allows you to take all of your mini economies and organize them into one Telegram mini app so you can see all the different ways to earn. So I am obviously hugely bullish on everything that we have to come in 2025. It's It's going to be a huge year for us. And I want to thank all of you guys for being here today. Thank you. And next, I want to introduce a very close partner of ours, great fund, Pantera Capital, and Mason Nystrom, who's going to be talking about his thesis on the TON and Telegram ecosystem as a community blockchain. Give him a huge round of applause.
Welcome, everyone. My name is Mason Nystrom. I'm a junior partner at Pantera Capital, and I'm excited to talk to you today about TON and our thesis for the community integrated blockchain. But before we get into that, I just want to share a little bit about Pantera. Pantera has been investing since 2013. We've invested in nearly 250 portfolio companies all across the world. We are really just focused on backing early stage founders with conviction to help them build and scale the best applications and protocols of tomorrow. And maybe a good way to start with our thesis is, if you were to build a blockchain today, what would you optimize for? What would you want? And it's not a trick question. The answer is pretty simple. You would want a scalable platform. You would want a strong sense of user distribution or some type of distribution channel. And you would want to bootstrap the layer 1 activity, oftentimes through an app-centric ecosystem. And that is what TON provides, a community integrated blockchain that has a scalable platform, leverages a unique distribution flywheel, and takes an app-centric design to bootstrapping the L1 network effects. So the first thing that's worth talking about is TON's scalable platform. And I'm not going to be too technical just because we don't have too much time today. But I do want to highlight one aspect of TON's architecture, and that's its asynchronous and parallel design. TON obviously leverages a tiered system of chains, and because it leverages parallel and asynchronous processing and validation of transactions, that means that it's able to have a more scalable and flexible architecture, because transactions don't have to, they can happen asynchronously or different from one another. And what does that mean in practice today? TON has been an incredibly performant, high throughput blockchain that competes with the likes of Solana, as well as offering the flexibility of platforms like Ethereum. The second prong of our thesis is around the distribution flywheel. And obviously a lot of that comes down to Telegram. Telegram obviously has hundreds of millions of users, is onboarding millions of users every month, and is the only social media platform with a sophisticated and thought-through blockchain strategy. When you combine that with the network effects of Telegram's reach and integration potential, it sets TON up in a very unique situation. When we think of reach or distribution, TON through Telegram possesses an order of magnitude distribution than any other crypto application, and multiples more of a distribution advantage than leading exchanges like Binance or Coinbase. And all of this combines to create this unmatched distribution flywheel, where you have Telegram onboarding users, those users leveraging the Telegram native wallet, and then that leading to more TON activity. And then that flywheel continues to onboard more liquidity, more developers, more applications, which further creates more value for the TON ecosystem and for Telegram. Even more, Telegram benefits because as more people leverage its wallet, that opens the network effect of the people who you can reach out to for use cases like payments. The final prong of our theory that I want to talk about is TON's application-centric ecosystem. Now, when we talk about bootstrapping any type of ecosystem, it really comes down to applications. And while there's a lot of applications that can be built on TON, there's two sectors in particular that I want to talk about. The first is payments. Obviously, through Telegram's native wallet, TON and Telegram can offer a very seamless payment experience for all users on the platform. Even though TON's stablecoin ecosystem is relatively new, it's been growing quite rapidly. Stablecoin monthly active users on Telegram have grown 250% since May of this past year, reaching almost 1 million monthly active users in September of this past month. This is really important because when you factor in the number of total monthly stablecoin active users, today, according to Artemis, it's around 20 to 25 million monthly active users. If TON and Telegram can convert just a fraction of a single-digit % of those user bases, they would have more users using stablecoins on their platform than all other blockchains combined. Stablecoins are obviously a killer crypto app. And one of the reasons Telegram and TON are poised to capture this stablecoin adoption is because of the user base. Stablecoins have been predominantly growing in emerging geographies. Telegram's user base perfectly coincides with where we see this growth in stablecoins. And if we look at the stablecoin landscape of TON today, in a short period of time, it's grown quite rapidly with now 750 million in USDt supply since April, processing just about 6 billion in monthly stablecoin transaction volume across hundreds of thousands of users each month. The second category that I really want to talk about is gaming. And through Telegram mini apps, TON is able to witness explosive growth on the gaming front, with multiple applications having tens of millions of users and millions of daily active users. One of the things that we get really excited about on the VC front is when we see new types of user interfaces combined with distribution channels. And mini apps are a perfect new category of interface that, whether it's gaming, payments, DeFi, or other applications, creates a really new design space for developers. The last thing that is really important to any L1 ecosystem is bootstrapping adoption. This has been challenging for many blockchains and has been accomplished by only a few. Ethereum has obviously been able to bootstrap its significant liquidity initially through DeFi Summer, through tokens like food coins and governance tokens. Solana similarly was able to bootstrap its ecosystem through NFTs, as well as initial FTX activity, and then again more recently through its meme coin activity. Telegram and TON have taken a unique approach by leveraging Telegram bots, mini apps, payments, and other types of consumer-facing applications to bootstrap this initial flywheel, which in turn begets more users and begets more liquidity and kicks off this really important flywheel for any L1 blockchain. And so to take it back to our thesis, there's really three things that get us excited about TON and this community integrated blockchain. It has a scalable platform that can onboard hundreds of millions of users. It has a unique distribution flywheel channel that can onboard those users, and it has an application-centric ecosystem, giving those users a lot of value and things to do on the blockchain. And when you combine all these things together, you start to build something really special. And what that is the first true crypto super app. Thank you. And next, we're going to have a panel on venture capital and exchanges and how they're viewing the top ecosystem. So give us a minute, and I will welcome our panelists on stage. Good?
Yeah. Oh, good. Yeah.
Thank you.
Do you know where we are sitting?
All righty.
Sorry.
Please welcome our panelists. I'll have each of them introduce themselves on stage over here.
Yeah.
You can
It's okay.
give a round of applause for our panelists. Awesome. Maybe we could start with quick introductions, starting with you, John.
Sure. Mason, thanks very much. I'm John Fiorelli, partner with Kinetic. We are one of the earliest investors in crypto and Web3 based in Hong Kong. We had the honor of being able to be early in helping to organize the Web3 community, the Ethereum community. We started the Ethereum meetup back in 2014, if I'm not mistaken. We started making investments in 2016, have done well over 300 checks over the past 7 years. Today we operate like a multifamily office. We've had the privilege and honor of getting to know a lot of people here in the Tong community. And so we've made, I think, about 10 primary investments in projects, as well as taken large positions in Ton. Very excited to be here. Cheers.
Awesome. Ian, partner at Ton Ventures, and you can think of Ton Ventures as your API into the Ton ecosystem, if you will. Previously I was directed acceleration at Ton Foundation, so a lot of the experimentation in 2023 of what business models worked, what didn't work, best ways to drive traffic. So that's kind of our big part of our value add is figuring out that conversion funnel, that traffic funnel.
Hey everyone, I'm Kushal Manupati, Marketing Director at Binance.
Hello, I'm Alicia. So I was here for Ton Gateway last year. I'm so glad I'm here again. I am Managing Director of KuCoin, and we are also one of the earliest supporter of Ton ecosystem. So nice to meet you here.
Hi everybody, my name is Jamie Elcarley. I am the Marketing Director at BitGet Wallet. First of all, it's an absolute pleasure to be here with you today. BitGet Wallet, we offer over 100 mainnets, 500,000 different cryptocurrencies, and of course we've integrated over 20,000 dApps. That has led to some incredible growth over the last 6 months, over 40 million users worldwide. And actually on the eve of this event, we launched our Telegram mini wallet, which is BitGet Wallet Lite. And in the last 2 days, we've achieved over 7 million users worldwide. So it's a great milestone for us. It's a pleasure to be here at this conference.
Awesome. Thank you all for joining us. Maybe, John, we can start with you and just get your take on the general state of the VC market. Is it hot? Is it lukewarm? Is it heating up? Where are we at?
I'd love to tell you it's hot, but it's not quite that. I think we're kind of 50-50, partly because we have a number of kind of macro tail or headwinds that we're trying to figure out the next week, 2 weeks, 6 weeks. So I think right now mostly our interest is in really focusing on portco support. We're doing an enormous amount to support our portfolio companies. I would say that probably the most important thing on our minds right now is really just understanding where, and this is one of the questions you'll ask us, I assume, is what are the sectors on Ton in particular where there could be real core utility? Obviously, distribution, community development is massive on Ton and on Telegram. And so, that's what we're exploring right now.
Yeah, no, that's awesome. That's a good question. I'll take it. Ian, what sectors within Ton are really exciting to you right now?
Yeah. Well, you guys heard from Vlad earlier, Vlad Degen, who is the ecosystem head of the foundation, about the curve competition and stable swap coming and a lot of these primitives coming into the Ton ecosystem and then prioritizing incentivization of those. So love DeFi. Personally, what I'm like really excited about is things like remittance, maybe a little bit boring, but like a very useful use case of the TON blockchain. So would love to see more of these key remittance corridors, Dubai to India and things like this open up. And then I do think that advertising, again, maybe a little bit boring, a little bit Web 2-y, super important. AdScram had 105 million click-throughs that they provided to people who were advertising on their platform. OpenAD, TADS, these guys do a great job. I mean, this is how people get traffic. So I also think that's where people should be investing, and people are investing in that vertical.
Yeah, no, I think remittances and the boring verticals end up being some of the most impactful. John, are those verticals that you're also excited about? There are other ones that stand out to you?
Yeah, I mean, I'm quite excited about the stable swap accelerator, because if you're going to do payments on any chain, you need to have liquid, highly liquid stable markets. And so I think that's a really core piece of infrastructure that will be very powerful for TON. Most, at least our experience in Asia, for example, there are a lot of countries that have terrific intra-country payment systems. TON, Telegram doesn't need to replace those. Cross-border payments, however, remittances being a really important one where there's insane inefficiencies, is a really great opportunity. I also want to second you on the advertising, especially, really reducing fraud. This is an endemic problem of digital advertising since, I don't know, I was a baby. I think that probably one of the things that I'd really like to see come into TON is some form of DID with human authentication, something that really establishes that people are people, and that we know how to interact with them. This is not to say that you can't be running your own AI agents or bots, especially for trading purposes, but when it comes to actual interaction, human authentication is important.
Yeah, absolutely. I think those are a lot of really exciting early themes within the TON ecosystem. From the exchange perspective, Alicia, I'd be curious, how do you view the TON ecosystem, and what synergies from the exchange perspective do you see with this ecosystem?
So I think TON will be a perfect gateway from, I won't say, I hate the word Web 2, but I mean, it's a perfect gateway between people's everyday life, their real life, and the blockchain technology. So I've talked to many of my friends, some VC friends and other exchange friends. Most of the time, I don't think people could tell the difference with Telegram and TON blockchain. So for my perspective, I think the perfect combination of Telegram and TON's advantage would be, I think it's ideal for those projects which needs higher frequency of transaction, like payments and maybe some game and also social fi. So we are excited to support and to integrate more and more projects on TON like these in this area to help us to take the responsibility of the mass adoption in this industry.
Yeah, absolutely. I love your point on Web 2 versus Web 3, because ultimately crypto wins when people don't even have to specify what type of app it is. It's just an app that they use. From the wallet perspective, Jamie, I'd be curious to get your thoughts on the TON ecosystem and how you view the synergies there and thoughts that get you excited about it.
Yeah, I think when you think about the core principles of the majority of projects that we see out there, it's users that want to feel or be a part of a community or have a potential to earn or see a potential gain around the assets of or energy they put into some kind of substantial, action. What we've seen within the ecosystem is so many mini apps attracting huge user bases that are frankly kind of the gateway across. And I do think that the gateway word is the correct word to use in this instance. As BitGet Wallet, we acknowledged this very early, and what we wanted to do is ensure that we onboard them at the earliest opportunity. Now, we can also consider ourselves the gateway. We're the gateway for people coming into the Web3 space, the crypto space, however you want to term it, for the very first time, because ultimately when we're in the ecosystems that many of these mini apps are developing, there is a huge disconnection between people just tapping on an application and actually creating something of monetary value. Now, how do we educate users around that? We educate them in effective ways of channels that mean the most to them, in the languages that, that they currently use, or the learning styles that they use anywhere across the world. Now, from BitGet Wallet's perspective, the manner in which we do go ahead and we're aggressively onboarding these dApps and mini applications, it's credit to the research team that we have, but ultimately it's down to a user's point of view. We've also integrated systems like you can actually go into our wallet on the App Store, Google Play Store, and you can create your own, full wallet, full services, absolutely everything, just by the clicking and attaching your Telegram account. Simplifying the access to financial services is something that I think is going to be a huge trend. It's always been a trend, but it's become more apparent simply because of the amount of users we've seen within this ecosystem. Frankly, probably being in that gateway stage and needing a gentle push to one or the other, whether that be the Web3 space, or actually it's okay to be in the space that you're in and you can collect points within your ecosystem that you're currently entertained.
Yeah, that's super interesting. I guess as a quick follow-up to that, are there certain types of applications that wallets are most excited about from that onboarding perspective? Like, what do you see as what is going to be the application category that really is that first gateway to broader adoption of the TON ecosystem?
It is an incredibly tough question to ask because there's themes, there's trends, every day that changes.
Yeah, I'm putting you on the spot, but it's a panel, so we got to be entertaining.
I appreciate that. What I would say is when you actually feel something that makes an impact, and I touched on it a little bit earlier, whether that be something financial that hits the pocket, or you actually make a connection with an individual or a group, or you have an emotional attachment to the product that you're using, when we get to that point, we know that actually the gateway is complete and users are getting that end goal, that end product. And like I say, whether that is actually coming fully into the Web3 space or it's not, we want to provide the service and give people at least the opportunity to get that finance. And we have a goal. We want to onboard 1 billion users into the Web3 world using our wallet. And the only way to do that is by providing them with the very best services and products out there.
Yeah. Speaking of onboarding, Kushal, obviously exchanges are always searching for users and ways to grow the exchange. And so I'd be curious to get your take on how Binance is viewing the TON ecosystem, and specifically how you think about it from a growth and onboarding perspective.
Yeah. So when we look at how we look into the TON ecosystem and how it has evolved in just like a short period of time, there are like 3 areas that we that comes out very obviously for us. So one is the pace of the user growth that we are seeing from the TON ecosystem. So the number of users that are coming from the TON ecosystem, and we at this point I can't remember, but I think we are like 237 million users on the platform. The pace of growth that we have seen post TON ecosystem explosion has been immense. So we're seeing the number of users are coming a lot, and they come with a single intent or very linear expectation from what we should do from the exchange. But I think as an exchange, our responsibility is to educate them and expose them to a plethora of offerings that an exchange or blockchain ecosystem can provide. I think that we take very seriously, and we do want to educate them. Another area that I can see is one of where the number of users are coming from. Like if you see, again, I don't have data right now to quote, but anecdotally, if you can see the number of users coming from different countries and the unbanked to banked ratio, if you see, that's where I think the TON ecosystem is providing the access to. So the access and on-ramp that we all struggle for, to get onto the crypto exchanges and in general in crypto, I think that is what the TON ecosystem is changing overall. And we should take the benefit of that. And yes, as an exchange, as I mentioned, we should educate the user and make sure they broaden the scope of the usage.
And from the exchange perspective, obviously one of the areas we've seen in recent growth. And Telegram is, or I guess one area we haven't seen as much growth yet today has been DeFi. I'd be curious from the exchange perspective, what do you think will be the catalyst to broader DeFi activity within the TON ecosystem?
Oh, for me?
I don't know if anyone has thoughts.
I think. Oh, go ahead. So from exchange perspective, maybe you could chime in from.
Or in general. I'll open it up.
So I think from the DeFi point of view, what we are seeing is, and I've interacted like a lot of players outside here. The simplicity of the apps that we can see, I think that is making it like even more interesting and very easy for everybody to adopt. I think that is what is the defining factor. If I ask my mom about this one or my dad about this one, what they see is it's just the simplicity, just get onboarded into this ecosystem, right? Earlier they had to read like white papers and all that thing, but now they don't have to do all that to just get that exposure, right? Again, like I mentioned, like yes, we have the responsibility of educating it, but I think onboarding always has to be a smoother and a softer experience.
Yeah.
Yeah, if I could dive into that. I mean, probably the consumer DeFi that I am most excited about, and I think the point that you brought up about the unbanked is extremely powerful. It's one of the reasons why we got very excited about not only Telegram, but TON specifically. One of the things that's missing today is access to credit. And what we're missing today, frankly, is a proper working credit oracle that allows consumers, small businesses to access financing based on performance. And when you have a fully fleshed out payment system and you have a way to show your performance as a credit-worthy consumer or a small business, this is something that TON and Telegram could easily take on, especially from a cross-border perspective. So this is something that is probably one of the more interesting crossover applications that blockchain could actually solve. I say that with a question mark in my voice, but that's what I'm excited about. Cheers.
Jamie, any thoughts?
Yeah, I think from my point of view, what it enabled us to do, and I love this saying, you take one step back to take two steps forward. And what we did was when we took that step back, we realized, why are these users being so engaged and logging in and taking part in so many different fantastic applications out there? It's frankly because they're super easy to use, they're accessible, and there's no kind of terms and conditions. It does what it says on the tin, and everybody's happy. So when you step back and you actually analyze that and you think, well, actually, when you look at where these users are geographically located, and then you can integrate it into our world, the Web3 world, well, it's very easy to kind of convert and put the ball into the hole, for want of a better say. When you think of it in its purest form, when you think about some of the topics we spoke about today, about remittance and things like this, it is growing massively, and having awareness of why users are using some of the ecosystems we're using and their needs. When we get to that point, we're going to see unbelievable growth. And I honestly believe that is why we've seen a glimmer of hope, and an absolutely short period of time we've grown tremendously. But our target is 1 billion users. We're at 40 million. That's how much we are genuinely believing we can go with this.
Yeah, no, I very much am aligned with that North Star. We have a couple of minutes left. It'd be fun to do a lightning round, maybe do some quick questions. The first one I'll start, John, and then we can go down the road. What type of application do you think will onboard the most TON users over the next 2 years?
Well, actually, I'd like to start with a quick poll with the audience. How many of you are weekly active users of a TON wallet? Okay, awesome. And of you, how many of you hold USDT, native USDT on TON? Awesome. And then how many of you are making payments to others, friends, businesses? Are you getting paid in USDT in your TON wallet? Yes. Okay. Yeah. Yes. Okay. So anyway, the thing that probably gets me the most excited is first payments, then capture behavior, then credit. And so as an extension of what Ian presented in his talk earlier, how does that allow, I don't want to say capital intensive, but small businesses like the creator economy, allow users to just set up shop and be able to not struggle to access financial services to support small businesses. And again, creators are a perfect example of that. So anything that we can do today in, say, the next year to really grow that, obviously TON has come an enormous amount in the past year since last year's gateway. So those are the things that are probably the most interesting to me.
I'm going to go ahead and say mid-core gaming. If you look at the top 5 game applications on WeChat right now, all mid-core to hardcore. And we're making that transition now with monetization primitives. So I think it's going to be mid-core gaming.
So yeah, I think it's partly that answer, but like what I see is anything that can create like the social experience, which can give the sense of community. I think in crypto and blockchain, generally the community sense is like really strong. But I think anything that can, gamify that experience, anything that can give help to, communicate faster. I know Telegram does that, but maybe these apps can even innovate even better on that one. I think that will be the game-changing experience in 2025.
So for the ecosystem and also for the real-world utility, I will say I am excited to see the progress of the payment service, the payment projects on TON blockchain. But personally, as an employee of a centralized exchange, I truly respect those developers who's building decentralized exchange on TON. I know because people are talking that TON blockchain got a unique sharding technology, which means it's more difficult for them to develop the decentralized exchange on TON blockchain. But still, they're building it. So we are happy to support those rocket scientists to build a rocket to the moon, to the outer space.
Love it. Jamie?
I think from my perspective, keep it super simple. Doing what we do existingly well, continuing to do that existingly well in the future, because something that this space lacks is time. You look at traditional finance, one thing it definitely has on its hands is time, and that definitely puts it in better light. So doing what we already do in an effective light, but remittance is key. I genuinely believe the freedom of money, we've already got freedom of people to an extent, but when people have truly got it of finance, we're going to be in a much better place.
Well said. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that's unfortunately all the time we have. Everyone can give a round of applause to our great panelists. Thank you all so much for joining us.
Так, а я могу двигаться по сцене? Или лучше не надо? Могу ходить по сцене?
Да, можешь ходить, конечно.
Good evening, everyone. Guys, please don't leave yet. Little is left, I swear. It's going to be quick. No. Wait. Too fast. Okay. Too fast. I need to start with very serious stuff. So, judging from this disclaimer, can you guess what exactly I'm going to be talking about today? No investment advice, do your own research. Nothing should be considered investment, legal, or other types of advice. Meme coins, guys. So if anyone from the booth zone can hear me, just as Inal was saying today at this stage, please come. We're going to be talking about memes, and I hope it's going to be fun. After all that complex stuff that you already heard on DeFi, stablecoins, and Bitcoin, we'll finally be talking about something crazy and very simple, meme coins. Also, have you spotted the question mark here at the end of the title of my speech? So whether TON meme coins are going to become the next big thing in crypto is still a question, right? But today, I'll try to convince you that this thesis, is going to become a reality very soon, hopefully. First of all, let's try to understand why we care about meme coins at all. Well, judging from their historical price performance, can you believe that 40 out of 300 top tokens on CoinMarketCap have outperformed Bitcoin so far? And 13 out of those 40 tokens are actually meme coins, right? So we can see very good historic performance, which obviously attracts the attention of retail and whales. Secondly, meme coins have a great potential for future growth. So from the example of Doge, we understand that meme coins can hit quite a large market cap. So Doge has shown us a market cap of almost $80 billion. And we also know that the accumulated market cap of new memes, which means here we do not consider Doge or Shiba Inu, stands currently at only 11 billion, which is probably nothing compared to more than $1 trillion for altcoins, which unfortunately usually do not have any proper utility and are not very good in terms of performance. Thirdly, we all understand, and I hope agree, that meme coins have really become one of the narratives, if not the narrative, of this crypto market. Meme coins now account for more than 16% of the entire market crypto Twitter, which is more than DeFi, GameFi, ETFs, Layer 2s, and ZK combined. And last but not least, meme coins can bring us money, fun, and belonging. Do we really need something else to build a strong crypto community? Now, it's all very good, but we know that meme coins have been really thriving on Solana and Ethereum, right? Probably we should just leave it as it is. Do we really need TON here? Well, I think we do, because TON can give to meme coins something very exclusive and very special. Well, first of all, our teams do know how to onboard millions of people into crypto. Here I'm using the example of dogs. Very simple mini app, not a clicky game, by the way, but still very simple onboarding, which actually unlocked Web3 opportunities for 17 million people who claimed the Dogs airdrop. And Dogs has become the largest meme coin in the entire Web3 world by the number of token holders, which at the all-time high stood at 6.3 million on-chain wallets. Like, wow, these are great numbers. So we kind of can finally transfer ownership to a very broad community. Secondly, we've seen the rise of new assets inside our favorite messenger, Telegram. So in June of this year, Telegram launched Telegram Stars as a way of paying in-app purchases inside the messenger. And then we also saw a huge popularity of gifts, because people understood this is something very exclusive, because they're limited, which probably very soon is going to become an on-chain asset, an NFT. So it also opens doors to meme coins to join kind of this trend launched by Telegram. Thirdly, TON has strong narratives and philosophy, and we know that since day one, it's been digital resistance, which has been actively pushed by some meme coins on TON, such as Rido, Dogs, Mittens, and others, right? So we know that to build a strong meme coin community, we need to transform it into a cult, and for that, we need very strong narrative and very strong philosophy. So we know how to onboard people into crypto. We have strong narratives. We have different instruments, including those launched by Telegram. What do we do now? As Steve was saying today at this stage, why don't we transform tap-to-earn apps into tap-to-pump apps? And let me tell you, this is something that is already happening. So just during this week, a few large tap-to-earn apps have launched their meme pads right inside the interface of their tap-to-earns. Here on the screen, you can see the example of PocketFi, which launched Big Pump, which you can already use, opening this mini bot and exploring new assets being launched there. And other apps are actually following them as well, like Hot Wallet, for example. Secondly, why don't we allow people to buy meme coins with Telegram stars that I just mentioned? This is also going to be very soon available in such a meme pad as a new game. You can also check this app out. This feature is not launched yet, but it's going to be available soon. And then lastly, we can't really turn a blind eye to the social potential of Telegram that we should definitely leverage here. Here I mean, for example, creating a channel and a chat for every new meme that is being launched on a meme pad, and then creating a very simple and very comprehensible and attractive sharing link. This is something that Gazprom has been doing since day one, also one of the launch pads on TON. So here how it's going to work. This viral loop, which you probably have seen so many times, almost 1 billion users, and then us leveraging all those elements such as the native wallet inside Telegram, new assets being launched by the messenger, mini apps and channels and chats, like a space where most people in Telegram exist and sit. Now, it's all very beautiful and well said, I hope, but we do have some issues, right? And there's a lot of criticism, actually, that we hear every day. Of course, unfortunately, our liquidity and volume cannot be yet compared to the ones on Solana and Ethereum, and we obviously need to improve it. So we can see how the emergence of NOT and DOCs, those large spikes, have helped the daily trading volume grow significantly on decentralized exchanges on TON, which logically leads us to the conclusion that we urgently need new, large, successful meme coins on TON. We need to engage the community more, and we need new narratives. Like digital resistance is cool, why don't we try out something else as well? So how can we grow? How can we grow meme coins on TON? There are actually many ways of growing the meme coin vertical, right? That's been one of the ways, and we truly admire how the Tron ecosystem did it, like Justin Sand, kudos to him. This is not how we're going to do it. We're going to approach it differently, which is why we've recently launched TON Memelandia, which is basically a decentralized land ruled by meme coins on TON. So we want to create this space where any meme coin community can come, thrive, and grow. The first thing we're going to do is to launch 2 large meme coin trading competitions directly on Telegram, on bonding curve launchpads, and on DEXs, on TON, of course. And for that, we're going to dedicate a prize pool of $1.2 million in TON coin, in airdrops and other types of prizes. So you might be all wondering, like, when exactly we're planning to do it, right? And also, we've been receiving a lot of questions from the community, as always. So why don't we do it just now? Like, right now. You can scan this QR code. Please go to the website. Open the website. Also imagine there's been a countdown, like 3, 2, 1, go. Unfortunately, my presentation is static. So scanning this QR code, you will access the website and see the dashboards of 2 competitions. And let me explain you very quickly how it's going to work. So the first competition is called the Cabal Arena, where the mysterious cabals or groups of traders are going to be deploying new meme coins and trading them together with their friends. So best teams at the end of the season will earn large prizes for achieving the best profit, P&L, and trading volume. Community must be looking for new gems and obviously engaging as well. If you want to join as a trader, you can pick the cabal that you like most on the website and join the team, applying for joining. And the cool thing is that every week, and the competition is going to last for 4 weeks, every week we'll be announcing a new narrative. So if the cabal launches a meme coin within this narrative and it performs well, they will get additional points. So the narrative for the first week is going to be AI, artificial intelligence. We all know how well AI and memes can work together, judging from other ecosystems. So let's try to replicate that on TON as well. And then the second competition, which is also very exciting, is going to be called the Meme Coin Mountain, where existing Ton meme coins and their communities are going to be trying to achieve the peak through performing well in 2 leaderboards in the minor and major leagues. And their community is going to be competing for large airdrops at the end of the season. So what the community needs to do is to actively engage, to trade, to hold, and promote those memes on Twitter. So once again, let me show the QR code so that those who have not had a chance to scan it can do it. Please join us. Let's try out this experiment. We hope it's going to be fun. And then probably the last thing I want to mention, this is also something that is still lacking on Ton and we'll try to improve. As I was already saying, this is community engagement, right? So meme coins need exposure, need visibility, and we'll be trying to give it to those memes that are fairly launched, that are performing well on our official social media, on the official social media of Ton Memlandi, of Ton Blockchain. We're going to be actively discussing different things in the exclusive chat for Ton memes. We'll be holding, and we're already doing it, regular AMA sessions on Twitter. And finally, we'll be giving marketing grants to memes in the form of Telegram ads, KOL campaigns, and many more things. So let's hope that this is going to become a reality in, well, a few months, weeks, or even days. Let's see how it goes. And thank you so much. Please follow us on Twitter. Visit our booth. We are doing a lot of raffles and treasure hunt as well with loads of prizes. Please join us, and thank you so much. Yeah, unfortunately, this is not all. We're going to have one more panel discussion. I hope it's going to be the last thing for today, and then you'll just continue networking, and hopefully you'll get some drinks and food as well, but this is not for sure. So we will continue talking about meme coins now. And I'm really proud to bring those people to the stage because we're going to hear different perspectives and different angles from which you can view meme coins. So we're going to have representatives of exchanges, of market makers and investors. We're going to have one meme, which is now very much within the trend. And I'm super happy to call up speakers to join me on stage. Let's give them a round of applause, guys. Yeah, just take any seats you like.
Okay. I think
it's going to be even more challenging because we cannot see your names at the background, so you'll need to present yourself very properly. So let's start with, as always, a short round of intros. Giselle, if you can start, please go ahead.
Okay, since there's no name on the background, I'm giving a very brief introduction about myself. I'm Giselle Liang from OKX Ventures. It's been very funny to sit in the Mimicoin panel, but yeah, OKX Ventures, we're all about using the balance sheet, like the capital fund balance sheet and all the resources from OKX as a CEX to leverage all the resources. We can create a synergy with different projects from Web3. Yeah, thank you.
Lovely. Alessia, word to you.
Hi, everyone. My name is Alessia Baumgartner. I'm business partner ecosystems at DDBOF Labs. We are a market maker and an investment firm. I'm super excited to be here to discuss about meme coins. Thanks again for the invitation. And yeah, let's go.
Thank you, Alessia. Larry?
I'm Larry. I'm the leader of the CTO for Sad Meow, which is the first ever audio meme coin, and it was launched right here on Ton.
Sad Meow, okay. Wait, you promised to give some noise as well, to give some sound.
If you insist.
Is it too early, yeah? For those who don't know Sad Meow, you're gonna learn a lot of cool things in Alpha today. So melodic, okay. Mariam, word to you.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. My name is Mariam.
I am the founder for The Hive, basically like a community that trades meme coins across chain. I'm really grateful to be here today, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. That's all.
For how long have you been in TON?
I think I've been trading ton memes for the past 2 years now, so yeah.
Right. Yeah, guys, you should really follow Mariam on Twitter. Like her account is so great. All right, guys. So let's start with the basics. Okay, so we're here to talk about meme coins on TON, right? Let's try to understand what meme coins can bring to the TON ecosystem in general, and why are we so excited about this narrative on TON specifically. I tried to cover in my presentation why memes are cool in general, right? Like given the historical past performance, well, the potential for the future growth, their role on Twitter right now, for example. But what can they bring to TON specifically? Let's try to understand. Anyone who can express their opinion? Yeah.
I think I'll take that. I think they can bring a lot of excitement. It's an easy way to onboard new people to crypto. That's obviously a huge agenda for TON and Telegram. People love meme coins. They're fun to own, they're fun to trade. The communities are fun to be a part of. That's the biggest value I think they bring.
Why should they exist on TON in general? Like, what's so exclusive here?
Did you say why? TON is geared to be the most retail-friendly blockchain that there is. So the synergy between Telegram and TON and meme coins, it makes a ton of sense.
Did you have previous experience of launching memes on any other chains?
Not myself, no, but I've been part of plenty of launches on Solana and Ethereum, yes.
How is it different on TON? Be honest.
I mean, the trading activity is a little bit lower, but that'll change. The community on TON is a lot different. It truly is a lot more collaborative, even amongst projects. You know, we participate in a lot of Twitter spaces and AMAs and things like that. And everyone just kind of wants to help everyone. You know, like the person who designs our merch, for example, leads a different project. So it was someone from our community, but he has a vested interest in something else, but he's still helping us. So there's a lot of that goes on TON that probably doesn't happen in other ecosystems.
And where did you launch it exactly? SadMao?
SadMao was actually launched by the Gas Pump dev team October 11th.
Okay.
So we took it over, you know, as soon as it hit DDust. So whatever that is, about 3 weeks or so.
Guys, for those who have not understood yet, this is a new narrative, right? This is a new trend, like audio memes, and you heard that recording at the very beginning. This is very cool. Okay, we're going to get back to it. Guys, anyone else? Giselle?
So from my perspective, meme coins represents like all about influential. And there's one interesting data set. There's over 60% of meme coins, they are first-time like blockchain users. And very initially, meme coin brought in fresh competitions across chains. And that will prompt in different blockchains start to support meme coins and even start to issue their own meme coin in response to demands. And this has led to meme coin becomes a social entrance to the whole TON ecosystem. And I do say that it's the next generation of the community as a more approachable, accessible way of interact with blockchain.
Right, yeah, I mean, can't agree more. Alessia, if you want to continue here.
Sure. I think, you know, what has been previously discussed about the Telegram opportunities is something that no other chain can offer besides TON. At the end of the day, a successful meme is a meme that is fun, but then also spread out and Ton/Telegram is the best venue for a meme launch for sure. And it's worth mentioning as well that even if a meme is not launched on Ton, they will still create its sticker pack on Telegram to, create jokes within their community or within their teams. I say this because even DWF, we have our own company stickers just with internal jokes and memes, and it just makes, people feel more connected, and it's just a great tool. So I love it, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, sounds absolutely reasonable. Just as Sasha from Notcoin was saying on the stage today, stickers are coming, and we're quite excited how it's going to work at the intersection of memes and those all types of assets inside the messenger. Very cool. Mariam, I have a question for you. So you've been around in crypto for many years, I assume, right? And 2 years in Ton specifically. So how do you assess the meme coin space on Ton now, given that you're super active on Twitter, you engage with a lot of different communities? Which trends do you see currently? Which memes on Ton do you follow? Just your general overview.
Okay, thank you for the question. For memes on Ton, I would say the trends with gas pump and FOMO.fund, where someone can, launch a token very fast. You launch a token, people are able to trade it even before it hits the dexes. You trade meme coins. People can easily create the stickers on Telegram. You have scanners, bots. You have meme coins that have utility that you can use their utility or their products from a specific meme coin to also access information about other meme coins. You have the new trend, which he just played, the audio memes, where you can integrate an audio or a specific sound or speech or message into the data of a token, and you can listen to it from your DEX tools and whatnot. I think that's pretty amazing, right? I think Ton is the only one that has audio memes for now, and I think it's a really big innovation. You can bring up any trending sound from TikTok, from Instagram, any political message to launch a meme coin, and everybody runs with it. I mean, that's the idea for meme coins, basically. Something that a group of people connect to, the community. It can be a slogan, it can be a term, it can be anything, right? You have meme coins from, I saw one the other day, they launched on Ton, a little baby, and they made the meme customizable in the sense that they put the mustache, they put the collars and a t-shirt and a police uniform, and a lot of people were using those as PFPs and going on spaces, coming together to raid other communities, and that's the actual message for meme coins, and I think it's something that Ton is really pushing. I mean, with the new product that's coming up, Memelandia, where people can, it's not just about even launching, creating, or trading tokens. It brings together the community, it pushes engagement and people to actually be active with the chain. People trade, you have the competitions, there's incentives, there's a $1.2 million pot for everybody. So I think it is something that Ton is really doing right. You're trying to engage the community into being more active in the meme space, and it's something I'm really excited about. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much for such an extensive feedback. No, look, I'm very happy to hear that you understand and you agree that at the very early stage, those incentives, they can work pretty well, right? Obviously, it should be transformed into more sustainable and organic growth. If we manage to bring those narratives and if we manage to kind of leverage the social potential of Telegram for memes and meme coin communities, I think we're going to get there. Actually, a question. came up to my mind. If you were to launch an audio meme right now, what would that be? If you were to launch an audio meme, just as Sad Mao is, like a meme with an audio track, which music would you use? What's your favorite song? Or a sound?
I think with the recent news for war and so many backlash and fights from so many nations, I think this song from Michael Jackson comes to mind. This "We are the world, we are the children," you know, something to promote peace and stuff, you know, something fun. And then there's so many others like that. I mean, the options are so wide, you can literally choose anything and integrate that. I mean, it's something good.
I don't have a soundtrack, but I do think that all the panelists here are so seriously dressed and behaving so seriously. It's fun to see when we're talking about meme coins. It's completely different than the, what was the name of the conference in Singapore? The TON?
Oh yeah, meme coin. That was crazy, you know? People
Complete
wearing
opposite.
costumes. Yeah.
This is a complete opposite. So I think that's the meme that I would do.
Okay. All right, guys, so let's move forward. And once again, I can see that people are super tired already. What do you think about these meme coin competitions that we're launching, like in general? Do you think, like, what do you think would make them successful? And whether you are excited about them, like, how do you view this instrument of growth at the very initial stage of this vertical?
I think it was a genius idea launched by TON because, as mentioned by you, right, first of all, there is this prize pool of over $1 million, which is quite exciting. Other than that, it's accessible for, you know, pro traders, but then also for people that don't have enough experience on it and just to try it out. And then just a sense of competition. I think everyone likes to win, and just the sentiment of competing brings people together for sure. So it was genius, and yeah, looking forward to it.
Oh, thank you very much for the compliment. Thank you, Alessia. Larry, are you participating? Let's be straightforward here. I mean, you as meme coin community.
Are we participating in Memelandia?
Yeah.
Yes, we were just accepted today.
Ah, okay.
The official tweet went out, so.
Yay, okay.
I was in.
We're looking forward to your good performance in the leaderboard then.
And we fully expect to win, but it'll be good. The contest in general is great. It's good to encourage the social media activity and that sort of thing. That's an integral part of meme coins. You have to engage the community. And $1.25 million in prizes certainly will incentivize that. So overall, I think it's very beneficial for the ecosystem.
Okay, so probably one last question that we're going to discuss today, and then we're going to be headed outside to continue networking. So how would you support meme coins in general, or probably how you're already doing it, because obviously OKX Ventures and other sub-verticals of your company are already engaged with meme coins and apps and other projects in the ecosystem. Like, how would you support memes from your own perspective, from the perspective of venture capital, market maker, just a QL, and then the meme coin itself? Yeah, Giselle, let's start from you.
Okay, thanks for the question. So let me start with this question quickly, like for the question for the audience first. So how many of you is planning to go like dive into big projects on TON? Show me your hands. Don't shy away. Okay, there's a lot. Yeah. So here is the good news for today. OKX Ventures, we just launched $10 million, like $10 million accelerator together with TON, together with Folios Capital. And we're all about helping the projects on TON to grow and get user engagement on Telegram. And we see that as a funnel to attract more like young generations to either to participate in memes or participate in different mini apps. And the main focus is to help all the projects to grow on Telegram and on Tone, first of all. And then we're particularly interested in those innovative trading capabilities and networks that bring like new use case to make like Tone's environment richer and more dynamic. And the next thing, the biggest thing, is also about the mini app within Telegram itself. And we are eager to see our developers in this community to bring people into Telegram, whether from gaming, from entertainment, from certain social features applications, whatever. And we were eager to see that happen. And this is not only just about funding. So those selected projects will get full backup from OKX, like a whole exchange. We have the seamless integration from OKX wallet integration with OKX Connect, and also all those tools from top, like Townkeeper, Towns API, like all those backup, including community building and also marketing guidance. So it's indeed a very exciting moment for OKX and Telegram to make this happening. So don't hesitate to come to me like after this panel to share your decks and what you're thinking about the next level mass adoption in Telegram.
Wow, lovely. No, look, this news was perceived very positively from the community. Can meme coins apply as well?
I would say, yeah.
They
like
can try,
hands,
but
yeah.
yeah, you know, the chance is still low.
Kind of,
no, but probably like infrastructure for memes, right? Like trading products can be applicants, I bet.
Yeah, maybe it's more like, I see some new more meme coins, they have the mixed flavor with like DeFi, with like farming, that kind of stuff, that will make meme coins not just like community speculation, but with more like financial investors into it, yeah.
Okay, guys, but I mean, you can still try, right? It never does harm. Let's hear, what would you say? How do you support memes, or which support do you think meme coins need in general?
So DWF has a really flexible investment mandate, so we can invest into meme coins or teams, and we can also be publicly affiliated depending on the marketing, etc. Other than that, from my side, the ecosystem side, we're more than happy to assist in however the team needs, from connecting to exchanges, maybe helping on the PR or etc. So depends on what the team needs, and we find a way to help them. So yeah.
Look, meme coins in this room are going to be chasing you after you leave the panel, after having said that. Okay.
Yeah, that's the purpose.
Right, Larry, what do you really need as a representative of a meme coin community? Like, how can we help?
As individuals, as token holders, the biggest thing is just helping the project, helping community engagement, creating content, being funny, making memes, making videos, and being very active on Twitter. That's the biggest part for just regular community members to do.
Okay, I mean, sounds super positive. Sounds like Larry approves of what we're doing. Okay, this is cool. This is nice to hear. Mariam, just to wrap it up, what's your opinion here? How can we help meme coins grow, given your expertise and experience?
I think as individuals, we need to look at meme coins by how accessible they are to people, whether they're new traders or old traders or firms or CTO leads. How accessible are these tokens to people? Is it easy for people to buy them? Is it easy for people to get information about new memes or old memes or trending memes, new trends? How easy people to tell people, okay, there's a new meme, sad meal, and it's fun, you know? You can hear a sad cat crying. You can easily buy it. You only need your Telegram app. How easy is it to convince someone to buy into the token? Whether they're investing on a large scale or on a small scale, would I send you a sticker, you know, or a meme or a GIF, and you ask me, yo, what's that? What's going on? What's this about? And I can easily tell you, okay, this is a meme coin, this, that, about the token. How easy is it to spread the word via raids and spaces and AMAs? Are the community, you know, active with these tokens? Do you have CTO leads or team leads or team heads that are actively interacting with the community? I think these are things that people are interested in. If the community feels like a sense of belonging, you wouldn't need to do too much to spread the word about the particular meme coin. Because, you know, at the heart of every meme is just the community. You have tokens where the dev has left and there's no funding or whatnot, and a CTO just naturally forms, and people in the community do things. You know, they invite other people that they feel can help the token, and I mean, the meme just keeps on growing. I think that's the only way that, you know, memes in the individual level can spread.
Wow, so many things. I don't even know how to wrap it up. Oh my God. I was going to start with like, okay, simplicity and accessibility, but then you added so many more things on top. Let's stick to simplicity and accessibility. Anyway, guys, thank you so much. That was very insightful, very inspiring. Let's give a large round of applause. That was the very last thing that you may hear today from us on this stage. So, guys, thank you. Thank you. So you remember how we started with like putting crypto in every pocket? Yeah, let's just stand up.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Yeah, we can just, shall we take a photo? No?
Okay. That's all. Take this.
Okay.
And
yeah.
Oh, we take it.
Sorry, guys.
Oh, okay.
Can we take a photo? Please don't leave. I have one more announcement, a very short one, I swear.
Alena, you come in the middle. Yeah, that's fine. You can stay here.
Lovely. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Guys, thank you very much for participating. Have fun. So you remember how we were putting crypto in every pocket this morning? Then we put crypto DeFi into every pocket, yield into every pocket, and now we are finally putting meme coins into every pocket. Thank you very much, guys, for your attention, for being with us during day one of TON Gateway. We really hope you enjoyed it, that it was not too tiring. We had so many speeches. I really hope it was insightful and useful, and now you have a better outlook at the ecosystem, and we dive like really deep, no? All right, so now you're completely free. Please enjoy the networking zone. We will see you tomorrow at 11. So at 11, we're going to start our speaking agenda. Breakfast is going to be served from 9, breakfast and coffee. I hope you enjoyed lunch. It was quite good, no? So you're very welcome to come at 9. And now we're going to have like an art performance by Pakras Lampas just there outside. So please join if you're interested. Once again, thank you so much for your attention. Hope that was fun. And see you tomorrow.